Hello and welcome to round one of the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. I'm Kev Harris and you join me and all of the team for what is a new year and a new start for the UKC, as after 6 seasons we're now racing very proudly under the RMC banner. And in so doing, we're opening the door for each of our 5 class champions to put themselves on the start line at the RMC Grand Finals at the end of the year. So this really does make this the championship that they all want to win. And to get the drivers and teams warmed up, we kicked off the wheel-to-wheel racing with the standalone Rotax Winter Trophy event here at Whilton Mill just last month. So a great way to start the season, and excitingly many of the drivers that made the podium back in February are here racing again this weekend, opening their championship campaign around the circuit and corners that will seem oh so familiar to them. But for some who are relatively new to the sport, every weekend behind the wheel is a learning experience, like young Kai Suri running in Micromax for Sam Pollitt Racing, who very kindly has lent us one of his practice laps for our Whilton Mill circuit guide. We're on board with Kai then as he crosses the start-finish line at the start of the lap, and then we're into the section that's so famous, the left, the right and the long right-hander that is Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady, taking it all the way up to Christmas, where if you brake late and then get on the accelerator, you will get an overtake done. And Kai had that in mind when I spoke to him a little bit earlier on as well. Then we're into the infield, aren't we? You've made that section there through Inkermans, and then we're coming down into Ashby, which is the hard right-hander, back in on yourself, use plenty of runoff like Kai's doing here. Then you've got the left-hander that is Wilkins, and before you know it, it's another left-hander that is Ozier's, and through that left-hander it's kind of, look, the left-hander and then the right, and you're now on what is we call the back straight, heading almost towards the end of the lap, and we're coming to the famous boot section. How many races have been won and lost here on a final lap? Lots. And then we're through the new chicane, or relatively new, before the final right-hander, where you can run wide if you want to, but Kai doesn't need to, hammer down on the accelerator and cross the start-finish line. Well, thanks to Kai for lending us one of his onboard laps from practice day on Friday there. We wish him well for the weekend, and I certainly know he's excited about it. And he's not alone in that as well, as I found out when I took a tour of the paddock a little bit earlier on and had a chat to some of the teams and drivers. So Jayan, what are you excited about this season?
Well, I want to be leading the championship in the first 2 rounds to get a Le Mans ticket.
There's a ticket up for grabs to Le Mans, so I'm really excited for that.
I'm in a new car, new motor, just everything's brand new. I'm just excited to drive a go-kart, hopefully can learn a bit, maybe get a couple of wins in.
It's all about new challenges this year, trying to go against one of the best in the country, so just trying to see how I fare and hopefully come away with a few podiums.
Most excited about making pro train improvement in UKC and also getting drivers to experience a new track throughout the year.
I'm most excited about going to different circuits this season.
I'm mostly excited about becoming a better racer and hopefully getting near the top.
Hopefully winning the championship and getting a ticket to the world final.
New year, new team, new teammates, new different environment, and yeah, the same objective to win the championship.
Hopefully coming back to try and retain last year's championship winning title, and hopefully try and grab a ticket to the grand finals at the end of it all.
Going to new tracks.
Doing my first junior season in UKC and becoming a better kart driver.
Probably trying to fight for a ticket for the World Finals. Obviously it's going to be difficult with how close it is, but I think we can do it.
Just having some fun at the end of the day, because that's what we're here for.
Well, it certainly was great to catch up with a few familiar faces there and meet a few new ones who are all clearly set and ready to go for 2026. So without further ado, let's head up to the commentary box and go and join your race commentator, Zach Sweeney.
Well, on the holiday of new beginnings, it's time to celebrate a new era for the Ultimate Karting Championship now as part of the Rotax Max Challenge and that journey to the Grand Finals. Hello and welcome to the opening round of the season of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Whilton Mill on what, as you can probably tell, is quite a windy day. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box to bring you all of the racing action over the Super Heats and the finals this afternoon. Very much looking forward to getting this one underway and, well, yeah, a very exciting new era for the championship.
Yeah, good morning to you, Zach, and good morning to you wherever you're listening to us around the world right now. New beginnings, then, is what we're talking about here. The RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship set to go in 2026, and I'm up for it, Zach. I'm excited for it. I had a great time yesterday walking around the paddock, filming the opening intro and chatting to a lot of the drivers, and yeah, there's a buzz about the place, and there's an air of excitement that we're now under the umbrella of the Rotax RMC. Nearly 200 drivers have put themselves on the start line for this weekend, and we're set for a great one.
I think we are indeed. There you can see the circuit will be racing around the infamous Whilton Mill, established in 1991, 1,200 metres in length and plenty of overtaking opportunities around its 12 turns. Of course, the not so newly added chicane, it's getting a bit more established now, and drivers getting a little bit more used to it, but still the challenges over the curbs and the undulation as well, this steep climb up in towards Christmas Corner definitely gave us some good overtaking yesterday. And now, of course, the added challenge is quite windy, so the slipstream going to be adding a bit more of an effect coming into today as well. We are scheduled for a bit of light rain, but not until the late afternoon, so we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, going to keep it nice and overcast. Some nice track temps out on circuit for our finals day.
Yeah, good track temperature out there today, and as you can see, clear skies at the moment, cloudy but blue above it, so that will do us. It's not too hot, it's not rainy, it's a dry circuit, and I think we're set for some great racing. Obviously, going out first this morning, we've got Junior Rotax, and 2 heats of that in actual fact, because there's a huge grid of them. I forget how many in total, but probably best part of 56 Junior Rotax drivers here this weekend, so it's going to be highly competitive from the off. Yesterday was exciting, yesterday was fun, obviously starting in the morning with time qualifying and then, or practice, and then getting into the time qualifying, and you really feel it ramp up on the Saturday once the afternoon comes and time qualifying starts, and then we come into Sunday morning here, and now it really is game time. So as they roll out off the pre-grid, well, we're set for something.
We are indeed. Let's head ourselves into the first race of the day, Junior Rotax pre-final 8. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it's time for the first race of the day. Junior Rotax Super Heat B making their way around the circle. We'll run you through the grid in just a couple of moments' time. Of course, taken to pole position, Kai Clark has been on top form so far in 2026. Racing, of course, in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Brett Murdoch alongside him on row 1 from Nathaniel Gray, and Arden Clark on row number 2. Behind that, of course, you'll have the likes of Jensen Chalk, Miles Burton on row 3, Adam Juradatis and Karthmi Kumeta on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 will be Loman Wilcox and Blake Southan, with Daniel Vizaluskas and Barnaby Grubb on row number 6 for Red Speed. Ian Campbell, Aidan Hammond from Cash Harris and Molly Misen on row 8, rounding out the top 16. Behind that, Samuel Aston, Daniel Minto, Alfred Matthews, Leo Basterfield, the top 20 from Max Colbert, Joshua Jestin, Jake Gefferty from Peter Lee on P24, Konstantin Krastev, Rima Komastu, Lucy Lovell, Harry Watson, the front 14 rows, and that rounds out the 28 kart grid that we've got for the first of our 2 Junior Rotax Super Heats this morning. They're rolling their way around the lap, of course, crucial to get that tyre temp in, get themselves warmed up for a big championship scoring opportunity. Of course, talking a little bit about Kai Clark, his aggression and his racecraft, probably one of his strong suits in the world of Junior Rotax karting. He's very experienced in this machinery. He's going to be going out there with the expectation to come out on top.
Yeah, he certainly will be. He's going to be leading us out on this one, but behind him lots of big names as well. And when we look at yesterday's results, how that finished up, names we've got like there, Kian Bernard matched him with a first and a second in his 2 heats, and then behind him Charlie Wolfitt got himself a 3rd and a 1st, which is brilliant. So I'm really excited to see how Charlie Wolfitt does this weekend, talking about the wider Junior Rotax field there then. But we're off and running, or we're about to get off and running for Super Heat B. Here we go.
Now you can see Kai Clark, the number 4, on the right-hand side of your screen. It'll be the left-hand side of the circuit as they roll towards turn number 1. Alongside him, the 214 of Braith Murdoch, hyping himself up on that run towards the opening corner. On the outside, it's going to be a challenge, but if he can hold it, it's the inside for turn 2 and that ascent up to Christmas Corner. You can see the strawberry racing of Kai Clark rolling his way to the start-finish apron. He'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing for the first time today. Green flag waves and an appalling start from the outside of the front row for Braith Murdoch, following him straight through there. You can see behind the KR Sport Machine. Think of Jensen Chalk trying to work his way through. Nathaniel Gray as well, immediately up in a second. Kai Clark under pressure into Christmas Corner. The top 4 single filers. There's a lot of busyness down into what is turn number 4. And as they make their way towards Ashby, you can see Kai Clark with a very decent getaway. Nathaniel Gray following him there in the 235. Then comes Murdoch, who was able to recover from an initially not great start. Chalk and Juadatis so far the top 5 as ascend to the inside of the left-hander.
Yeah, Kai Clark off and away, then getting himself a bit of clear air between the 2 drivers that are scrapping behind him. That's Gray and Murdoch. He'll take advantage of that clear air in the opening stages of this one. As we look to the inside, 214, actually Murdoch there dropping back a place by the looks of it. The Dan Holland racing driver just gets ahead of him.
The opening lap in the books, and well, Kai Clark 1.07 seconds clear of the field. He has not been waiting around in the slightest to be pulling out a bit of a gap. Of course, Jensen Chalk now into second, trying to bridge a bit of a gap back to Blake Southan, who of course is holding on for 3rd position. The 284 of Juadatis running very wide on the outside of Christmas Corner. Incredibly difficult to keep your foot in around the outside there as well. You can see 4 cuts off at the back.
Yeah, 4 cuts off at the back there, Zach, and can't quite pick them all up, but that's off at the top end there by Christmas, and that often happens, doesn't it? They're all running and leaving the braking late and just see if they can get an overtake done, but they ended up scrapping. As we pick up the action here then with the 250 of Mr. Southern running in 3rd at the moment, chasing down Jensen Chalk, the 218. Kai Clark still out ahead. You can see that gap there now, a few seconds, 1.18 seconds just up in 1st.
Yeah, brilliant start to this race from Kai Clark, as you would obviously expect. Look to the inside from one of the Dan Holland racing machines. Down the inside goes the 250. That's Southan on Jensen Chalk, up now in his 2nd position, playing nicely into the hands of our race leader. Kicking up some grass there is Murdoch, as Nathaniel Gray will nip one to the inside and take 4th position in the 235 KR Sport Machine. Now through the infield section, this double left-hander to lead you onto that back stretch. And well, Jensen Chalk now overtaken by Southan. The 250 goes through, up now into 2nd position as we approach, well, a quarter of the way through this race. 10 minutes plus the lap at the beginning, 7 minutes and 40 seconds still left to go through the chicane. And let's see what the gap is from Kai Clark back to Southan as the timer screen will refresh, of course. New fastest lap of the race, though, for the 250. It's not going to be a walk in the park from here for Kai Clark, our race leader.
Yeah, and that fastest lap has closed the gap for him up to Kai Clark, now just 0.94, so under a second. So Mr. Southern, or Southan, Mr. Southan on the charge then from Dan Holland Racing, and behind him it's the MLC Motorsport man that is Jensen Chalk. So, and we've got a little battle there up the inside, somebody getting an overtake done, couldn't quite see who that was, but we're on the cart now. 214, so that's Braith Murdoch making that overtake stick there, just getting ahead of Nathaniel Gray from KR Sport.
Yeah, nice move indeed, and well, you can see Southan. Let's see if he can get after Kai Clark, really, because the pace between them, not much that last time through. Southern, of course, up 8 positions from their starting grid of P10, up now in a 2nd, which is remarkable, and going to be doing himself a lot of favours come the grid for the final later on this afternoon. In the slipstream goes the 291, that's Clark down the inside now. Christmas Corner pulls out late in the slipstream, gets it stopped. Brilliantly done there from Arden Clark. Up into 5th position, overtaking Nathaniel Gray, who momentarily was as high as 2nd position in this race, and well, kicking off the RMC UKC in exactly the fashion that you would expect. Punchy racing, especially in this junior Rotax field. Last year, of course, it was Jacob Ashcroft who, well, I won't say dominant, he definitely had his work cut out for him. He's obviously now racing in the Genetta Junior Championship, taking that step up off of karting after winning the Euro Trophy last year as well. Did Jacob Ashcroft 2nd in the grand final, so a very bright future destined for a lot of these drivers out there on the grid, and a very impressive roster of alumni as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and the pathway out of karting into single-seaters and cars is now very much evident as we look at this one then, making a move up the inside here then. That's the 291, that's Arden Clark getting past Braith Murdoch there. Good overtake from him. He's got to hang on to it though, because Mr. Murdoch won't let him go, just sitting on the rear of his bumper right now. Out in front though, it's still Kai Clark. As we glance and we see Blake Southan now just 0.6 behind between 1st and 2nd, so out front things are hotting up. But good overtaking here, scrapping for sort of 4th, 5th places, because every place counts in this one. The higher up you can finish in these super heats, the better off it will be for you with the super finals coming up after this afternoon. Lots to play for in this, the first heat of the morning.
There you can see the gap between Clark and Southern coming down tremendously. Another fastest lap of the race for Southern. He's running about 0.2 of a second, 0.2 of a second a lap quicker than Kai Clark, the 4 versus the 250. So Kai Clark will have to look over his shoulder. If there is probably one driver on this field I wouldn't want leading the race, it's probably Kai Clark. He is no stranger to getting his elbows out and defending. We saw that at the opening round of the Euro Trophy at Cremona. Of course, a very damp weekend, very changeable weather. I don't know if you followed it, but Kai Clark got his elbows out. And as you would usually expect, I mean, we saw it in the grand finals, and we see it basically every time he's out on circuit. It's going to be a very tough ask for Southern once he does catch up to Clark to then make that move.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This one is intriguing from the off, and that gap is getting closer again. Now just 0.19 seconds, and look, there it is in real time as Southan just runs wide there using all of the red and white rumble strip that he needs. But look, they're almost bumper to bumper, so Kai Clark is indeed going to have to get his elbows out if he wants to stay out in the lead of this one. He's having to fight on every corner, and I'll tell you what, if I was in the helmet of Blake Southan now, I'd be sitting there probably feeling quite relaxed and quite comfortable, because he knows he is the hunter and Mr. Clark is the hunted. I would think that the heart rate of Mr. Southan is a little bit lower than the heart rate of Mr. Clark right now.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure as Kai Clark. We saw a couple of times just looking over the shoulder. Obviously, Southan doesn't need to do that because the driver he's chasing is in front of him. So he's got no stress, right? He's got 2 seconds behind him, basically, to Jensen Chalk. He's under very limited pressure, especially because there's 3 or 4 karts fighting for third position now. So Southan is in a very good position here to sit in the slipstream. He's got about 3.5 minutes left, so maybe about 5 or 6 laps left of this race left to go, including the extra one at the end of the timer. Kai Clark knows it's going to be a very tough ask, as there's a little look there. Already applying the pressure is Southan. He's playing this very well. He's applying that pressure early, planting those seeds, making Kai Clark feel the pressure before he eventually goes for that send to the inside.
Yeah, he just had a little look there, didn't he, on that lap? And I think next time by, as Kai Clark glances over his right shoulder there, sees what's going on behind him, I think next time by we'll see Blake Southan have a little go of an overtake on that corner, as they are now bumper to bumper coming through the chicane, running it round the right-hander at the end of the boot section, crossing the start-finish line, coming through now then into Crook and Oblivion and off up to Fine Lady and Christmas. Watch what happens now here on the 250. He's going to have a look. Look, Kai Clark glancing everywhere. He takes it wide round the outside. Will he get the switchback done? No, he won't. Now he's dropped back a little bit as Mr. Clark just concentrates on his racing line, and in a bid to overtake, Southan has dropped back, probably now a gap of about 1.5 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, it was clumsy there from Southan. Not really a place you'd try and go around the outside, especially against Kai Clark at Christmas Corner. You're just going to wash wide, and, well, it's cost him now. He's got to use some of that momentum and probably, I say, waste the next sort of minute and a half, couple of laps to get onto the back of Kai Clark rather than tucking back into the slipstream. So Kai Clark, we said that he was feeling, you know, under pressure, but he's a driver that really does thrive under it. And now with 2 minutes plus the lap left to go, probably 3, maybe 4 laps at the line, Southan, he's got 3/4 of a second now to reclose and then give a go. And Kai Clark knows as soon as he gets there, as long as he keeps it defensive, he can keep it there. There you can see the 2:43 of Burton pulling back in after a mechanical flag earlier on in the race.
Yeah, I saw that come up on the screen there. He got black flag, didn't he? Oh, so you see 2 karts that have gone off. We got 297 there. Lower down the order, Jake Grufferty is the 297 who's off on the grass. And then I couldn't see the other kart that actually seemed to get going again, but can Jake Grufferty get going? Oh, it's one of the Origin Motorsport karts coming in, 261. That's Lucy Lovell there. She's into the pit area, the scrutiny area, and that's her race over.
Indeed, so back to the front. 1:20 left on the clock, plus the lap, of course. Kai Clark versus Southan. The gap between them coming down once again to about 0.5 seconds. Last time through, just under 2/10 in favour of the 250 Dan Holland Racing, chasing after the Strawberry Racing, of course, of Kai Clark, who has been very impressive, like I say, already in 2026, and coming into the RMC UKC is looking to, well, impress as he usually does. But it's not been the easiest first superheat of the year for him, let's put it that way. The 250 closing him back in, reeling him back in. Of course, we saw a momentary battle between Arden Clark and Braith Murdoch. Jensen Chalk, who's dropped now to 5th position under a bit of pressure from Nathaniel Gray, and what is now turned into a 3-kart fight for 4th. Arden Clark has been able to get away a little bit and up now into 3rd place. I don't think there's going to be enough time as we're now onto the penultimate lap for him to challenge for the lead. There is still an opportunity for the 250 of Southan to get onto the back of Kai Clark, but he's got to be quick, and he might only have 1 or 2 bites of the cherry.
Yeah, he's now a full 0.5 second adrift, where, don't forget, 2 or 3 laps ago they were bumper to bumper. He made that move, didn't he? Tried to get round him up at Christmas. It didn't really work out, and he's not been able to regain track position ever since. He's kind of just stayed at this sort of 0.5 second gap, and I think with only, 1 lap to go, something like that, we're going to we're going to end this one in this situation, I would imagine, unless something else changes. But interesting, lower down the order in 7th, Dan Minto has just put in the fastest lap, so well done to him. Nice little credit to your name to have, as we see the 2:46 there coming in, which was, of course, who was our 2:46, the black flag, can't remember, that was Konstantin Krastev. Coming in with a mechanical. I think the rear bumper was hanging off there. As Mr. Southin takes the fastest lap, so he is on a charge. He's got that gap down to 0.3 now with 1 lap to go. We're on the final one. Hang on, he might do it.
There's an opportunity. Kai Clark, of course, is not going to give this one up without a fight. Drawing alongside momentarily Southin, applying the pressure to Kai Clark. But with only half a lap left to go, he's running out of opportunities. It needs to be a good run out of this left on the backstretch towards the boot section, but it's been a great drive for the Strawberry Racing Machine, who momentarily goes to the inside to defend. Absolutely no need from Kai Clark, who will lead them through the chicane as long as he can keep it tidy. The checker flag will wave, and Kai Clark will see it first. A fantastic battle to kickstart the year of the RMC UKC, but Kai Clark will take the first superheat of the year in Junior Max, followed by Blake Southin and Arden Clark, the top 3. Jensen Chalk and Braith Murdoch will round out the top 5. And a fantastic battle at the sharp end of the field between Kai Clark and Southin. I mean, great defence from Clark, doing exactly what he needed to, but the pace absolutely was there for Southin. That final lap for him, or the penultimate lap even, a 46.1 going the way of the 250 Dan Holland Racing Machine. So definitely got the pace. Be interesting to see how he contests later on in the super final. Up 8 positions for Southin, one of the biggest gainers in the field. Another one of them, Peter Lee, up 14 from 24th inside the top 10, from 18th to 11th for Dan Minto. We noted him out for having the fastest lap, and I think the 2nd or 3rd fastest lap of the field as well, finishing there, you can see in P7. It was Kai Clark, though, after 14 laps of racing, that would take victory in Junior Max Superheat B. From Blake Southin, Arden Clark, Jensen Chalk and Braith Murdoch would complete the top 5. Nathaniel Gray, and as we say, Dan Minto in P7. Then comes Vinaskas in P8, Barnaby Grubb and Peter Lee from 24th to inside the top 10. Aidan Hammond, Adam Giudatis, Alfred Matthew, Karith Commuter from Samuel Aston, the top 15. Leo Bastersfield from Max Colbert, Cash Harris, Ian Campbell and Harry Watson, the 20th driver to be classified. Molly Meisen, who I believe was involved with the likes of Kamastu, Jake Grafty and Krastev on the opening lap. You can see Miles Burton, Lucy Lovell and Joshua Jestin all also out of this race. 28 starters, 27 classified, and even less than that making it to the checker flag. There you can see, though, our race winner, Kai Clark, who, well, off the back of not the best of ends to his grand final campaign, despite being a race-winning contender, he's come into 2026 and is just, well, swinging all over the place.
Yeah, it was a good opening super heat here at Whilton Mill this morning as we catch up with Kai Clark here behind the scenes in the Parc Fermé scrutineering bay, just getting a word from his mechanic there from Strawberry Racing. You can see the awning just behind. So, yeah, really dominant drive from him. But Blake Southin from Dan Holland will be thinking, you know what? I'm as quick as him. I can do it. I got the fastest lap. And then Arden Clark also Dan Holland Racing. So a strong showing from DHR, as we've come to expect across the board in kart racing in the UK. We're going to see some great racing for the whole of the rest of this morning. Coming up next, of course, Superheat A, and on the front row of the grid for that, as we're going to see in a moment, Kian Bernard and Charlie Wolfett and Seb Clark are your 1, 2, 3 in that one. So big names still to come. Lots of young testosterone-filled racers who are going to be showing us what they've got in a moment or two.
Yeah, exactly that, of course. A good way to start the day, absolutely. You can see the wind picking up. By the way those Rotax flags are flying, I would say a slight tailwind maybe going into Christmas Corner, which is only going to help those in the slipstream, giving you that extra little boost that you need to get one down the inside. Is that really where we're going to be expecting to see the majority of our racing? Well, all to come, of course, in just a moment. Junior Max Superheat A. Time for the second race of the day, Junior Max Superheat A, in just a moment. And as we were talking about the wind picking up, the slipstream, of course, in full effect. And, well, that run towards Christmas Corner at turn number 4 could well be the site of the majority of our moves. We also saw a couple of sends into Ashby. Whilton Mill plentiful in the overtaking opportunities, getting themselves geared up and ready. Of course, the second lot of our Junior Max field all out there, waiting to take themselves to the circuit for the second race of the day. Of course, if you are now just joining us, welcome to the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Try to say that name 5 times fast. Exciting new era in 2026 for the UKC. one of the most impressive championships in the world, in the UK, and inviting and encouraging some of the best talent in the Rotax world to come and, well, show what they're made of, really. A very impressive calendar awaiting us over 2026 as well, over the 6 rounds, and of course the national trophy later on in the year. Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for later on in the year. I believe it's now November. The Grand Finals will be taking place. All up for grabs, of course, to each of our championship winners, and of course, similar to last year, the championship leaders after the first 2 rounds get themselves tickets to, or free entry to the Rotax Max International Trophy. So a lot of exciting prizes on display for this year in the UKC.
Yeah, it really adds weight to the championship, Zach. And as I was going around the paddock yesterday, chatting to the drivers, just doing a few little social media interviews and the interviews for the opening, and just having a little sort of feel for what the air is around the paddock on the opening weekend. So many of the drivers and the teams were well aware of the tickets that are on offer and the standing that this championship now has. We're now in what is the 7th season, would you believe? We started in 2020, and here we are then now coming into 2026 under the Rotax RMC banner, and it really is the championship that they all want to win, and it's the championship that they all feel they have to be at. So attracting the big names, and if you're not here, then you know you really perhaps should be, or you know, kart racers are thinking that they need to be here now, which is great.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, the prizes on offer, of course, now with the Grand Finals. It's another opportunity for these drivers to get their ticket to Portimao later on in the year. Of course, the calendar that we've got ahead of us, we're here, obviously, at Whilton Mill. In about a month's time, on the 8th to the 10th of May, we'll be at Kimbolton, not too far from here. Of course, for the second round, then we head up north to Warden Law. Rowrah staying up north, of course, in the Lake District, the other side of the country, on the 5th of July. Then we'd head to Three Sisters, Dunkeswell, and, of course, the Rotax National Trophy at the newly homologated, newly built Silverstone kart circuit later on in the year. I'm excited for that one at the end of the year.
Yeah, that should be really exciting. Obviously, the first time that we will have been there, but already making a bit of a name for itself as a circuit. And as soon as you put Silverstone before the name of any circuit, you know, it kind of makes it immediately attractive to any driver to want to go and race at Silverstone with the kart circuit that is now there. Great pictures as well from Alpha Live. Nice to see the roaming camera. This is what goes on at a kart meet as the karts get taken off the trolleys, put down onto the pre-grid area where the drivers then wait with just one mechanic per kart allowed. And at that point, of course, once the kart touches the floor, no more changes can be made. So, yeah, lots going on here then this weekend in the UK, Zach, but karting, well, it's global, isn't it?
It is indeed. Let's take a look at some of the highlights heading up into this weekend here at Whilton Mill.
You know, yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, well, what happened today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, you know, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals.
All the activities that they make, so many things that come, you know, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are number one.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long, long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain. Fucking unreal. The one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career. I just went out and done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
What a feeling, what an emotion it is to take to the grand finals. Well, those at the RMC UKC could do that later on this year. Kim Bernard and Charlie Wolfett will start on the front row for pre-final A in Junior Rotax, with Sebastian Clark and Connor Large keeping each other company on row number 2. Louis Radcliffe, Ellis Bell from Thomas Jackson and Jacob Jack keep each other company on row number 4 as well, with the top 10 rounded out by Josh Cormack and Luca Holmes-Balak in P10. Jensen Hookie from Rani Morrow, of course, making the step up into Junior Rotax this year, rounds up the front 6 rows. Ryan White, Finley Smith, Luan Seidel and JJ Lowe, of course, the front 8 rows. We'll let the rest roll their way through. 28 carts once again taken to the start of Junior Rotax Superheat A as they'll put foot to the floor, and well, we'll go racing straight away. A good start from Kian Bernard. The 240 for Sam Pollitt Racing will lead into the opening couple of corners as there's very little grip out there, it seems. The 211 immediately spun round. Goodness me, Connor Large making a bit of contact with the 258. That's Luan Seidel for KR Sport at the background of the field. Not the best of starts for Superheat A, but a clean one indeed for Kian Bernard, who's now under a bit of pressure heading into Ashby. Ascend to the inside as well from the 264. That's Ellis Bell up from 7th, now into 2nd. What a launch that was, but crucially a clean start for our race leader.
Yeah, Kian Bernard will be thrilled that he got himself out in front and stayed there, or off pole, just stayed there, because behind him it was all going on, wasn't it? So no changes at the front then. Bernard from Clark, from Wolfett and Radcliffe, but they are staying bunched up. Kian Bernard is going to have to sort of get some laps linked up here if he wants to extend some sort of a lead, because Seb Clark is behind him, as is Mr. Wolfett there. Charlie Wolfett, shout out to him. He's been with us since day one in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Had a brilliant season about 3 or 4 ago, racing against Jacob Ashcroft, and now in juniors. As we look up the inside, goes Bell on Kian Bernard. Kian Bernard then battles and tries to get himself back. Wolfett then round the outside, making up a place. Look at this. How about that with the opening stages of this one, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, you can send a move to the inside of Christmas Corner, but you've got to make sure you get it stopped. Otherwise, that's exactly what's going to happen. Of course, Ellis Bell sending the move. Charlie Wolfett and Kian Bernard following through to take, well, 2nd and 1st now, respectively. It's the Sam Pollitt Racing machine, of course, from Charlie Wolfett for Dan Holland Racing. Now through the boot section on the 2nd lap of racing. It's a very different affair to what we just saw in Superheat B, where Kai Clark dominated the opening half of the race. Kian Bernard under pressure from the very get-go. You've also got the likes of Finley Smith, the 234, closing into the top 3 for KR Sport. So very quickly we could have 4 carts contesting for the lead. In the slipstream, Charlie Wolfett looks to the inside, gets it stopped on the brakes. Nicely done there as Kian Bernard tries to tuck into tow. Ellis Bell straight on the scene as well in 3rd position. So this is a fight that's going to rage on, I believe, for the next 8 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah, fair play. Nice little move from Charlie Wolfett up at Christmas there. Cian Bernard sort of just opened the door for him, didn't he? And Charlie had the confidence to be a little bit later on the brakes and then get down on the accelerator, and he made it stick. As we're picking up some midfield action there, I think that's probably Blair Smith. I can see in the LMM Lenny Messenger Motorsport colours, looking resplendent in the sunshine here today at Whilton. But back out in front, Charlie Wolfett then now just pushing ahead, getting on down the road a little bit from Cian Bernard, and behind him then we've got Bell and Smith and Murrow. Murrow drops back as Blair Smith then just moves up to 5th.
Yeah, nice stuff there from the 212. Riley Morrow, though, of course, up a net 6 positions still from 12th. So great awareness from Riley Morrow, who was incredible in Minimax. One of the few to, of course, take the fight to the likes of Emerson McCann-Duren, who's now racing in Junior Rotax and, of course, in OKJ over in Europe. So Riley Morrow taking that step up into junior machinery has been pretty impressive in the few weekends that he's done so far, currently running 6th from 12th. And part of that was just dealing with the chaos on the opening lap.
Yeah, and that chaos on the opening lap did a lot of drivers some good, and I'm just glancing down here because I wanted to see where Blair Smith 212 started. He was on row 10 back in 20th, and he's now up to 5th, so he's had a confident drive in the opening stages this one, probably benefiting from all the chaos that was going on behind our leaders that we've got on screen right now.
Now that run towards Christmas Corner, look over the shoulder from Charlie Wolfett. It's been a while since he's been a regular contender at the sharp end of the field. A second wind for the number 6 as they negotiate their way in towards Ashby. No defence needed from the Lando Norris kart of Charlie Wolfett. Cian Bernard there applying some pressure, but of course Bernard in a very tricky sort of situation here. He's looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. And then, of course, you've got Ellis Bell, who I don't think quite has the same pace of the two leaders and has to play this one quite cleverly, sort of use Cian Bernard as your battering ram, if you will. Wait for the top 2 to battle and then get involved. You don't want to put too much pressure on Cian Bernard and then not have the pace to challenge Charlie Wolfett for the lead.
Yeah, I think if I'm Ellis Bell right now, I'm just going to sit tight and just stay in sight of these two drivers at the front, because you know out in front, Wolfett and Bernard will end up scrapping at some point, and it could be one of those situations that we see all the time in karting, where the front two get involved in a bit of a scrap, they go for an overtaking manoeuvre, and then third suddenly finds themselves in first, which we've seen many, many times before. Behind them then the gap extending back to Finlay Smith, so it looks like it's a 3-way battle out at the front at the moment as opposed to a 4-way.
Yeah, exactly that, pulling a bit away from the Chaos Sport, but one small battle, they lose a couple of seconds a lap, and straight away the 234 is back involved. Louis Radcliffe, a contact warning a bit further back in the field. Louis Radcliffe currently running P18 at the 282. The race control obviously not saying something that they were overly fond with as we approach half distance in this race. 5 minutes plus the laps still to go. We completed 14 laps in Superheat B. I'm sure we're on course to do the same in Superheat A in the slipstream. A couple of karts further back in the top 10 going for some moves. There's one to the inside from the 233. That, of course, is Hookie at the move for the top 10. So getting the job done on Robinson and past the 230. So nice move there for Hookie, who's, stayed in 11th from the grid, which is a rare sight to see in a field this competitive. But now he's got +1 on his net position and up into the top 10. 4.5 minutes still to go. Charlie Wolfett, the one with the fastest lap, under very little pressure from Cian Bernard, of course, our pole sitter. The two of them swapping positions. Now, what is the deal happening up in front? Is it a can't? Is it a won't from the Sam Pollock Racing of Cian Bernard?
I'm not sure. Charlie Wolfett, though, showing that he's got the pace and he's enjoying Junior Rotax this weekend. As you say, putting in the fastest lap right now. The gap back to Cian Bernard then 0.3, but Cian's already had a great weekend. Dan Holland Racing Kart look in the midfield here, just making a move up the inside. What was that, the 283 was that one? Couldn't quite see who that was on the screen, but another overtake from Dan Holland Racing there, somewhere in the midfield.
Yeah, it was Riley Morgan, the 288, up from 24th, now into 11th. So not been the best couple of laps for Jack Robinson, who's dropped down 2 positions in the last 2 laps into the latter stage of this race. And you can see the midfield as competitive as ever. Riley Morgan still under a bit of pressure as they work their way in towards the chicane once more. Breaking the beam, and a new personal best as well for Charlie Wolfett. Fast lap of the race, though. I did say Ellis Bell maybe not having the pace to stay on contention with the leaders. That's been completely blown out of the water. The 264 now with the fastest lap by about 1/10 of a second. New personal best for Cian Bernard as well to reel back in our race leader of Charlie Wolfett. So while it has reached a bit of a stalemate over the last couple of laps, this battle still firmly lit, and there's still an opportunity for Cian Bernard and Ellis Bell to contest for that race lead.
Yeah, there absolutely is. We're following the action with our front three out in front. Charlie Wolfett looking comfortable, but Guillaume Bernard is an experienced racer these days, having been in the sport now and rise pretty quickly to where he's got and what he's done over the last sort of 5 seasons. But they're out in front. It's definitely a three-way battle in this one with just under 3 minutes to go. Third place man, as you're saying there, Zach Ellis-Bell. He's got this pace. He's still holding on to that fastest lap of 46.06. And look, you can see how close they're all bunching up right now. So Guillaume Bernard is under pressure from Ellis-Bell at this point in time. Charlie Wolfett just has to keep putting in the laps, lap after lap, doing the same thing. This is a great battle. This is completely different to what we saw in the last Superheat as well, Zach.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, of course, before it was Kai Clark just defending for the majority of the race, but this time, Charlie Wolfett, it's just been under pressure. He's not had to defend too much since getting into the lead a few laps ago with a nice move to the inside of Christmas Corner, but he has been under that pressure. He's not had to defend, but he's had to be aware of the fact that Guillaume Bernard and Ellis-Bell are both applying that pressure to the rear end of the Dan Holland Racing machine. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go, and in the slipstream, look over the shoulder from Ellis-Bell just to realise, yeah, we're by ourselves. We're 3 karts in this train, probably in one of the better positions at the moment, Ellis-Bell, able to sort of take their time, look at the situation going on in front of him, and maybe sort of, like I said earlier, use Guillaume Bernard as a bit of a battering ram. The only problem is that maybe the point where you start to realise that Bernard hasn't got the pace, and that moment is right now, straight down the inside from Ellis-Bell, who now says, you know what, you're taking too long, it's now in my hands. I'm going to chase after Charlie Wolfett with a couple of laps left to go and try and get us in this fight for the lead.
Yeah, the fight for the lead continues, and look, Guillaume Bernard's not giving up that place lightly as they come through the chicane. He's got the bit between his teeth as they come around the final corner, then pit bend, and now come onto the left-hander, come into the section as we make our way up towards Christmas. Watch Guillaume Bernard on this one then. Will he stay on the bumper, leave the braking lane and have a look up the inside? Yes, he will. He's going to get that place back. There's no way he wanted to give that place up, and full credit to Guillaume Bernard there for just keeping his head and driving very, very firmly with some sort of robust racing to take second place back. Meanwhile, though, while that scrap has been going on, Charlie Wolfett now at least half a second between first and second.
Yeah, with 2 laps left to go at the line, it's going to be difficult for anyone other than Charlie Wolfett to take this win. Of course, Wolfett, he's got to not get complacent. One small mistake, and once again, Guillaume Bernard is straight back into the slipstream as they'll, like I say, negotiate. 2.4 kilometres left to negotiate in the Junior Max Superheat A. Charlie Wolfett from Guillaume Bernard and Ellis-Bell, the top 3. Finley Smith and Sebastian Clark round out the top 5, but those two, well, quite far adrift from this battle. The little squabble between second and third, which in the end was largely inconsequential in terms of their respective battle, but very consequential in the wider narrative of trying to get after Charlie Wolfett with a lap and a half left to go. The chase is on now for Guillaume Bernard, who's taken 2 steps backwards over the last 2 laps, and right now he's got to take 3 steps forward in very little amount of time.
Yeah, he has. The best thing that he can hope for in this one is just holding on to that second place position and then going into the super final this afternoon, all guns blazing, and seeing what he can do. As we just come into the Parc Fermé there, what we got, the 222. Who is that one? Can't quite see who that is, but someone's obviously... who we got?
Samir Paul.
Samir Paul in then, and his race is over. But look out front, in glorious sunshine as well now, Zach. Take a look at this. What great scenes here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire in the UK. Lovely Easter Sunday day for a little bit of kart racing.
It's exactly what you'd want, and no threat of rain at all. Getting quite toasty here in the commentary box as well, which is a good problem to have, let's put it that way. Half a lap left to go. Charlie Wolfett leading now by just under half a second. Guillaume Bernard has been a man on a mission. New fastest lap of the race last time through, but responded by a new personal best from Charlie Wolfett, who has dealt with this race superbly through the chicane for the final time. The checker flag will wave, and it's going to go the way of the Dan Holland Racing machine. Guillaume Bernard, a valiant effort, but in the end, Superheat A is going to go the way of Charlie Wolfett. Guillaume Bernard, Ellis-Bell, a fantastic fight in amongst the top 3. Finley Smith, Sebastian Clark, the top 5 from Riley Morrow. A great drive in the end to what was 7th, getting tipped by Ryan White to 6th on that run to the line, that final lap. Very close between the two of them. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment, but what a drive that was from Charlie Wolfett. Very maturely driven and kept the cool head all the way through.
Yeah, well done to Charlie. Good to see him back up front and fighting. Like I say, that season in Mini Inters with Jacob Ashcroft was probably the high point in the last few years for him, but he's very much back and alive. Looking at some other names in the top 10 there, well done to Ryan White, who was former champion in the Hondas, now gets a 6th place there in juniors. Well done to you. And shout out to Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, starting way back on road 10 in 20th and actually brought it home in 8th. So all credit to young Mr. Smith.
Yeah, really good drive. And again, a tribute to just the cool heads in the opening sort of excitement that we had through turns 1 and 2, which saw a couple of cuts go off through the first couple of corners, and those keeping their cool head and their awareness about them. Maybe a little bit of luck sprinkled in as well. Kept them in contention. Connor Large, who was round at the opening corner, recovered back to P15. That's going to be a vital drive potentially, or could well prove to be vital later on in the super final based on his starting position, keeping him maybe in contention all the way down to 2 DNFs of Samir Paul and Jensen Walker, who didn't take to the start. So 28 registered for the start, 26 finishes, which slightly better than what we had in Super Heat B.
Yeah, it was a good one. And while we're just giving credit to young drivers called Smith, shout out also to Finley Smith. He started on row 7 in 14th, but he brought it home in 4th, so well done to you, sir. A great day if your surname is Smith, it seems. But there we go, Charlie Wolfitt, good work, fella. Double thumbs up from him. Great to see a smile on his face. Like I say, one of I think the few racers who's still with us, was with us in 2020, and he's done every season since, and we've sort of seen him grow up and become the young driver that he is right now. It feels it's like boy to a man, having seen Charlie Wolfitt grow up over the last 6 years. But he's going to be really thrilled, as are his team, Dan Holland Racing. Yeah, there we go. Just a little bit of a high five and a thumb up through the Parc Fermé railings there. Getting a little word from the guys that are in his corner, which is really good. And we often see, don't we, Dan Holland Racing on the podium so many times, and Wolfitt, well, he might do that for them again this weekend.
Yeah, all to come, of course. We'll find out. He's giving himself sort of the best opportunities possible going into the super final later on this afternoon. That's going to rack it up for Junior Max in terms of the morning. Of course, we'll have the repechage, that last chance qualifier for those to get themselves into the final 36 later on this afternoon and, well, scrape their way through into the finals. Junior Max, of course, has been won by the likes of Jacob Ashcroft, who takes the step up into the Ginetta Juniors this year. Let's take a look at some highlights of the Ginettas, and, well, we'll be back for Senior Rotax B in just a moment. Ginetta, of course, a fantastic championship and a great stepping stone into the world of car racing, won by the likes of Lando Norris and, well, could well be won by one of our RMC UKC alumni in the form of Jacob Ashcroft in 2026. Of course, a lot of excitement, and a big thank you to Ginetta for their support, supplying, of course, to the test session to a couple of our championship winners over 2025, and nice to see that continue to support coming into 2026. Of course, we're gearing ourselves up for the first of our Senior Max heats. Well, let's head up into Senior Max Super Heat B. Reigning champion Cian Geraghty finds himself back on the grid in the RMC UKC in 2026. It was a very tight battle, though, between himself, Jack West, Ewan Charman, Gabe Fairbrother, and, of course, Macaulay Bishop, who, despite missing 2 rounds, the reigning RMC Grand Final champion, finishing in P5 in the championship over last year. Of course, it was an incredibly tight final round at PFI in 2025. Cian Geraghty, though, doing enough to seal the championship from Jack West. And coming into 2026, a lot of excitement around Cian Geraghty, of course. He's initially was going to go into, of course, the GB4 drive. Now, of course, testing radicals, back with us in the UKC and fighting incredibly strongly, as we would expect. And that pressure and I guess maybe that expectation following him on his shoulders coming into this year.
Yeah, a lot on those shoulders of Cian Geraghty, but I've got to say he's a very cool customer. He's a very kind of measured man. I've chatted to him many times over the last couple of years, and I, for one, am thrilled to see that he's committed to the UKC and he wants to be. He enjoys his time in karts. Simply, like you say, was going to go off and race in GB4, but I think now decided that the radicals and the karts the way that he wants to go, and I don't blame him, because kart racing for me is among some of, if not the most exciting motorsport you can get. This is where it's at. It's you, a seat, a steering wheel and an engine, you know, a couple of inches off the floor, doing 50, 60 miles an hour. How many overtakes in a lap? Many. How many overtakes in a race? Loads. It's just so exciting, and that's why even, you know, top level drivers get themselves back in a car at every opportunity they can. So definitely pleased to see Cian Geraghty back. Jack West, like you say, vice champion last year in 2025. He's had a brilliant weekend already. Got himself a win in both of his heats, and then behind him Matty Hingley, who we're going to see racing on pole in this one. He got a first and a second in his heats yesterday, and Macaulay Bishop got a first and a third. So all the big names are here, and they're all running at the front, which is it's good news for us as the fans, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's all we are really in the commentary box. We just want to see some good racing. Good to know, of course, Macaulay Bishop taken to the start of this one. We saw him very briefly and quite cheekily in that Grand Finals highlight video. He was like, this is the one thing I wanted to win in my whole life. I've made it look easy. And to be fair to Macaulay Bishop, he is a remarkable driver and a very fierce adversary, and that's just the level of competition that we've got in the RMC UKC. I mean, we've had it since its inception, and especially now coming into this year with those grand final tickets on offer, we are attracting the highest level of talent, especially, of course, in Senior Max. I mean, yeah, Jack West, of course, Macaulay Bishop, Cian Geraghty, all huge names that are doing some fantastic things in the world of motorsport and, of course, in karting, all racing in the Euro Trophy, and I'm sure that we'll see them in the International Trophy. I'm sure we're probably going to see them at the Grand Finals later on this year as well, that road to Portimao. Yeah. I mean, it's just incredible to see, and again, that level of competition forces these drivers to bring that absolute A game each and every single week. And I think when you progress into sort of car racing, some of that, you know, cutthroatness kind of slips away a little bit. Kart racing, so raw, so passionate. You know, you rock up each weekend, you've probably got 5 or 6 names in your head that you think are going to do well, and then there's probably 15 that are going to surprise you on the day. Yeah, absolutely right. You're absolutely spot on there, Zach. For me, this is the most exciting motorsport that you can watch. And just coming back to that little comment you made about Macaulay Bishop there, when that World Finals clip from Bahrain, you must be absolutely buzzing. He's just got out of that car. He's got all that adrenaline coursing through him on the biggest stage in karting, and he's just gone, and I made it look easy. And why wouldn't you say that? Because you must be absolutely buzzing the moment that you get out of that car. You've had all that pent-up energy, adrenaline, excitement, and then it all just releases when you do what you went there to do. So, yeah, fair play, Macaulay, and I think, well, you know, we'll let him off being a little bit sort of he backs it up, bragging a little bit there as he got out of the car, but he does back it up. You're dead right. And the good thing is he's another driver within the UKC, now the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship, but within the UKC he was with us in 2020, so I've seen him from, you know, again, a young lad to a man. You know, you kind of his style of driving, you can spot it from the sidelines, and it's great. And his plain white helmet helps as well. Yeah, it does. Matty Hingley will start this one on pole position from Harris Whitcomb on the front row. Jack Thompson and Oliver Smith keep each other company on row number 2. Matteo Palazzo, Jack Lilly on row 3. Ray Gandor and Will Archer complete the front 4 rows. A star-studded top 4 rows, it must be said. Luke Richards, Louis Weaver from Dylan Morton and Kieran Ives on row 6. Then comes Tees Van Vick joining us from the Euro Trophy and P30 from Alexander Cole. Eva Morris and Charlie King, the front 8 rows. Then comes Eli Singh Baden from Anna Saborin. Eunice Sakask from James Johnson in P20. Then comes George Holm, Sam Kelbrick, Charles Green, Molly Griffiths, the front 24. Caitlin Seabrick from Jamie Burt, Marcus King from Ollie Miller in P28. And rounding off our Senior Rotax Super Heat B grid. Coming into this one, of course, we've got plenty of drivers that can be fighting towards the sharp end. Look out, of course, for the likes of Matteo Palazzo, who has been incredibly quick in the junior machinery we saw last year, taking that step up now in 2026 to seniors and starting this one inside the top 7. KR Sport looking mightily competitive, of course, with Palazzo and Ray and Gandor keeping each other company on row 4. Gandor has had a good start to the year as well. One of those drivers that I always say has a lot more sort of left to be desired, and often not due to any fault of his own, but 2026 seems to finally be his year that he's in good momentum and, well, obviously good form.
Yeah, we shall see. Lots of names coming into this one that will sort of feel that maybe this is going to be their year. And on a day like today, when the sun is shining and the tarmac is dry and the tyres are warm, they'll all be feeling like they've got that little extra bit of pace, that extra bit of grip, so they can go into the corners a little bit more aggressively. So it's good news for us as we stand here and watch and enjoy what will be another great heat, I'm sure. We should get off and away with a clean start with these senior Rotax boys, Zach.
Should indeed. You can see the number 5 of Matty Hingley assuming pole position alongside the 363 of Harrison Whitcomb. The two on the front row put foot to the floor and will go racing for the third time today. Great launch from pole position there as the green flag waves, 10 minutes plus the lap, and Matty Hingley doing exactly what he needed to do, of course, and well, bolting away at the start. Now in towards Christmas Corner and ascend to the inside there. Nicely done from the likes of Jack Thompson, Oliver Smith as well, trying to get involved in towards turn number 3. I think a good move there from the 370 of Thompson, who works his way now into second position. In fact, no, it's the 363 of Whitcomb getting back on the 370 of Thompson, who got a good start. I think we've gone back to a formation lap, so a false start, I think.
Yeah, that kind of confused me for a second, actually.
I didn't see the chevron.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that either. It felt like we were going racing, and then now we're under a full start, so we're going to roll around and go again on the start there. And I think perhaps that caught a few of the other drivers out as well. They weren't quite sure what was going on, but nonetheless, we go again. Deja vu. We're back. Here we are. Just soaring the steering wheel left and right, just trying to get some heat into the tyres before the off. Great scene. Good start.
Yeah, of course, Matty Hingley will like to do a bit of a repeat from what we saw just a moment ago, which is bot away. Maybe the cause of the false start is just how quick he got away, but there you can see him on the right-hand side of your screen. Matty Hingley, the number 5, alongside the 363 of Harrison Whitcomb, who will once again keep him company on the front row. They'll back each other up going into the final corner. They'll once again put foot to the floor, and for 10 minutes plus the lap, let's see if we can get Senior Rotax Super Heat B underway, darting across there. Our pole sitter Matty Hingley not waiting around for a second invitation to lead from pole position, as the rest of our 28 cut field will race their way through the opening couple of corners in towards turn number 4 here at Christmas Corner. You saw Matteo Palazzo for KR Sport go defensive, trying to keep 6th position and also trying to apply a bit of pressure to those in front. The top 3 though, Matty Hingley from the 370 of Jack Thompson, the inside second row, working in favour of Thompson there.
Yeah, Thompson got a great start. I was watching Harrison Whitcomb there at the start, and he was kind of like adjusting his radiator, and he was kind of looking across to Jack Thompson, but he didn't really sort of, for me, he wasn't focused on the job in hand enough, and Thompson was the benefactor there from Hunter Motorsport, who's now got himself from 3rd up to 2nd, so well done to Jack Thompson. Out in front though, Matty Hingley already putting a bit of clean air between him and second place man Jack Thompson, 0.44 of a second there, and taking the fastest lap. So will it be like what we saw in that opening Junior Rotax Super Heat, where our leader, or our pole sitter, in this case Matty Hingley, gets out in front and stays there and has a bit of clear air for the duration of the race? As Mr. Whitcomb goes back up the inside, as I'm talking about him, he steals the place back from Jack Thompson.
Yeah, nice move there to the inside from Whitcomb, just to the inside of Ashby, got the run through the squiggles and, well, got it stopped on the brakes. Now leads the charge towards Matty Hingley, of course, with pole being on the inside for turn of 1, it being a flat-out left-hander, effectively quickly into a fast right. Being on that outside front row is difficult, especially if 3rd place gets a good jump relative to the pole city. It's very difficult to defend that and just starts the race on the back foot. But now Whitcomb, with the fast lap of the race, can now start to reel in Matty Hingley. Under a bit of pressure now, though, is the driver in 3rd position. That's Jack Thompson. Straight down the inside goes Smith, and Lilly going to follow them through as well. So just like that, Jack Thompson has gone from 2nd, and a lap later now runs 5th.
Yeah, he just seemed to run wide, didn't he, at Christmas? He kind of opened the door, and the 2 drivers that were behind him, which were Smith and Lilly, just said, well, we'll have a bit of that, and they went straight out the inside. So Jack Thompson now running back in, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th it is right now. And he's got Matteo Palazzo from KR Sport, who is no slouch himself. Podium place for him at the end of last season, and now Mr. Palazzo is in the mix in this one, up into 5th. So we are all go here in this Senior Rotax Super Heat B. The first outing for the Senior Rotaxes this morning in the sunshine. Great racing from them. It's what we came to see.
That's what we expect. Look over the shoulder from Jack Lilly as Jack Thompson tries to put him under a bit of pressure. There's a bit of a hip check as well as Matteo Palazzo tries to get involved. Also Rangandor and Weaver in the fight for 7th and 8th. Defensive once more goes Thompson, so now committed to defending for at least a couple of corners, and that's put him on the back foot compared to those in front. Matteo Palazzo as well trying to get involved. You can see Is that 3 KR Sports lined up together?
I was just looking, it's like a blur of KR Sport there in the mid-pack, isn't it? Or just off the leaders in sort of the 4th, 5th, 6th places.
So we've got Palazzo, Gandor, Weaver, 6, 7, 8, Will Archer and Richards now the top 10. Of course, looking very strong KR Sports as a whole, really. I mean, we see them across the categories and across the world in Rotax racing, always contending at the far end of the field, at the sharp end of the field. Matty Hingley, though, 3/4 of a second clear from Harrison Whitcomb. Now 7.7 tenths of a second between the Matty Hingley, the number 5, bridging a lovely gap with the fastest lap of the race as well, a couple of times through. So he's looking pretty decent. If there's, if Harrison Whitcomb can't turn up the wick and get onto the back of the leader, it is just going to be a runaway victory, really, for Hingley as we already approach half distance in this race.
Yeah, half distance in this race. We've got the KR Sport teams there in a train. We've also got races there from TH Course, Luke Richards, and behind them, Kieran Ives and Alexander Cull from Guy Cunnington Racing. I saw the 2 Guy Cunnington teammates sort of duking out in the background of one of the shots a moment or 2 ago. So wherever you are in the field on this one, there's a little battle going on as we have a look up the inside from one of the KR Sportmen. The 3:58, that's Ryan Gandor having a look to try and make a place up, but doesn't. Coming up into Christmas, it is certainly all going on. Look at this up the inside. Is that Mr. Gandor again? Yes, Ryan Gandor getting an overtake done. Behind him, it's the TH Course driver that is Luke Richards, 3:49. So there's a very exciting battle going on here at the moment. Look, there's 3:49. We can see that, and he's all over the rear bumper now. Of which the KR Sport carts is that? Can't quite see on the screen. It is the 3:58. So that's Gandor then just coming under fire from Luke Richards currently, fighting out for about 6th or 7th place.
It's going to do wonders for the Gen Alphas that you've just said that. I'm going to say that. Matty Hingley leading the way, 1.2 seconds clear from Harrison Whitcomb, who continues to drop back ever so slightly. Fastest lap of the race, of course, going the way of Hingley. That was set a couple of laps ago on the 3rd lap of racing. Now on to the 7th. With 5 minutes plus the lap still to go. It's Hingley from Whitcomb, then comes Smith, Lilly, Thompson, the top 5, Matteo Palazzo trying to apply a bit of pressure. Will Archer as well on the back of Lewis Weaver, so that's the battle for 8th. Trying to reel back in Ryan Gandor, who himself has got, of course, Matteo Palazzo, his teammate, just in front of him. Look to the inside from Richards, though, nicely done into the boot section. That's exactly how it's done. You get a good run on that back stretch, look up the inside, and you take the position up now into 9th position for the 3:49 as Will Archer gets demoted to 10th.
Yeah, that's a great battle there that we've just seen going on. Will Archer and Tees Van Wyk from DHR there. This is a really, really exciting senior Rotax race. Every place is being fought for at the moment. Matty Hingley out in front with a gap back to second of nearly a second and a half, 1.48. He's the only driver, I'd say, in this race that would be feeling comfortable. Everybody else is involved in something, as we've got these 2 KR Sport drivers then. 3:58 then of Ryan Gandor and Matteo Palazzo in front of him, the 3:60. They're fighting it out. Exciting stuff then in this one. Look at Mr. Palazzo there. He's going to have to really keep an eye on this as Mr. Gandor is behind him, chasing him down at this moment in time as they come through the chicane before the final pit bend, just riding up onto the curb, having to be careful because you can see the flip-flops there of the track limits. That's the point where you cannot exceed too much, and you wouldn't want to because they're pretty aggressive curbstones there. You're going to really kind of bend your chassis if you plonk those curbs too much.
Yeah, I think the teams have learned how to deal with them slowly over the years. It was a bit of a shock when they were first introduced. Of course, now with the flip-flops, you can only knock one of them down. You knock 2 down, race control are going to start looking at you, but you're probably going to feel it yourself if you knock both of them down, as you say. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, plus the lap, of course, and Matty Hingley, 1.7 seconds clear as a swap of position. Nicely done from the 3:99. That's Jack Lilly on the inside of Oliver Smith. The 2 Strawberry Racing Tony Kart swapping positions in the chase for second, which is what this race is becoming. Strawberry Racing chasing after the racing perfection of Harrison Whitcomb, who's going to need racing perfection if he wants to keep those 2 Tony Karts at bay.
Yeah, Oliver Smith really putting the heat on his teammate Jack Lilly there. Then there's a battle up the inside, does indeed go. The 3:99 of Strawberry Racing, which is Jack Lilly, gets himself ahead of Harrison Whitcomb. So now look at this, we've got Strawberry and then we've got Racing Perfection and then Strawberry. So that's the sandwich, look at that. Looks like strawberry jam in the sandwich there with the red between the 2 greens. As we've got a spinner, the 3:38 has spun it, so Oliver Smith overcooks it in that battle, and his race is done. He's going to slip right back down the order.
Yeah, that's an awkward place to be spun round as well. You've got so much traffic coming at you very quickly and not a lot of space to pull back onto the circuit in the slightest. So I mean, if it was a spin in isolation, he might have gotten away with only losing a few places, but in that sense, he's dropped all the way to the back end of the field. Has Oliver Smith, I think, down to, he's not even settled, he's outside of the top 20. That is race effectively done, and, well, a huge shadow cast over his weekend. Of course, when it comes to the final later on this afternoon, if he's qualified, it's going to be a massively uphill battle here on Easter Sunday. Matty Hingley, Jack Lilly now 3 seconds is the gap, the largest margin we've seen so far today. Jack Lilly, though, some superb racecraft from Strawberry Racing to see them up into second position at the expense of the other one, but one of them's doing well up in second.
Yeah, exactly. So from a team point of view, it's not too bad, but it is going to be disappointing that they didn't get 2 of their drivers up the front. But Jack Thompson then, look, nice close up there. We can see the flip-flops of the track limits. What a great shot that is. Lovely stuff. But yeah, so credit as well to Jack Thompson, who was sort of running at the front, wasn't he? Then he dropped back, and he's now back up to 4th and seems to have consolidated his position in 4th. Ryan Gandor in 5th, Mr. Palazzo in 6th, Louis Weaver in 7th, Luke Richards in 8th, Will Archer in 9, and Tees Van Wyk in 10. So at the front 10 are all still battling out very much. So a split of teams who are involved in this one then for Senior Rotax. But certainly lots going on as we pick up the action midfield here. That's the 348 then. That's Louis Weaver chasing down Matteo Palazzo with Luke Richards just behind him, putting the heat on him. Look at this as we see Richards up the inside trying to have a look, but no, nothing doing there. The door gets closed for him. Great stuff. Really, really good racing with 40 seconds, 50 seconds plus a lap to go. So maybe this one and one more perhaps.
It's going to be close. I think we might get this be the third to final one.
Yeah.
The anti-penultimate lap.
Yeah.
So third to final lap, sent to the inside there from the 358 of Ryan Gandor. Now that was punchy, straight down the inside of Jack Thompson there. And now applying some pressure to Whitcomb to find his way into the top 3. Defensive goes Whitcomb, locking up the rear brakes, getting it sideways into Ashby. But there's the look to the inside, forced onto the grass momentarily is Ryan Gandor. Now we've got 4 karts all involved for this fight for third. Whitcomb, from pretty much the first lap of this race, has been settled to white lining the kart, but that pressure that now he's sort of reeled Ryan Gandor under. So Whitcomb going defensive has reeled in more karts, applying that pressure now to the rear end of Ryan Gandor. We're going to scrape through to 2 to go, with Matty Hingley now onto the penultimate lap of the race. So Ryan Gandor having to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend. It's not an easy position to be in, but also wouldn't exactly want to be in Whitcomb's position either, because he's straight to the white line to defend Christmas Corner. Yeah, there's not much he can do here. Whitcomb is just sort of hanging on, I think. Behind him, all of these drivers bunching up because they are quicker than him. He's sort of fighting to hold his place, but it's not going to last, surely. Look, up the inside goes Ryan Gandor, Chaos Sport, muscling Whitcomb away. It was wheel to wheel, and Whitcomb now drops back into the melee, probably going back to 9th or 10th place, but I have to say that one was coming for a couple of laps. Yeah, the floodgates opened there, didn't they, really, for Whitcomb, and it's a risky strategy, right? The sort of the idea is that you're going to white line it and keep the position, but also force those behind to start battling and maybe give you a lap or 2 as a bit of a breather. That wasn't the case, and as soon as you do get overtaken, one small twitch, like we say, the floodgates open, and you can very quickly drop from 3rd to 7th in the space of just a single corner. Onto the final lap of the race, and defensive goes Ryan Gandor as Jack Thompson tries to send the dummy into Christmas Corner. Can't quite find that one through. Can the Hunter Motorsport machine? Of course, Matty Hingley at the sharp end of the field will be looking to take victory in Super Heat B. Down the inside into Ashby, not taking any chances, the Chaos Sport machine, and that's what you've got to do. You cannot take any risk as Matteo Palazzo tries to fire one to the inside of the 370 as well. I mean, Ryan Gandor even defending this left-hander onto the back straight. He's got to be careful. He needs to maximise his exit. He's got a couple of cut lengths in favour going into the boot section as a send to the inside from Weaver. The checker flag would fly at the front, and Matty Hingley will take victory in Senior Max Super Heat B. A very calm and easy race for him. Not the case in the slightest for the likes of Ryan Gandor, who comes home in 3rd behind Jack Lilly. And what a race that was in Senior Max. Amazing stuff. Brilliant stuff there in the closing stages of that one. I don't know about you, but I forgot for a moment, we were watching the battle for second, not the battle for first, right? There was 4 drivers scrapping bumper to bumper, chasing that second place position, just to put themselves slightly higher up the grid for when we come to the super final this afternoon. But full credit to all of them. That was pure racing. That was pure entertainment. For me, that is why karting is so good as a spectator sport. Yeah, exactly. Big thanks to Harrison Whitcomb for causing all of that, I guess. Matty Hindley will take victory after 15 laps of racing. Jack Lilly, Ray and Gandel, the top 3 from Jack Thompson. Matteo Palazzo completes the top 5 from Louis Weaver. Alexander Cole, Harrison Whittaker, Luke Richards and Tees Van Vick, the Dutchman, finding his way up into the top 10. Will Archer from Kieran Ives, Charlie King, Dylan Morton and Charles Green complete the top 15 from Ahad Saborin. Eva Morris, Eli Singh Baden from Eunice Ulskis. Then comes Jamie Burt, the top 20. I will get that name right eventually over the course of this season. Oliver Smith, George Holm, Molly Griffiths, Sam Kelbrick, Ollie Miller and Marcus King and Caitlin Seabrick, all 27 carts taken to the checker flag, which is nice to see. First time that's happened, of course, today, wheeling their way into scrutineering. Of course, the 399 you can see of Jack Lilly for Strawberry Racing, a very calm, collective and very mature drive up in a second. The best that they were really going to get, though, in all honesty, Matty Hindley, completely dominant. You can see on the left-hand side there, victory and a nice, healthy chunk of points as well in the championship.
Incredibly exciting for the first of the senior Rotax outings of the day, and full credit to Matty Hindley there from Altamar as he just gets himself out of his race overalls, putting the cart onto the scales just before that a moment or two ago to make sure he and the cart make weight. And then there's just the pause while the scrutineers will have to check over a few things on the cart, and then they get released. But yeah, a job well done for Matty Hindley with a fastest time of a 45.23, fastest of the day, of course, as well, as you'd expect from senior Rotax. A thumbs up from him. Looks quite cool, looks quite relaxed, doesn't he, Zach, to be fair? Has he even broken a sweat?
Well, in the words of Macaulay Bishop, he made it look easy.
Yeah, he did.
Well, just a really good drive, in all honesty, from him. I mean, he is just did exactly what he needed to, right? From pole position, got a good launch both times as well. Of course, he had the false start. He maybe added a bit more pressure to say, okay, well, now I've got to do it again. And he did. Jumped straight across the nose of Whitcomb to keep the lead going into race number 1. Of course, that racks up the opening of 2 Senior Max Superheats. Superheat A coming up next. Three races down and on to our 4th Senior Max Superheat A, taking to the circuit in just a couple of moments. We saw a sensational victory from Matty Hindley just a moment ago, commanding the field by 3 seconds over Jack Lilly. And now, of course, we've got a pretty star-studded grid, in fact, going into Superheat A. We're going to have some of our big hitters, like Macaulay Bishop, Keane Geraghty, Jack West, all taking to the grid of this one. And it's going to be a very tough battle, similar to what we just saw in Superheat B, but I would probably say the wick turned up ever so slightly coming into this one.
Yeah, this is great. Look at the front 2 rows. Jack West, Macaulay Bishop, Keane Geraghty, Albie Lapper. Big names. This is going to be really, really good. And we look at how they did yesterday. Jack West, don't forget, won both of his heats. Keane Geraghty got a 3rd and a 4th. Albie Lapper, a 4th and a 4th. Macaulay Bishop got a 1st and a 3rd. These are all the names that are deservedly running at the front. So for this senior Rotax Superheat A, it should be an absolute barnstormer. And especially after what we just saw in that race just a moment or two ago, if it's even half as good as that, we're set for something.
We are indeed. I mean, yeah, looking forward to this one, absolutely. As we gear ourselves up for the 4th race of the day and the final of those in Senior Max in terms of this morning. Before the repechage, the last chance qualifier later on this afternoon. The drivers are waiting the start, and this is where the nerves start to build up a little bit. I mean, they're not going to be there until you're sat in the cart. You've got the engine rumbling behind you, that roll up to the grid, but this is that anticipation. You're getting yourself ready. You're walking yourself through the opening couple of laps, right? You're going through, okay, I need to do this at the start. I need to make sure I nail it. It's something they've done hundreds of times before, but nailing it on the day comes the tricky part.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And we had a shot here at the moment of Keane Geraghty, just a very measured professional race car driver, but just a moment or two ago, just on the opposite side there, lining up in on the 2nd row and 4th, we saw Albie Lapper, and I must just give Albie a bit of a shout out because I did a social media interview with Albie yesterday, and he was a star. He was brilliant at it. So a very measured professional racing driver interview is what he did yesterday. So he's getting it right off the track and getting it right on the track. And if you want to make it all the way to the top, that is just as important. You've got to get your marketing right and be able to stand there and be the confident driver at all times, not just when you're sitting in that race car.
Yeah, 100%. Sponsors, they care about how well you do on circuit, but they care about how well you can wear their brand, represent their brand, and if they're getting their money's worth. So something that I see a lot of drivers investing a lot of time into is their social media profile, and so many of them do it so well. Of course, the accessibility to social media and to sponsors and to wide viewership over the last sort of 10 years is skyrocketed compared to sort of the olden times, if you will. But these drivers have, still got it quite tough in order to attract attention and set themselves apart, because everyone's doing social media. How do you set yourself head and shoulders above the rest of what is already a very concentrated field of people that all want that sponsorship money and things like that? But yeah, it's really impressive to see, and again, it's only going to do them favours for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And even right the way back here, just lining up on rows 13, 14 and 50, drivers like Bella McConville. We just saw Joseph Mills and Connor Tubby, Taylor England and Kate Broadbent just ahead of them, sitting in the back of the grid. All of these drivers, they're all professional, they're all at the top of their game, and they all want to win. So whether you're on row 13, 14 or 15 or row 1, 2 and 3, you better believe it, they're turning up to do a job. And it is amazing how measured and professional that all of these drivers are. So a lot to play for. Every one of them believes that they can do it, because without that belief, well, you've got nothing, have you? So full credit to these drivers at the back of the grid: Joshua Smith, Jacob L, Ethan Critchley, Rhys Bailey, Archie Hogan, Lloyd Palmer, Charlie Hume and Freddie Worlock. So sort of like the back half of the grid here. Good luck to all of you, and congratulations thus far this weekend. Lots of good racing, lots of good results have gone down.
It's a long road, of course, 6 rounds plus the national trophy, and plenty of opportunities to get themselves those tickets to Portimao and that road to the grand finals. A lot of them will be taking in as many opportunities as possible under the Rotax umbrella to get themselves those tickets. Some of them start collecting them like tokens. We saw Makanji Uren just try and see how many he could get in 2025 just for the fun of it. The Senior Max, though, will be rolling their way out of the dummy grid and onto the circuit. Jack West will start this one pole position. We'll run you through the full grid in just a couple of moments' time. There you can see Jack West alongside Macaulay Bishop from Keane Geraghty and Albie Lapper. It's Landon Norris front row. It's Tony Cart row 2. Harry Freeman completes the top 5 from Joshua Gray, and then comes James Kell, Pierce Bullock Carter on row 4. Noah Barham from Louis America at the top 10. Deacon Russell from Jeremy Montgomery Swan on row 6, with Nathan Traverse and Zaki Hussein from Ben Balu. Jarek Metters on row 8. Freddie Worlock from Charlie Holm, then comes Archie Hogan and Lloyd Palmer completing the top 20, with Rhys Bailey from Ethan Critchley, then comes Joshua Smith, Jacob Lee in P24, with Kate Broadbent, Taylor England, Connor Tubby and Bella McConville starting this one on row 14. A very lonely row 15 for Joseph Mills, who completes our 29 cut field for Senior Rotax Super Heat A. Jack West, Macaulay Bishop, Keane Geraghty, Albie Lapper, the front 4 though. I mean, what a race this is going to be.
It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited for this, and I'm pleased that we've got a dry circuit, a fast circuit and some sunny blue skies behind us. So they'll get heat in the tyres, they'll get grip, they'll be flying into the corners at pace, feeling like they've got that little bit of extra something on a kart on a day like today. We've got a bit of rubber down on the circuit as well, obviously after all of yesterday's racing, and we didn't really have any rain overnight, so the circuit should be rubbered in quite well, so lots of grip, and we're going to expect some fast lap times, I'm sure. So we're set for it. Let's see what can happen as we are on the formation lap right now. You see the green flags flying from the marshals, just telling all the karts, just keep it going, get yourself round, and then we'll start to see that race order come into play as they get themselves in the tram lines, controlled by the 2 men at the front that are Jack West and Macaulay Bishop, 2 wily characters, 2 experienced racers, as we'll go into the little bit of cat and mouse, just seeing who gets this one underway and off into that first corner first.
There you can see on the right hand side will be the number 9 of Jack West, alongside him the reigning world champion of Macaulay Bishop, reigning Euro Trophy champion as well, of course. But no, in fact, he didn't win the Euro Trophy. We'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing for 10 minutes plus the lap. Macaulay Bishop, though, a phenomenal driver. He drops immediately behind Keane Geraghty, the 301, gets the jump from the inside second row of the grid. And a nice run there from Geraghty, who's now in the slipstream of Jack West, going in towards turn number 4 at Christmas Corner, gets it stopped nicely and will retain the lead of the race. So Macaulay Bishop, the world champion, drops to 3rd, but now still got a long race ahead of him in order to, regain that ground and stay on tabs. Look over the shoulder from Jack West. This is not going to be a runaway race in the slightest, as they make their way around the first half of the first lap.
Yeah, off and away then. Everyone clean and racing in this one. No early lap dramas. Keane Geraghty just looking over his shoulder, runs wide. Macaulay Bishop goes up the inside, so taking that place back. And you can see Macaulay there in second, characteristic way. He sort of just has his head slightly hung to the side as he goes round the corners. But out in front, Jack West then from pole, stays in pole. Cian Geraghty, though, will fight to get that place back.
He will indeed. Defensive goes Macaulay Bishop as well. He's trying to keep Cian Geraghty at bay. Look to the inside from Albie Lapper as well. That was opportunistic, the 397. Also Harry Freeman, Joshua Graham, all trying to get involved. Meanwhile, giving a little bit of breathing space to Jack West for MLC Motorsport in the Lando Norris car. He's bridged a little bit of a gap back to Macaulay Bishop, who is now chasing after and reeling him in. Is Bishop. And of course, a lot of these drivers taken to the first round of the Euro Trophy at Cremona, where it's very different, very guessing conditions. A lot of them are very manic pre-grid, I was told by Rory Armstrong, saying, do we go slicks, do we go wets? And a lot of them get caught out on a very wet track on only slick tyres. So nice that we've not got the headache of conditions today. Nice sunny skies and a perfect Easter Sunday. Second lap in the books, it's West from Bishop, from Geraghty, Lapper and Graham, the top 5. The top 6 in the train completed by Harry Freeman, who sends one to the inside and gets it stopped on the 397 of Albie Lapper, who drops back in the pack. So Graham up now into 4th position. Defensive though, Jack West. And while the battle has started at the front, Macaulay Bishop gets that drive and that run in towards the left-hander.
Yeah, and I think Macaulay Bishop is going to put one up the inside here. Tries to. Can he make it stick? No. So number 9, Jack West, closes the door on an advancing Macaulay Bishop. And giving Albie Lapper a shout out. He's on the fastest lap of 46.11 right now, losing a place a moment or two ago to Harry Freeman. Or Josh Graham, wasn't it? But currently holding that fastest lap. But out front, they are bumper to bumper. West, Bishop, Geraghty then, as they all cross the line, staying in that order. It is West, Bishop, Geraghty, Graham, Lapper, Freeman, then your top 6. Brilliant racing in the opening stages of this one. Nobody's running away with it, and that's great for us to watch as the fans.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, Cian Geraghty in a bit of a pinch here. One thing I've always praised him on is his racecraft and his awareness to go forward in a train like this. It's not going to be easy as Albie Lapper. Look at that move to the inside of Joshua Graham there. It's not done by the time they reach the exit. Of course, he was stuck on the outside and might lose the position there to Deacon Russell. Noah Barham as well, clawing his way up through the field, up a couple of places from the initial get-go. Now this train is split, but with Jack West defending at the front, well, very easily that catching pack can reel themselves back into contention. This is one of the races where you really earn sort of your stripes, if you will, in karting, in Rotax racing especially, because, you know, they do start defending from the opening lap. They don't wait around too much. It's not like Jack West and Macaulay Bishop are going to bump draft each other away. Jack West wants to keep that track position. And now, how you deal with that, if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th in this train, how can you slowly climb your way forward without losing too much time and stay in contention with the leaders? Because Jack West is just white-lining it from the get-go.
Yeah, he is. He's under pressure, isn't he? Look at him bunching up behind him there. It's KR Sport. It's Dan Holland Racing. We've also got, look at this, MLC Motorsport. Up the inside goes Macaulay Bishop. There's the number 6 of Mr. Bishop, putting one up the inside of Jack West and making it stick there. So the overtake is done. Cian Geraghty stays in 3rd. So it is now Dan Holland Racing from MLC, from Strawberry. That's your 1, 2, 3. But behind them, they all bunch up. So your top sort of, well, it's your top 10, really, isn't it? Are really bunched up close in this one.
Let's keep this going for the finals, lads. This will be great. Macaulay Bishop now into the race lead. Look to the inside from Joshua Graham. Cian Geraghty covers that one off to the inside of Christmas Corner. The 301 staying in 3rd. Retaining that position, of course. He wants to be the one leading the charge against the top 2. He doesn't want to let Jack West or Macaulay Bishop get away, but he also doesn't want to fall back into the pack. He wants to be the one in control. And, well, he's hoping that the likes of Jensen Graham will work with him. A big melee, though, in the back. We saw the likes of Bullock Carter trying to keep Albie Lapper company. Jensen Graham fires one down the inside into the boot, though. Cian Geraghty, maybe not the strongest on the brakes there. We saw him lose the position to Macaulay Bishop on lap 2 as well. So Cian Geraghty drops to 4th. Half this race completed, 5 minutes, 16 seconds plus the lap still to go. Is Bishop from West, from Graham now the top 3, who has slowly been working his way through this pack. And like I say, that strong head is how you're going to thrive in a field as tight as this.
This is incredibly close racing right through the field, but certainly in that top 10 at the moment, it's all to play for, as we're seeing, you know, just the blur of colours there of KR Sport and Dan Holland Racing just swishing across the track there, moving left and right, running wide and then covering off moves from driver to driver, as we are really being treated to something in this, the second of the senior Rotax Super Heats of the morning. Just picking up the action there with Dan Holland Racing chasing down KR Sport, but out in front, Macaulay Bishop then now starting to put down a little bit of a marker with the 45.65 fastest lap as they cross the line. That gap back to 2nd now, Jack West, not quite half a second, 0.42. Cian Geraghty remains in 4th after losing that place to Josh Graham. But look at this, another KR Sport Dan Holland Racing battle lower down the field. The 327 of Noah Barham then holding off Harry Freeman.
Yeah, and of course as well, when you're behind the leader in the train, there's very little that you can do, right? You're so pinned on trying to keep your position in the train. You can't set up moves. You can't brake a little bit earlier and prioritize exit speed. You can't, stay wide on the outside. You can't risk it, because then you fall back into the pack, and then you've got to waste a couple of laps working your way forward if you're able to do that. And then that carries the risk of, well, if you make a slight bit of contact in that train, do you then get a drop-down penalty and things like that? So it's a very difficult position to be in if you're the likes of Keane Geraghty, if you're Noah Barham, second place in that train behind Harry Freeman. Trying to set up that move when you have to defend with the leader in the train itself, it becomes so much harder. And now into the closing stage of this race, I'm expecting we're going to see a little bit more aggression as track position really starts to count into the final stage.
Yeah, it absolutely does. The battles haven't let off one bit from the start. We went off at the start, didn't we? And we were kind of all bunched up and fighting, and it's just stayed that way throughout for the 10 minutes plus a lap. So really exciting stuff in this second senior Rotax Super Heat. They're all fighting out, don't forget, for this afternoon's Super Finals, getting the best positions that they can so they can make it into one of the 34 spots on the grid for this afternoon's Super Finals. Looking at them down through the field then, picking up a bit of midfield action here. Can't quite see the numbers on the carts, it's a blur, they're going too fast, but changing positions, likes of Albie Lapper now ahead of Bullock Carter and Ballou and Deacon Russell. Montgomery Swan has stayed midfield throughout this one. Picking up the action here then, coming around Christmas and then through to the infield, but super exciting wherever you look, wherever you're standing right now, whatever part of the race you're watching, there's something going on.
Yeah, nice switch back there as well from, I believe that was Kell getting the drive versus the likes of Noah Barham. Harry Freeman, the one leading in that 378 purple and white KR Sport machine towards the boot, and a look over the shoulder from the Dan Holland Racing of Barham, trying to, like I say, keep James Kell in the Potenza Racing machine at bay through the chicane. It's the 355 we can see in the bottom right of your screen. That's Charlie Holm, who's down and out of this race, 29th and last, so down to just 28 runners left to go, with 2 minutes and a lap still in this one. Macaulay Bishop leads by 0.4 of a second from Jack West. Then comes Joshua Graham, Keane Geraghty, who settled into a bit of no man's land. Then a few seconds back is this battle. Harry Freeman now holding the fort for the top 5, keeping Noah Barham. Then comes James Cullen, the Potenza. Then comes Albie Lapper, Bullock Carter and Ballou, the top 10, all bunched up in this train, and no one really able to find the extra measure to go forwards.
No, but keep your eyes on James Kell there, number 352. That Potenza Racing machine, as you say, he's making moves in the background. I just watched him a moment or two ago try and get one done up the inside, and I think he's got a bit of pace there. This one is going to change before the end of this. Minute and a half plus a lap still to go, but lots going on. So yeah, in that battle, Barham, Kell, Lapper and Freeman, or rather Freeman, Barham, Kell and Lapper rather, there's a lot to play for in those sort of mid-pack positions, or second half of the top 10 positions, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Look at this, KR Sport against KR Sport, so good.
Yeah, you can see Joshua Graham now on the back of Jack West. He has had a mighty second win in this race. Got past Keane Geraghty and has now reeled in Jack West, the number 9, who white line in a point forward. Look, his intentions are clear. Let's go and catch Macaulay Bishop. I don't want second place. I want to win this one, and it's always difficult if you're in the position of Jack West of, do I trust you? I mean, we're on different teams. I mean, this element of racecraft, obviously Jack West used to white lining it, and a very firm point forward to say, I don't want to put pressure on you. I've got Keane Geraghty behind me. I don't want to rope in anyone else in this battle. I want to go and catch Macaulay Bishop. Jack West is going, nah, there's only a little bit left in this race left to go. I'm going to defend second position. Macaulay Bishop can go and win. Probably to the frustration, I'd imagine, of the KR Sport machine.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see, you can feel the frustration, can't you, from Joshua Graham? He knows what he wants to be doing, but Jack West of MLC Motorsport is not letting him do it. And look, in a moment, I tell you what, Josh Graham is just going to get past. He's going to get past Jack West, rather. He's going to get past him. Watch this happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just impressive racecraft from Joshua Graham to say, let's work together. You know, it's not something that we've seen too much today. And the consequence of Jack West not being on board with that plan, which, you know, he's very right in saying that he can keep second position. But Keane Geraghty reeled in, and immediately now Joshua Graham had to defend for third position. Jack West goes to the inside. Final lap of the race, outside line for the KR Sport machine, who tries to get the switch back but can't quite pull it off. Now as we work our way towards Ashby for the final time, is there an inside move? No, there's not, because Jack West straight to the inside to cover it off. Keane Geraghty, this is where his experience will come to the limelight. He's got no pressure behind. He's got full authority, if you like, to establish some dominance in this train and maybe stake his claim for third or even second. Macaulay Bishop almost certainly is going to take victory in this one. Half defensive, half on the attack for Joshua Graham, but through the final couple of corners, it's been a dream start to 2026 for the reigning world champion. Macaulay Bishop will see the checker flag first, and for Senior Max Super Heat A will take victory. A valiant defence from Jack West to keep second. Joshua Graham dealing with that race superbly in third from King Garrity and Harry Freeman, tipping out that chasing train that we saw in P5. Fantastic race and a fantastic battle that we saw all throughout.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Joshua Graham was on the charge, wasn't he, in the closing stages? He just wanted to get ahead of Jack West, and we can see that because he clocked the fastest lap on lap 11, a 45.56. So Joshua Graham, the fastest man out there, and we certainly saw that in the closing laps, didn't we, Zach? But another great one, exactly what we expected with the names that we had in that race.
Take a look at the results. Macaulay Bishop takes victory from Jack West, Joshua Graham, the top 3 from Keane Garrity and Harry Freeman, the top 5. Noah Barham from James Kell, Pearson Bullock Carter, Albie Lapper and Deacon Russell complete the top 10 in a very frantic midfield battle for Senior Rotax. Ben Baluk, Jeremy Montgomery Swan from Joshua Smith, then comes Reese Bale from Freddie Verloc. Nathan Traverse, Lewis Merica from Lloyd Palmer, Jarek Matters and Joseph Mills, the top 20. Taylor England, Connor Tubby, Ethan Critchley, Kate Broadbent from Jacob Lee, Bella McConville moving up a couple of spaces to 26. Archie Hogan and our 2 DNFs of Zaki Hussain and Charlie Holm, who we saw the 3:55 come in about halfway through that race, will be classified as P29. Our race winners, Macaulay Bishop, you can see on the left-hand side there, as calm and collected as you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Very calm, business as usual. But he kind of he had to fight for it in the early stages, didn't he? And then he got himself out in front, which was good to see. Just into the Parc Fermé scrutineering area, onto the weighing scales. And then just congratulating Jack West, who brought it home in second, Joshua Graham in third. The man that you won't see in the picture, Keane Garrity, just ended up in fourth. But he'll still come out all guns blazing for the final, coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. Macaulay looking very relaxed. Good news though, Zach, more to come.
Indeed so. Senior Max done and dusted. We'll see them back out a bit later, as that's a bit of an awkward handshake between the two. Senior Max done and dusted. We'll see them out for the repechage a bit later on. Next up is Mini Inter. A championship last year that was dominated by Emerson McCann is now anyone's game as we gear up for Mini Inter, the second youngest lot of races on the RMC UKC field. A lovely Easter Sunday here at Whilton Mill. Thank you for your company. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box for the Super Heats. And well, we're 4 done. This is our 5th of the 7 that we're going to have this morning before the repechages, and then of course our 5 super finals later on this afternoon. And so far we've seen some brilliant racing, and as we always say with the minis, they are mighty.
The minis are indeed mighty, and some big characters in this one as well. I do enjoy on the Saturday when I get to sort of have a little cruise around the paddock and have a chat to some of these youngsters with Miles, our social media videographer, and we do some social media interviews. We go under the awnings and get to know some of these youngsters. Really characterful little racers, brilliant. Austin Oman leading the way with that one, then sitting in pole on 6th, and Chloe McGill, number 118, she's back in row 4. Teddy Murphy, great character, he's lining up on row 9. That's cart number 117, and many more. Dean Singh Bahal, who we've seen start to win a few races and get himself on the podium in the last couple of years. So yeah, this is great. They are mini, but they are mighty. This is Mini Inter, don't forget, and just below this, coming up in a moment or two, we'll have Micromax, who are the next one sort of down. But yeah, Mini Inters, here we are then, talking about drivers who are perhaps like 9, 10 years old, something like that, maybe 11, getting to that point before they start making the moves up. But this is going to be good. Really, really looking forward to this, Zach.
Yeah, of course, Dean Singh Bahal, the reigning British champion off the back of last year, narrowly missing out the Micromax Championship to Benedictus Masiokis at PFI last year. And it was frantic in Micromax at the back end of last year. Masiokis hanging on to that one. Of course, the step up for Dean Singh Bahal, who has just been remarkably good in all the series that he's competed in. Of course, British champion, vice UKC champion as well for him. Coming into this one is going to have that confidence and use that, I'm sure, to propel himself forward. But of course, we'll have to see what can happen from the sharp end of the field. Of course, Austin Oman, who again for Sam Pollitt Racing, we saw him at the back end of 2025 and again kickstarting 2026. Sometimes it's a bit of a fresh start for some, but a lot of them just roll that momentum through. They have a couple of weeks off and then they just roll that momentum through and keep it up, and Austin Oman clearly one of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and don't forget, if you're kind of watching this for the first time, tuning in somewhere around the world right now, we're racing here in the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship, but that's not the only racing these youngsters will do. There's not many weekends in the year where they're not in a kart, which is quite remarkable. The amount of time and energy and effort that the youngsters and their parents and their teams put into this, well, it's second to none. It's on the same level as much higher forms of motorsport, so they get a lot of seat time and they do move from class to class and year to year with a sort of smoothness, but you kind of, when you look at how many weekends they're racing, it's kind of almost to be expected.
Yeah, it's a full-time job for these guys. It's just impressive, to be honest. I mean, probably even more intense than likes of Formula 1 as the 149 giving us a very enthusiastic wave there. Teddy Roberts starting this one 33rd, got it all to do going forwards, and talk about making yourself known. We talk about social media. That's one way to get a shout out on the old broadcast. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know how they manage it. I mean, it's bad enough for us in the commentary box having to fly to these rounds. We have nowhere near as busy of a time as these guys, because obviously they'll race here in the UK. Obviously that's 4 or 5 hours drive a time if you're in one of the more ideal locations in the UK. Of course, Larkhall last year was don't even get me started on the drive up there. Then of course they'll go into Europe. They'll then do some races maybe in the Middle East. A lot of them of course were in Macau at the start of the year. A lot of them go over to the US, and there's so much that they do. It's impressive, even at such a young age. I mean, even for the seniors, it's taxing, but for these guys, it's even more impressive. And on top of that, trying to balance schoolwork. I mean, I don't know how they do it.
I was about to leap in there, Zach. If you are 9 or 10 years old, you got the option of zigzagging the country to race karts or go to school or miss a Friday or miss a Monday. I know what they'd all be doing. I know what I would have wanted to do at their age as well. But yeah, full credit to all of them. A few names at the back. Let's give them a little bit of a shout out. Teddy Roberts giving us a wave. Then we got Nathan Sadowski, Hayden Wardle, Carter Jackson, Siki Komatsu, Eddie Burrows, Arthur Roberts, Rayan Townsend, Jack Brown, Lenda Hewitt, Jack Daniels, William Moore. These are the guys who are at the sort of like the back end of this pre-grid area. Rose kind of 13 down to 17. Will Eden, Isaac Garth, Ryder Zhong, Ralph Martin. Good luck to you, Ralph. Had a great little chat to him yesterday under the awning as well with the social media team. So good luck to Ralph. Otis Cleary, no slouch. Really good racer, supported by his dad here on the spanners. So yeah, good luck to you, Otis. Noah Wilco, Soren Gallagher, Hamish Gordon. It goes on as we go up towards row 8. And Dean Singh Pahala, you're just giving a shout out to. He's lining up on row 7 for this one, Zach. Back in 13th place, but we'll expect him to rise up, lining up alongside Rowrah Gokulnath.
So when you're through the full grid, Austin Oman alongside Maximilian Abrahart, who was impressive over the UKC in 2025. Sebastian Behrman in P3 from Jack Fulbrook-Karma in P4. Behind that, the likes of Eddie Duncan, Hugo McCluskey from Logan Rolfe, who's been impressive, taking victory in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy at Campillos, starts 7th from Chloe McGill on row 4. Then comes Teddy Murphy, Jackson Hilton, the top 10 from Charlie Page and Lewis Herbertson in P12. Behind that, you've got Dean Singh Bahal, reigning British Micromax champion from Rowrah Gokulnath and Soren Gallagher. Hamish Gordon, the top 8 rows of the grid. Then comes Noah Wilco, Otis Cleary, Raider Ziong from Ralph Martin, the top 20. Then comes Isaac Garth, Will Eden, William Moore, Jack Daniels, the front 12 rows of the grid for Red Speed. Then comes Jack Brown, Luanda Hewitt, Ryan Townsend, and Arthur Roberts, the 28th driver to take to the start of this one. A pretty stacked mini interfield, of course, the front 14 rows as follows, and then behind that, even more karts, all the way down, I believe, to like 34th. Seiki Komatsu from Edison Burrows. Then comes Carter Jackson, Hayden Wardale in P32, Teddy Roberts, and Nathan Sadakovsky, the 34th and final driver in the Paralin chassis, taken to the start of this race. Now, at the sharp end of the field, a bit of an unknown maybe for a lot of these mini-inters, taking that step up for some of them from micro into mini, a lot of them maybe with already some mini experience well, coming into to a new season, always a bit of an unknown, but so far so good for Austin Oman at the front end of the field.
Yeah, Austin Oman knows what he's doing, and he'll be coming out there probably as one of the more confident youngsters, put himself on pole, and he'll be looking to sort of just show his dominance in this race. But looking back down, lining up, row 4, Chloe McGill, very confident young racer, part of the Motorsport UK F1 Academy. She's brilliant kind of like on and off the race circuit, so if she can get the kart linked up around the corners, she'll be pushing for the front. This is going to be really good, really, really good. And again, look, here we are then on a dry track, so we'll get some heat in the tyres. They'll start to really push these karts into the corners, and I think we're going to expect quite a few overtakes. But of course as well, they are mini-inter, so it's not going to be a perfect race from all of them. So the positions can change. change. They can make mistakes. You'll see changes in the lead, and you'll see overtakes in the mid-pack all the way through this one, I'm sure.
It's how they learn, effectively, right? And to be fair to them, we say not perfect. A lot of them already do have very wise heads on very young shoulders. I mean, in terms of the European Championships and everything they really race in, you see quite a high level of racecraft, and that's obviously due to the investment they put into driver coaches and investing time off the circuit to maximize their performance on it. It's not just a case of braking the right point, hitting the right apex, getting on the power at the right point. It's how do you deal with certain scenarios that only experience can teach you, but then leaning on the experience of other people to get you ready and prepared for situations like this, because again, in the RMC UKC, one of the most competitive championships in the world, Austin Oman is going to have a very difficult time, I'm sure, from pole position. Maximilian Eberhardt, Sebastian Behrmann, who's been quite impressive over the last year or so. The number 10 starting P3. We've seen the inside second row of the grid be quite advantageous. What could Behrmann do from P3?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We'll see what happens. They line up, and of course, it is in that early stages, you know, often with micros or minis, where the positions can change very, very quickly. And we haven't actually, as well, in any of our super heats this morning, seen any sort of you know, coming togethers in that first bottom section there off the start. But if it's going to happen, it might happen with the smaller drivers. You never know. But we've had clean starts off the start for all of these so far this morning, Zach. So we'll see what happens in this one. But yeah, you can sort of jump from, you know, second to fourth or first to third very quickly in the opening stages here at Whilton.
Of course, the lower powered mini inters, the slipstream going to be taking a bit more of an effect, a bit more useful, and exit speed that much more critical as well for these drivers. And on a very windy day, that's going to come straight to the limelight. You can see Austin Oman on the right hand side of your screen, the 113, and Maximilian Eberhardt, Sebastian Behrmann, Eddie Duncan, the row behind them, Logan Rolfe, Chloe McGill, the front three. They'll roll their way to the line. The number 6, the Sample at Racing Kart Republic, will put foot to the floor and send us underway for racing in Mini Inter. Side by side between the two leaders as they negotiate their way through turns 1 and 2. Sebastian Behrmann starting third, so a good start from Maximilian Eberhardt as the swarm of Mini Inters make their way towards Christmas Corner. Sebastian Behrmann, the only one able to take to the outside through Christmas Corner, gets the drive, doesn't quite get the move sealed on Eberhardt, who now applies that pressure in towards Ashby. Defensive goes the Sam Pollock machine of Austin Oman. All of the top 4 go defensive as Sebastian Behrmann tries to force his way through side by side now towards the infield.
Yeah, and as they were going defensive there, all the karts behind them bunched up, so it was like the karts that were sort of in 5th backwards were coming in a bit hotter than the karts that were at 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, we saw Sebastian Behrmann run it wide into Christmas, trying to get a sort of switchback done into the next corner. Didn't quite make it stick, but well done to him for having a go. Kart number 10 launching himself off the curb there as we finished the first lap, and Austin Oman ducks himself down behind his steering wheel, getting a little bit of extra slipstream, or a little bit of extra sort of aerodynamics as the 112 goes off. Who's our 112 already out of this race? Commiserations to you, lower down the order, I think.
Yeah, Hewitt down and out of this race. The 112 back at the front, you can see Sebastian Behrmann has been overtaken once again by Maximilian Eberhardt. Sebastian Behrmann trying to send one very late to the inside. Bit of contact to the front there of Behrmann, and that's going to be allowing him to go through. Then it's caused a bit of a bump and hip check behind Logan Rolfe in the 132, trying to negotiate some space and carve his way forwards after a very impressive time in Spain at the start of the year, in Italy just a few weekends ago. That's a great shot there, capturing the speed of even, you know, the Mini Inters are still hitting some pretty impressive speeds as they launch their way over the chicane now, and a good start for Austin Oman. Fast lap of the race, very quickly beaten by Charlie Page back in the pack, but Charlie Page has got the advantage of slipstream. Austin Oman does not. For Sample at Racing, bridging a bit of a gap as Sebastian Behrmann settles into second, Eberhardt there with him as well. Now they've got the pace to go and catch them if they start working together. Now with Mini Inters, the likelihood of that is slim to none.
It is slim to none, but we get a close-up shot there of Seb Behrmann, kart number 10. You can see that big indentation on his front bumper there. He was quite robust with his driving to get past Max Eberhardt, and I think we can see the evidence of that in his bumper. Whether it's actually pushed his drop-down bumper down, I don't know, but some pretty robust racing to put himself up into second place right now. Max Eberhardt hasn't let him go, though. That's the 113 chasing down kart number 10, and then behind him is the 132 of Logan Rolfe. So there's your battle then, the battle for second, as Austin Oman stretches his legs and gets himself out into the lead to the tune of 0.83 of a second. The battle on for second in the sunshine then. They're in a train, Zach.
They are. Sebastian Behrmann from Maximilian Eberhardt. Then comes Logan Rolfe in 4th, chasing them down. You can see in the purple and white Chaos Sport machine. Logan Rolfe, impressive pace in the early phase of this race, using all of the track on the exit of Ashby, getting that foot down as quickly as you possibly can. Now on the back of Abrahart with the momentum, doesn't want to stall too much here, but as a collective, they were able to gain a little bit on Austin Oman. That gap definitely coming down visually to the Sam Pollock Racing number 6, just up in front. So let's see if maybe this 3 can maybe work together just a little bit for the greater good of getting onto the back of Austin Oman. Then it's gloves off and you can do what you like. We got 6 minutes and 38 seconds plus the lap still to run here in Mini Inter. Sebastian Behrmann in second, throwing it through the opening couple of corners, carrying in a very impressive amount of speed. Now into Christmas corner, this is crunch time, and I think maybe now starting to feel the effects of the slipstream, roping themselves in to that fight with Austin Oman.
Yeah, the fight with Austin Oman will come, I'm sure, as these 3 youngsters still maintain that bumper-to-bumper racing that they've got going on. Behrmann, Abrahart and Rolf, then that's your 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. The gap then at the moment up to Austin Oman, now 0.45. Don't forget it was 0.8. So Sebastian Behrmann has closed the gap on the leader, and now we can see that in evidence as they all fit into one camera shot on the screen, coming through the chicane and finally around pit bend. Let's see as they cross the start-finish line. The timing updates, now that gap between 1st and 2nd, just 0.37 from 0.8 a lap or 2 ago.
Yeah, it's been really impressive racecraft showcased by Maximilian Abrahart, who's now going to bite the bullet and go down the inside. Logan Rolfe going to follow him through, and just like that, Behrmann has lost 2 positions. The one leading the charge, doing all of the heavy lifting, and then as soon as he's of no use anymore, Abrahart fires one to the inside. Now they don't want to undo all of that good. Austin Oman is still in touching distance. Max Abrahart doesn't want to ruin the chance of losing, of gaining on Austin Oman. He doesn't want to risk losing him. Of course, Logan Rolfe behind him has got the pace, maybe the prime candidate to lead this train onto the back of Austin Oman, who's had a pretty tidy race. Probably not the quickest of the top 4, but definitely the most consistent and making the most of the opportunities. Every defensive maneuver from Abrahart or attack from Rolfe or Sebastian Behrmann getting involved is a lap or so that Austin Oman can just take a breath and focus on driving the car rather than being reeled in from behind. Into Christmas corner once again, and Sebastian Behrmann staying in 4th position on the back of Logan Rolfe, on the back of Maximilian Abrahart. The gap has grown to just shy of 0.6 of a second. So once again, this train of 3 having to reel in Austin Oman. It's a very short fuse, but we just need these guys to start lighting it.
Yeah, they've kind of they bunched up on him, didn't they? And then now they're just dropping back a little bit as they get involved in their own squabbles. The 3 drivers then, the Abrahart, Rolfe and Behrmann in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Out in front, Oman still there. Look, this is the battle on the screen right now. Abrahart holding off Rolfe, holding off Behrmann. What will happen with, still 4 minutes plus a lap to go in this one. I think we'll see them bunch up on Austin Oman, but you never know. Slight for a moment there on the last couple of corners. They're starting to stretch out themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they are. Sebastian Behrmann dropping off the back of Logan Rolfe ever so slightly, the Chaos Sport Machine. Quite impressed with his race. He climbed up from 7th position now into 3rd. And maybe an eye on the race lead. The gap has come down by about another 1/10 of a second. Is at 48.96 for Oman, a 48.82. So a 1/10.5 gained from Maximilian Abrahart that last time through. And you can see now in the slipstream, it's not going to take long for the Coles Racing 113 to start applying that pressure to Austin Oman, provided Logan Rolfe doesn't get involved. And similar to what happened to Sebastian Behrmann, Rolfe needs to again use Abrahart as his wedge, use Abrahart as the initial driver to get the move done on Austin Oman, and then Rolfe can maybe follow him through. That's how he done it before. That's probably his best bet without losing touch of Austin Oman, whose pace without slipstream and under a lot of pressure is still very, very good indeed.
Yeah, his pace is good, but look, the gap has completely closed. When they crossed the timing beam at the start-finish line a moment or 2 ago, it was 0.22 of a second, but now up the inside goes Max Abrahart and Austin Oman, and he gets the move done, does he? I can't see. No, there we are. 113 now out in the lead. He does, as Austin Oman goes from 1st to 3rd. So Oman now down in 3rd. Max Abrahart leading this one, so it's anyone's race with 2 minutes 40 seconds still to go.
Yeah, Logan Rolfe really impressive there, doing exactly sort of what I predicted he was going to do, which is use Abrahart as that battering ram and then immediately follow him through. So just like that, Austin Oman, maybe not expecting the chasing pack to be on him that quickly, didn't bother defending going into Ashby, and that was his demise ultimately, but still opportunity to go forwards in this one. Look over the shoulder from each of the top 3. and down the inside goes Logan Rolfe. What a move that was, so late, it wasn't even in the braking zone, it was Brilliant. As they turned into the apex. That's exactly what you'd expect from the Cow Sport machine. Straight back down the inside though, goes Maximilian Abrahart and following him through, Austin Oman getting his elbows out. Logan Rolfe leads for about 3 seconds before he drops to third.
Logan Rolfe was carrying so much speed after he got that overtake done. He put himself in first, and I think for those 3 seconds that he was leading, he kind of lost concentration. He was probably basking in his own glory for a moment. He thought, oh, I'm in the lead. And then he was carrying so much speed, he didn't focus the next couple of corners, and then boom, the door opened, and Rolfe and Oman step up. So Abrahart then back now down to, well, Abrahart leading in fact, but yeah, Logan Rolfe dropping down to third.
Yeah, now Austin Oman. Patience is a virtue, and to the inside, Maximilian Abrahart defends. Logan Rolfe fills the inside. There's no time to be setting up moves like that. He was lucky there, Austin Oman, that Logan Rolfe didn't fire one down the inside of him. Of course, Logan Rolfe, as much as I'm sure he'd like to work with Austin Oman, is exactly like this. Down the inside goes the Sam Pollock racing machine. Logan Rolfe follows him through. He wants to work with Austin Oman, but he's also got to be mindful of the pressure from behind, and I think that was half of the reason we saw that nose to the inside at Christmas Corner. Back into the lead goes Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe follows him through. Down the inside, though, Maximilian Abrahart into the boot. Sebastian Behrman just getting a front row seat to all of this. He just needs that extra edge to start getting involved.
I tell you what, if you had to put £10 down on any one of these drivers now to win it, who would you put your money on? It could be any of them. We've seen the lead change 3 times now in 2 laps, and it's still to go with 50 seconds or 40 seconds plus a lap to go. So it's anybody's race. As Logan Rolfe looks up the inside, goes from third to second, makes it stick cleanly. Brilliant racing, sir. Well done from you. So Max Abrahart now in third. Oman back where he was for most of the race, out in front. But watch Logan Rolfe. He's going to close that gap to Oman, I'm sure. And there are more overtakes still to come in this one.
Yeah, it's far from over, even though there's only 24 seconds plus the lap left on the clock. Next time through will be the penultimate time in the mini Inter heat. Of course, the only one that we've got, and getting very aggressive there. Maximilian Abrahart forcing Logan Rolfe wide, forcing the move into the chicane. There's side by side between the two of them. That was always going to go wrong every day of the week. Maximilian Abrahart spun round there as Logan Rolfe tries to hang it to the inside of the chicane. There's a reason you don't see drivers go side by side through there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Max Abrahart was doing some pretty robust wheel-to-wheel racing, and I feel Logan Rolfe didn't really have anywhere to go. I don't think there was any kind of malice in any of that. I think that's just a racing incident for me. Yeah, Max Abrahart, just robust racing, but came off worse out of all of them, and he's now going to try and fight his way back up. Look, he's in the midfield now, but he's going to, the 113 is going to try and get himself back up. He's going to be so angry and aggressive inside that race helmet right now.
Yeah, and it's that quick reset that's so impressive from the 113. He's just straight back on it. He's like, okay, I've spun. Now I've got a lap and a half left to do. They're riding each other there. Goodness me. Who's that up onto 2 wheels? And the 114 there, that's McCluskey that was just overtaken. So Abrahart was able to recover actually decently inside the top 10. So McCluskey getting, offering a ride to someone else. Not entirely sure as to who else that was there.
It's the final lap, and they all just want it, and they know it, and they're just scrapping for it as we get a great shot of Chloe McGill. Good racing, Chloe. She's up to 8th at the moment, but will she make her way to 7th or 6th? We'll see. Looking brilliant in the sunshine is the 118 car of Chloe McGill.
This has come all packaged nicely together for Austin Oman. Logan Rolfe, who through the boot, I think was tapped slightly wide, and that was sort of what initiated the initial opportunity to go side by side through the chicane, and then he just sort of said, you know what, no, I'm going to go back down the inside, which ultimately was the demise of Abrahart, who still is going to finish this race in P5. I mean, race control and things pending, but through the final couple of corners, what a drive it has been from Austin Oman from pole to flag, but that does not tell the whole story in the slightest. Superheat for the mini Inters goes the way of Austin Oman, Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman completing the top 3 from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Maximilian Abrahart. A very impressive recovery to P5 despite spinning with 2 laps left to go. Exactly what we expected, I think.
Well, as you said at the start of all of this, Zach, they are mini but mighty.
Yes.
And we did see some mighty fine racing there and some mighty robust and strong racing. So thank you to all of our mini Inters for entertaining us. If you're a parent watching on the sidelines, you're just biting your nails, aren't you? Just
flinching
kind of
at every turn.
Going on? You must just be, you know, the stress for the parents watching this, I cannot imagine.
Yeah, they've got it all under control there. Austin Oman from Logan Rolfe and Sebastian Behrman, your top 3 in the mini Inter Superheat. Then comes Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Maximilian Abrahart, the 113 in P5. Then comes Jackson Hilton, Charlie Page, Chloe McGill and Hugo McCluskey from Ray and Townsend, your top 10 after what was 14 laps of racing. Roger Golkunath from Noah Wilco, Otis Cleary, Serene Gallagher and Dean Singh Bahal dropping to 15th from a 13th place start. Lewis Herbertson from Hamish Gordon on the A plate. Then comes Ryder Ziong, William Moore and Isaac Garth, the top 20. Teddy Murphy from Jack Brown. A good drive from Teddy Murphy there up into P21. Arthur Roberts from Seiki Komatsu. Will Eden, Hayden Wardle. Then comes Edison Burrows, Carter Jackson, Nathan Sadakovsky from Teddy Roberts, who we saw on the pre-grid in P30. Eddie Duncan, Jack Daniels, Ralph Martin and Leander Hewitt, the 112, who we saw spin on the opening lap. 4 DNFs from that race. And all to play for in the super final later on this afternoon. There you can see Logan Rolfe, of course, our Winter Cup champion in the Rotax Max Challenge with Sebastian Behrman and Austin Oman there, and a very deserved top 3 that will be taking the battle to each other in just a few hours' time.
I am loving the little bit of the debrief there that we're seeing in the Parc Fermé area. So good. Look at them. They're all just like they're like, boys, what was going on? What did you do? Did you do that? Did you see this? Did you see that? No, look, because what happened was you came up the inside of me, and it's just, look at it, it's so good. Look, the helmet to helmet. This is so good.
The camaraderie that you always see, I mean, they've just been battling like tooth and nail out on circuit, and it's a very different mindset when the visor's down to when you have that opportunity to actually talk about each other. I love the hands. I'm doing it naturally in the commentary box. You can see Sebastian Behrman doing the same as well. They're always pointing, they're always debriefing, and that's one of the best parts of a race. Sort of, you know, I do a lot of sim racing and things, and one of the first things me and my teammate will do, we'll go back into the replay and start looking at different things and having a chat about it. It's a great way to sort of cool down and maybe learn a lesson or two going into the super final.
I don't think, and look, I mean, I'm not sure that there's any malice in here. Look at them, it's like they're plotting. I'm not sure there's any sort of malice between these three, too. They're just having a sort of a bit of a debrief about what's gone on behind them. They're obviously quite happy because they've ended up in the 1, 2, 3, but, you know, behind them, they're probably talking about Max Abrahart maybe and what happened to him, who rounded out in 5th, I'm not sure, but, yeah, a lot of chatting going on there. Look, this is great, this is good. Nice to see behind the scenes as well. You don't always see this in all forms of motorsport, but great access to these youngsters. This is what happens when the engines turn off and the helmets come off, and here comes Austin's dad to get the car up onto the trolley and get it into scrutineering and make sure it is all okay. Smile from Dad? I think there is.
Yeah, you've got it, really. He's just won the race. That's going to wrap it up for the, Mighty Minis. Next up, I'm going to have to find a different adjective for the Micromax. The Magnificent Micros coming up next. The youngest drivers in the field gearing up for their first superheat of the 2026 RMC UKC season here at Whilton Mill. A sunny, overcasty-ish day here on Easter Sunday, but good weather and the wind as well, blowing a gale here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action here on Alpha Live, and of course looking forward to what should be a brilliant battle in the Micromax, which was a pretty close championship in the end. Only 15 points settled the gap between Benedictus Masiokas and Dian Singh Bahal after the end of 2025. Let's run you through the starting grid. Jane Prakash will start alongside Sebastian Crawford, Arthur Bowers and Freddie Walker, the front 4 for Micromax. Lenny Barton, Arlo Gamble, Kenan Hanley and Benjamin Sluvar from PA on row 4. Kay Suri from Bobby Slater, then comes Archie Gupta, she'll be starting in P11. Milo Taylor in P12. Anton Gao from Ralph Uwa, then comes Jensen Kelly and Rio Pocock in P16. Rirap Singh Shekhawat from Oliver Daniels and Hugo Senna, the 19th and final driver to take to the start of Micromax. And again, with these drivers, some of them could well be one of their first weekends racing full stop, right? A lot of them have got, you know, a year or so in terms of experience under their belt. A lot of them, of course, their debut potentially. So a lot of unknowns in the Micromax, but like we saw last year with Masiokas, Pahal, Alfie Garrett all getting involved, Albert Farrow, who of course has taken a step up into Mini Inters. A lot of them have taken that step up into Mini Inters this year. Now we've maybe got a fresh field that can, you know, showcase their talent and give us some surprises.
Yeah, a few fresh names here, a few youngsters making their way, starting out in karting, getting themselves fully involved from a very, very young age. But we can expect racing just as furious, just as exciting as what we've just seen there with the Mini Inters, rolling straight off the pre-grid then and out to get themselves out onto the circuit, get the formation lap underway and then hopefully get a clean start. Sometimes don't always get off and away cleanly the first time with the micros because they perhaps don't fully understand the formation procedure, but often only takes like a lap or two before we're off and away racing. But we'll see what happens. Shout out to Kai Suri lining up on the 5th row of the grid in 9th. Thank you ever so much, Kai, for lending us one of your practice laps from your onboard camera to use in the Whilton Mill circuit guide at the top of the live stream. And if you didn't see that, you can scrub back and watch it at the start of this live stream. So good luck to you, Kai. Who else we've got here? Ralph. Ralph, you were there lining up in 14th on row 7. Had a good little chat to him yesterday under his team morning. So good luck to you, Ralph. See what you can do. Arlo Gamble looking forward on row 3. Currently lining up in 6th, looking forward to trying to win himself the Grand Finals ticket, so maybe that will happen for Arlo. But ahead of him, well, Freddie Walker, Arthur Bowers, Seb Crawford, J.M. Prakash. J.M. was here at the Winter Trophy just last month. He won that, top step of the podium for J.M., so will he do it again this weekend? We haven't got long to find out. Shout out as well to Bobby Slater, lining up on row 5 in 10th, obviously. Of course, his much older brother Freddie Slater doing great things in single-seaters, having started out in karting as well. So, yeah.
How many Slaters are there?
There's a few Slaters. I think there's 5 children in total, and I think 3 of them are racing. You've obviously got Bobby, Freddie, and is there an Alfie?
Yeah.
Alfie Slater as well. But yeah, I mean, I now feel old because I remember interviewing Freddie Slater at the SKUSA Supernats about 6 years ago now, or 7 years ago, and he seemed like a small lad.
Yeah.
And now he's a man. He's a very athletic, very accomplished single-seater racer, making his way in the world of motorsport.
Championship contender in the FIA Formula 3 Championship in 2026. A debut podium, I believe, at Bahrain, was it last year for him as well? A strong contender in GB3 for the rounds he could do, and the Frecker champion. So big shoes to fill. A bit further down for Bobby Slater, starting this one, P9. J.M. Prakash, Sebastian Crawford alongside each other on the front row of the grid. It's, of course, J.M. Prakash for Sam Pollock Racing. The Cut Republic on the right-hand side of your screen. They'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing in Micromax. A great launch from Prakash, the Winter Trophy champion of the UKC, through the opening couple of corners. Arthur Bowers as well, the 99, the Chaos Sport Machine, already trying to contest for the race lead, and through already Lenny Barton up to 3rd. So not the best of starts for Sebastian Crawford as there's contact at the background. The 46 goes round. That's Anson Gao, and now last from 14th place.
Commiserations at the back of the pack is not what you need. You just got to keep it clean on the first lap just to sort of get yourself off and away. But off and away is what we've got here then with our leaders. J.M. Prakash from Seb Crawford, from Arthur Bowers, and then Lenny Barton. So the front 4, that's what it's looking like right now. Look at this, the point from Seb Crawford. Brilliant stuff. Oh, look, a little bump. Was that Seb Crawford? No, that was Arthur Bowers in the KR Sport, wasn't it, of course? Just pointing forward, saying, come on, let's get on. Let's get off and away down the road. As we cross the start-finish line for the first time, and our timing tower will just update itself. So Prakash from Bowers, from Barton, and then Caden Hanley from RCE is up to 4th. Look at the racing here. Wow, 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 in the mid-pack.
Yeah, it's going to get busy. Call them how you like, really, in the fight for what is 6th position, I think, just in behind Freddie Walker, Kai Suri, Sebastian Crawford all getting involved. Not the best of starts from the front row for Crawford in the slightest, but now he's, been swallowed up by that pack, and that's pretty much where he's destined now to stay for the next 8.5 minutes. It's going to be remarkably difficult now to get onto the back of the top 4. Prakash from Bowers, Barton and Hanley, your top 4. Prakash, of course, on the with the momentum here at Whilton Mill just a month ago. Taking that victory, is going to use that experience to run very well here. Of course, you saw Bowers and Barton side by side through the chicane, and for just a moment you were squinting, thinking there was going to be a repeat of what we saw between Rolf and Abrahart just a moment ago in the mini-inters. Keeping it clean though, Bowers down the inside through the chicane to keep 2nd position, and now starting to reel in potentially J.M. Prakash. The gap between them just a 1/4 of a second as the top 4 nose to tail towards Christmas corner.
Yeah, nose to tail coming into Christmas, and that's all about leaving your braking late and just trying to get an overtake done on the exit. Maybe sometimes a driver runs wide and you go up the inside. We'll see it happen, I'm sure, but they're learning their way. J.M. Prakash running very wide onto the red and white rumble strips there, and the upshot of that is the Chaos Sport driver has closed the gap on him and is now going to get an overtake done up the inside. So 99, Arthur Bowers overtakes J.M. Prakash, and I think that happened, well, that was set up from a corner earlier when Prakash ran really wide, and Bowers is able to close that gap. And now we've got Prakash under fire from Lenny Barton behind him, who's also under fire from Caden Hanley. The front 4 then crossing the start-finish line. The timing tower updates itself, and that's what it's looking like.
Oh, I've missed the UKC, I'll be honest. It's been a long winter. I've been buzzing to come back, and this is exactly the racing that we've expected. Down the inside goes, of course, Lenny Barton to keep second position. Arthur Bowers still leading the way, the 99. So the 47 going defensive and keeping second. You've also then got Hanley, of course, for RCE, just on the back end of Barton and trying to get involved, the 69. Then you've got Arlo Gamble in P6, a bit off the back of this train, but if they continue to battle, now broken into 2 sets of 2. But Gamble and Crawford, who's now sort of gained a bit more of momentum, only 2 seconds off the race lead. If they work together for the rest of this race, there is still an opportunity to go forwards in this one. If Crawford and Gamble play their cards exactly right. There you can see the number 8 who started this race on the front row, now trying to see what he can do with the hand that he's been dealt across the line for Bowers. It's another lap led, but Jane Prakash, well, now it's Lenny Barton that leads Jenny Prakash in the P2 and P3 battle. So Barton now the one chasing after Bowers and only 3.5 tenths adrift. There could well be a move in the near future. Sebastian Crawford down the inside, late duck to the inside there from the number 8, takes his way back through Arlo Gamble. The top 5 now switches, and now Crawford now can sort of lead that train and try and get themselves back into contention for the top 3.
Yeah, Arlo Gamble just let himself run quite wide there, and obviously braked a little bit earlier than the number 8 of Seb Crawford. So Seb Crawford had quite an easy pass in the end there, just up at Christmas, putting himself ahead of Arlo Gamble. So that's what's happened there between the number 8 and the number 72. But out front, Arthur Bowers of KR Sport leading this then. Behind him, Lenny Barton of Strawberry Racing, the number 47. Jan Prakash finds himself in third. Also lost his position a couple of laps ago up at Christmas as well. You kind of run it wide to get the apex, but then if the cart behind you breaks a little bit later, then you're going to lose a position as number 8 gets another overtake done, overtaking 69 of Kayan Hanley. So Seb Crawford on a charge. As you say, Zach, lining up on the front row of the grid, dropped back, but now very much making his way back up through the field as he finds himself in 4th.
Yeah, really good race from Crawford. I said he got swallowed up by that pack behind, and that was almost where he was destined to be, but he has completely ripped that up and just said, you know what, no, I'm going to cart my way forward. He was very, not lucky, but very clever in the sense that he was able to, clear that pack quickly, get himself with Arlo Gamble, then have, of course, those in front of him start battling amongst themselves to then reel that gap in and open this opportunity for Crawford to still be in contention. Just over half the race still to go, 4.5 minutes plus the lap remaining. It's Bowers from Barton, Prakash and Crawford the top 4. Then comes Hanley from Gamble, Walker, Suri, Slivlar from Taylor, and the KR Sport of Bowers leading the way from the 47 of Barton. The top 2 nose to tail as they go through Christmas Corner.
Really exciting then with these magnificent micros. We say the magnificent micros and their flying machines are flying around the circuit. The 99 of Arthur Bowers and KR Sport leading it then, still from Lenny Barton and Jan Prakash then back in third. Good battle, Sam Pollitt Racing then, and then we've got Strawberry, and then we've got KR Sport out in front. But eyes on Sebastian Crawford of Origin Motorsport. He's number 8 at the moment. Got the red and white livery there on that car, the black Origin race overalls. He's in 4th at the moment, but I think in the next lap or 2 we're going to see that gap close up, so our front 4 will become bunched. There he is, look, cart number 8 all over the back of Jan Prakash. What's going to happen when they cross the timing beam this time? Yeah, that gap now back, not much at all, just 0.29 between those 2 carts.
Yeah, really impressive drive, like I say, from Sebastian Crawford. Now comes the execution down the inside of Christmas Corner to take yet another position back in this comeback drive of the ages for Sebastian Crawford. He's up now into 3rd position, and now as eyes on the leaders, a very stern point forward to say, I don't want 3rd. Let's go and get P1 and P2. There is an opportunity here for the pair of us if we play our cards right. Very clever. Again, these are the youngest drivers. We were saying it with the Mini Inters, maybe not expecting too much in the way of racecraft. Crawford knows what he wants, and he wants to go catch the top 2.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and I must just sort of name-check Jay and Prakash here. In the last couple of laps, or the last few laps, I've seen him lose track position, and both times he's been overtaken up at Christmas. He's running wide, trying to sort of keep the apex of the corner, but it's opening the door for the carts behind him. He just lost the place of Seb Crawford because of that, and he lost his place. It would have been perhaps to Arthur Bowers or Lenny Barton and a few laps previous. So, yeah, if you run it wide at Christmas, it's all well and good, but if the carts behind you brake later and accelerate earlier, you're going to lose position.
Exactly that. That's a lesson I'm sure he'll be reviewing after the race, and yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, if you play, you've got to balance that sort of. Do you focus purely on the kart in front, or do you have half a mind of the kart behind? And when you're second or third in a train, you've really got to be giving mind to losing track position as well as gaining it. If it's a 1v1, it's nice and easy. You can set up switchbacks every day of the week all you like, but as soon as there's more than one kart involved, as we always have in karting, becomes so much more of a headache. Arthur Bowers, though, leading. He's done a brilliant job. The 99 up in front. Took the lead of the race a few laps ago. And now with 2 minutes plus the lap still to remain in the Micromax Superheat, is doing himself a world of favours. Some good championship points on offer as well for the Superheats. I believe it's 40 for a victory, which is only 5 off a victory in the final, so it's looking very good. Here's a great run, though, from Sebastian Crawford on the back of Lenny Barton.
Yeah, watch again. He's made overtakes up at Christmas before, and he's going to try and make another one. Tries to go by Lenny Barton, but doesn't. But eyes on him because he is coming in hot. He's got the fastest lap at the moment, 52.71, has the number 8 of Seb Crawford from Origin Motorsport. So for me, with the closing stages of this one fast approaching, it's got to be all eyes on kart number 8. What position will he finish? But look, he is getting hustled by kart 44, J.M. Prakash of Sam Pollitt Racing. Really professional outfit, Sam Pollitt Racing, and they will have schooled Jayan very, very well and got that kart well tuned. So he's got everything behind him to do the business. Let's see what Jayan can do in the closing stages of this one. But yeah, ahead of him, eyes on kart number 8 as well, Seb Crawford, as they start to close up, as they cross the start-finish line once again.
Look at those rubber marbles building up on the outside of turn 1 and 2 as well, just by virtue of just how much speed each of these drivers are taking through. Defensive goes Arthur Bowers, but he's going to open up the inside for Lenny Barton. That was a rookie error there from Bowers, just deciding to take the racing line. The defensive line was there for the taking. And just like Lightning McQueen in Cars 2, open up the inside for Francesco. And well, Lenny Barton just goes, thank you very much. I'm taking the inside of Christmas Corner.
Brilliant stuff. Lightning McQueen-esque moves going on here in the UKC.
Not in a good way.
We love it, and not in a good way, you're right. But yeah, what was Lenny Barton in, well, Arthur Bowers doing in his Chaos Sport machine? He sort of drifted wide, didn't he? And he opened the door. I think just a momentary lapse of loss of concentration, and Lenny Barton got up the inside at Christmas. But it's where we're seeing all the action happen in terms of overtaking. Look, we're going to come across the start-finish line now, go through the bottom section here, Oblivion, Fine Lady, and Manuel's Bank, and off we go. Let's see what happens then this time as we come up to Christmas. What lines will they all choose now? Look at them, what's going on? Look at this, running wide does the Strawberry Racing Machine, and then drifts it, and up the inside goes KR Sport of Arthur Bowers. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, really good move and a good recovery there. Here comes Crawford down the inside of course, the 47 of Lenny Barton, but that's going to go in favour of the Peppermint Livery Tony kart. Of course, Prakash just trying to eye up this move and see how he can get involved. Look over the shoulder, Gamble nowhere to be seen, about 1.5 seconds adrift. A lap and 3 corners left to go in the Micromax Superheat. A tap to the side, let's think, says Lenny Barton. Of course, Sebastian Crawford, he's on board with that potentially. He's a sent to the inside. What a move that is from Prakash. He almost took 2 through the chicane. The door was opened by Crawford, and Prakash just goes, thank you very much. Final lap of the race, and the momentum firmly in the hand of the 44. Of course, the 99 Chaos Sport of Arthur Bowers took the lead this time a lap ago, and now with the final lap in hand, he's got 8 tenths in favour of the rest of the field. Of course, Barton has to go defensive. The up and under could well be there from Crawford.
Well done to J.M. Prakash, taking that place back, putting himself in third, and now fighting off Seb Crawford. A very vociferous drive from Crawford, who loses a place in actual fact. Crawford goes back as number 72, which is Arlo Gamble, pushes up. But look, Crawford, the door opens and he takes it straight back. This battle is so, so good. Look between the three of them, Gamble, Prakash, and oh, wow, and Crawford. This is phenomenal stuff. Prakash is in the lead at the moment of this group of 3. Incredible, as our leaders are off and away, Bowers and Barton.
They are indeed through the final couple of corners. Bowers will come through the final couple, and through the chicane, the checker flag will fly. And for Micromax, it's magnificent for Arthur Bowers, who takes victory in the Superheat. Very well driven, despite that small lapse of judgment into Christmas Corner. A brilliant move the lap later, more than redeemed him to take victory from Barton, from Prakash, Crawford and Gamble, who, well, a very tight scrap between the 3 of them, the 44, the 8 and the 72. Could have gone any which way in the fight for the top 3. Oh, it's just good, isn't it?
That is like, you know, Formula 1 is Formula 1, right?
Yeah.
But is that not more exciting?
No mushrooms here.
No, none, mate, none. I think this is great. Honestly, I absolutely love it. How many overtakes, how much excitement, how much action did we just see in, 10 minutes?
Yeah, incredible. Arthur Bowers took victory from Lenny Barton, J.M. Prakash, Sebastian Crawford and Arlo Gamble, the top 5 from Caden Henley. Freddie Walker, Benjamin Silva, Kay Suri and Milo Taylor, your top 10. We'll let the rest scroll their way through a very tight battle in and amongst the midfield. We were firmly focused at the sharp end, though. Arthur Bowers, I mean, capitalised so well. That move at Christmas Corner sealed the deal, because from then on, you know, the fight for second raged, and then of course Arlo Gamble got involved. You can see hands up in the air from Sebastian Crawford, knowing there was more to be had in that race.
Yeah, there absolutely was, and as we come in, this is what happens. Like, they're on the weighing scales, got to make sure that they make weight with them and the cart. One of the scrutineers there just making sure this youngster is fully on the scales correctly. As our number 1, 99 Arthur Bowers, has already carefully done it. Yeah, he's happy. Scrutineer's happy, yeah. On and off the scales. So number 47, Lenny Barton of Shorey Racing, puts himself in that third place spot, or second place spot, as third place man J.M. Prakash will just have to park up somewhere else, because it looks like the third place cart from Mini Inters is still sitting there, perhaps undergoing a bit of scrutineering. Oh, happy man, Arthur Bowers, there he is, number 1. Really happy in that gold helmet there, just giving us the little kind of look as he goes off and just goes to the railings. High fives to mechanic through the railings there. Happy with that one. Really, really good. So Arthur Bowers of Chaos Sport taking the win. Lenny Barton of Strawberry Racing there, just getting another little bit of encouragement from his mechanic and team in his corner. Look at this, the helmet off, there he is. There's Arthur, good work fella. That's who we've got there, just on and off the scales, cart number 22. So that was Rudrat Singh Shekrawat, just making sure from NLC, making sure that he is all good as well. And good, look, exciting. We've got the screen up down there in the Parc Ferme scrutineering, so they can have a look at their lap times and see who did what as well. So that's really good. There's J.M. Prakash, so well done to you, sir. Gets himself on the podium, where he was on the top step off just last month.
Indeed so. Well, the Magnificent Micro is done and dusted. The penultimate superheat of the day done and dusted as well. Just one more left to go before the last chance qualifiers of juniors and seniors. Next up, it's Rotax 177. Victory a few months ago for Edward Matthews to seal the championship at PF International. A fantastic drive for him, and got his ticket to Bahrain, and did very well considering he stepped up into the DD2 machinery, which is slightly different to the senior Rotax he's driving in the 177. Harrison Crook, James Lingard, the top 3 from Joshua Golan, and Jamie Zyra, the top 5, and what absolutely delivered in the Rotax 177s over 2025. Now, of course, in the Rotax Max Challenge UKC in 2026. All still to play for over, of course, our 6 rounds running all the way to Dunkeswell later on in the year. Taylor Bellini from Harrison Crook will keep each other company on row 1. Then comes James Lingard and Ryan Taylor Truman on row number 2. With the top 5 rounded out by that of Scott Smith, David Mitchell, the top 6 from Matthew Lambert and Nathan Schaefer on row number 4. Then comes Reg Hayward, Sean Rudge, the top 10, Rob Simpson from Cole Edwards on row number 6. With Joshua Golan back in P13, Rob Ellis, Jake Davis, the top 15 from Adriel Naguar from P16. Then comes Finley Cross, Braden Donoghue, Jamie Salter, Samuel Cornwell in P20 as the cuts you can see in the background roll their way onto the grid. It's their lonely, a joint 11th row of the grid for Lucas Glover and Billy Fiveash in P21 and P22 respectively. They'll roll their way out onto circuit, and for the Rotax 177s, of course, the senior plus drivers in Rotax Racing, but always good to put on a show, as we saw all the way through 2025.
Yeah, a brilliant show, and the grid in this one, 22 running this weekend, and 33 or 34 have actually entered the championship. So in other rounds, I'm sure we're going to see bigger grids than 22, which is great. Yeah, this class, I love it. Rotax 177, some big names in here who've been in karting for a long, long time. Not perhaps at the sharpest end with the senior Rotax, but now fighting out in Rotax 177, just not being able to quite make the weight in seniors, but so much experience in this field. So many of these drivers have done so many heats and so many races and been on the podium so many times. It means that when you get to this level, it's just really good. These are kind of the weekend warriors, but they're serious weekend warriors, if you will. So we're going to see some great racing. Harrison Crook is lining up on the front row of the grid, but not in pole, in second. And when he was here last month in February for the Rotax Winter Trophy event with the UKC, RMC UKC, he had a clean sweep and won that. So he's going to want to bring that form back this weekend, and we'll see what he can do in this one. But it's going to be great. We just saw basically the youngest drivers here, and now we're seeing some of the oldest drivers here. So some of the least experienced to some of the most experienced. And crikey, if those youngsters in micros, if their race was anything to go by, then we should be set for something good here.
Indeed so. Of course, these guys, as much as they're experienced and they know their stuff when it comes to racecraft, they've also got work on Monday, and we're out here for some fun as well. So we're going to have a good mixture as to wise heads and also those that are just going to chuck ones to the inside. Foot to the floor for the Rotax 177 Superheat. Of course, Taylor Bellini alongside James Lingard at the front row as we go racing. The 403 settling into second position. Of course, Lingard and Crook on the podium this time last year for round number 1 of the UKC in 2025. They're looking to replicate that in 2026 through towards Christmas corner for the first time of many over the next 10 minutes plus the lap. Inside line getting taken by Bellini there as James Lingard will try and get the up and under in the 403. Draws alongside. Now towards the infield. Will have to lift off and go for the up and under once again on that chase towards the second of the 2 infield left-handers. So far so good though. Bellini able to hold firm and keep that pole position from the start.
Yeah, well done to Bellini, keeping the pole from the start, and everyone else keeping it on the tarmac nice and cleanly, which is good. Harrison Crook, though, he's up to third now. He had dropped back to fourth. He started on second, and in the opening lap or two, he lost position, didn't he? But he's now up to third. But the gap between 1 and 2 and then back to third, well, it's now a gap of, well, about a second, so 0.95. So here we are then, out in front. Bellini and Lingard then battling it out in the sunshine at Whilton Mill.
Couldn't have asked for a better Easter Sunday, to be honest. These guys, I'm sure, to make weight in the Rotax 170. So we probably had a couple of Easter eggs this morning, I'd imagine. Always a good way, just to add on a couple of pounds. Taylor Bellini leading James Lingard at 1 and 2. You can see sitting very tall in the car is Bellini. On a windy day like this, probably not doing him many favours, to be honest. There's the 402 with following the TH Corsa of Harrison Crook, who was very competitive in the championship last year. Like I said, took a podium at Whilton Mill this time 12 months ago, almost to the day, in fact, 12 months ago for the start of the UKC in 2025. Of course, Bellini, the 427, leads. Lingard leads Crook. The top 3 now keeping each other very much company as the fight for second. A slight defensive look, then back to the race line for the 403. He's in a difficult position to be sandwiched between the 2 leaders, forwards to attack, backwards to defend. And there's the look to the inside. Harrison Crook takes second position from James Lingard.
Yeah, Harrison Crook has been quick all weekend long, and he dropped back to fourth on the opening lap of this one, but you just said straight away that he wasn't going to sit there for any time whatsoever. He was straight away back up there. He's straight away pushing, and he's got himself up to second. Watch him go now. He's going to get himself up to first, I'm sure. He's really going to charge for this one, is Harrison. This is going to be the battle throughout the race. The gap then, we'll see it between first and second as Taylor Bellini crosses the line. Harrison Crook behind him, 0.28 of a second. Watch Crook get up on the rear bumper of Taylor Bellini now and really charge for first, because that's going to be the battle as we come up to Christmas. And look, you can see that gap already closing. They're going to be bumper to bumper by the end of this one. Crook is really, really quick this weekend.
He has been mighty, and coming into 2026 again with that momentum, the TH Corsa. Taylor Bellini is going to be feeling it a little bit over the curb there for Crook. You can definitely tell he's pushing with those small little adjustments and corrections having to be made, but it's better to be slightly over the limit than slightly under the limit. It shows you're pushing. Of course, on a warm day like today, you don't want to scrub too much heat into the tyres, especially because they're the same ones you need for the final later on this afternoon. But overall, doing a decent job, and like you say, quite rightly predicting by the end of this lap, they'll be nose to tail. Fastest lap of the 3 coming in there from Bellini. Harrison Crook as well last time through about a 10th quicker than that in front of Bellini. And here comes the move to the inside of Christmas corner. The 402 gets it stopped quite nicely, and as easy as you'd really like. Harrison Crook from now what was second on the grid up into the lead.
Yeah, went back to fourth, didn't he? But now leading it, you just sensed straight away that he was probably the quickest car out there. And I think it's going to show if he gets himself off and away down the road here. I'm not sure that Taylor Bellini will have much of an answer to keep up with him. But we'll see, as every time we come through that corner shot, we're getting the rear back of the overalls of 406, Sam Cornwell, who started 20th back on row 10. Obviously went out in the early stages of this one, so he's off on the grass. That's the driver who we can see every time we come to that camera shot. Harrison Crook crosses the line, the start-finish line where the timing beam is, and we can see then now the gap back to Taylor Bellini, 0.22. So TH Course leading it then from Bellini and Lingard, the privateer, in the white helmet and the black overalls.
Harrison Crook in control of this race with 5 minutes and 42 seconds, plus the lap still to go for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, the first round of 6 plus the National Trophy at Silverstone later on this year in October, all on that chase towards Portimao and the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in November later on this year. Halfway through the Superheat, a long road ahead of us. Of course, the champions of each of our respective series will get themselves that ticket to Portugal, and well, that's a long way ahead of us yet, but the other advantage is as well the championship leaders after round 2, when we finish in Kimbolton in about a month's time, will also get free entry into the international trophy, which I believe is another opportunity to win a ticket. So plenty of chances this year for our hugely talented field in the UKC.
Yeah, it's you know, points make prizes, and like you say, if they're leading at the end of round 2, then they're off to Le Mans for that Euro Trophy event, and they all know about that, and they all want to win that. And then, of course, the biggest cherry at the end of the season is getting the ticket to grand finals at the end of the year. So lots to play for, but heat by heat, round by round, pride to play for, especially when you start looking at Rotax 177. There's bragging rights at stake here, because some of these drivers have been fighting out for years, and they want to show that they've still got it, or, you know, the form that they had previously, they can reignite that as they kind of are in the latter years of their karting championship. Although having said that, they're not all sort of like, you know, older masters drivers. Harrison Crook still very much a younger driver, and his class is showing, and, you know, did through all of last year, is through this year. As we're just on this battle here, then in the midfield, 3 cuts, bumper to bumper. 4-2-3 is leading this one here then. So that's David Mitchell leading Taylor Truman, and Scott Smith 4-2-3 from 4-6-5 and 4-3-8. Fighting it out then for 6th, 7th and 8th places respectively. Close racing in the mid-pack.
A launch over the curb there from Ryan Taylor Truman as well. I think he knocked both flip-flops down. I'm not going to snitch on him too much, but definitely close to track limits for the 465. Of course, a lot of these drivers on the spanners for their respective teams at other rounds, such as the Euro Trophy. Seen the likes of Jamie Zara do the same over the last couple of years. So they definitely know the ins and outs of the machinery they're on. They know what to ask for. They know how to optimize their setups and get the most out of their machinery. So we are seeing some very experienced heads out there on circuit. The 423, of course, of David Mitchell trying to hang on to 5th position. Leading the way is Harrison Crook up in front. We're on the 9th lap of racing as we're nearly 3 wide in formation through the boot section. The 429 of Nathan Schaefer is going to join them at the back end of this field. So this is the fight for 5th we're following right now, with just under 3 minutes left to go. It's Crick from Bellini, Lingard, Reg Hayward, then this battle with David Mitchell, Ryan Taylor Truman, Scott Smith and Nathan Schaefer just in behind. There's a run there from the 438, looks to the inside of the king, bit of a tap between the two. Late on the brakes as well from Scott Smith, who gets the job done and up in a 6th position. Yeah, good move from Scott Smith there up at Christmas, letting his speed run. Later on the brakes, as you say, the door open, they were following the racing line, he put it up the inside and made it stick as we are rally cross onto the grass then, drifting with 4-6-5, which is Ryan Taylor Truman there, losing some spaces as he does. So this is brilliant. Fighting out for what? 5th place. It's like they're fighting out for a championship win at the front of the field. Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, it's not doing them any favours in terms of going forwards in this race, but it's doing us a lot of favours in terms of keeping us entertained. Harrison Crook across the line once more, leads by half a second from Taylor Bellini, who's been able to keep the measure in terms of pace. That last time through, less than half a tenth of a second separated the pair. But he's just lacking that extra edge to get onto the back of him. Look to the inside from the 417. That's Rob Ellis on the inside of Ngwa for 9th position. The Coles Racing 417 through, and there's contact between the two of them as off spearing into the grass. I don't think I've ever seen the go-karts end up over there. But they'll rejoin, of course, albeit slightly frustrated, slightly shaken, and at the back of the pack. Yeah, that was Rob Ellis from Coles Racing there. He's a little bit sort of like robust with Adriel Ngwa. But Adriel got off on a way down the road, but I think kind of, you know, the heat was coming into Rob Ellis there, and he ended up taking out that other driver as they went wheel to wheel on the grass. Couldn't quite see who that other driver was, but, you know, neither of them doing themselves any favour with that move there. Adriel Ngwa was the real winner because he kind of stayed in his position, which is currently 9th right now. Indeed, so a minute and 10 left on the clock. We're following Harrison Crook, our race leader. The top 4 have been quite close. They've just not, like I said earlier, they've not really had that extra edge to close onto the run in front. It's been so close, it's reached a bit of a stalemate. Harrison Crook leading, still with the fastest lap of the race, a 45.96 going the way of the TH Corsa from Bellini, our pole sitter. Reg Hayward from 9th position now into 3rd, so up 6 from where he started. James Lingard from 3rd now into 4th, but still running quite well, was momentarily up as high as 2nd and challenging for the race lead as well. 40 seconds, so this will be the penultimate time through here at Whilton Mill for the Rotax 177 Superheat, the last Superheat of the weekend before the repêchages, and then subsequently the finals this afternoon. Harrison Crook, though, has just been driving brilliantly. The gap isn't in such a position that the pressure is off, so he's had to been driving, you know, with that in his mind, that knowing that one small mistake is going to reel Bellini and Hayward in. but he's done a brilliant job at that and maintained that consistency all the way through this race.
Yeah, he has. Like you say, the pressure is not off, and what we're seeing here is pressure then coming on in the form of Reg Hayward on 4:37, chasing down Taylor Bellini. So Cole's racing there, putting the moves on. The kart's in front of him, 4:27. Taylor Bellini, I think he's a privateer, is he? On his Lando Norris machine, by the looks of it. And behind them, James Lingard now kind of just drifted off the back of this lead group, and then behind him a big gap to David Mitchell, who's in that sort of battle for fifth. In actual fact, Scott Smith gets ahead of David Mitchell now into fifth. But look at this, 4:27 under pressure from 4:37. Bellini having to defend hard against Hayward, as Hayward has a look up the inside. Bellini switches it up, drifting a little bit through Christmas as they come into the infield. Coles Racing trying to get an undercut done here. I think he will. They're wheel to wheel. Up the inside goes 4:37. 4:37 then. Look at it. Reg Hayward gets the overtake done. But on the inside or on the outside, we have another little look here from Bellini. But no, Hayward stays in front. Bellini stays behind for this as they come through the chicane and then cross the start-finish line. So well done to that man. We can see Reg Hayward, who has got the better of Taylor Bellini in the closing stages. Sorry, Zach, I got carried away. I didn't realise we're at the end.
I know, last lap, it's flown through the Rotax 177. It was Harrison Crick that took victory in the end by 1.6 seconds over Reg Hayward and Taylor Bellini, the top three. A great sort of final lap to that one. Hayward, of course, burst Bellini, and then, of course, you had Lingard also getting involved momentarily. I mean, a brilliant battle, so easy to get carried away indeed. We've been spoiled this morning.
Yeah.
Harrison Crick, P1 from Reg Hayward, Taylor Bellini from James Lingard and Scott Smith, the top five. Then comes David Mitchell, Nathan Chafer, Ryan Taylor-Truman from Adriel Naguar, and Joshua Gollan making his way up into the top 10. Braden Donahue from Rob Simpson, Cole Edwards, Jake Davis, Finley Cross, Jamie Salter from Lucas Glover, Billy Fiveash making up a few places into P18, Sean Rudge and Rob Ellis, the top 20. Matthew Lambert and Samuel Cornwell too, that we lost by the end of that one in P21 and P22. Of course, that's going to round it up for the superheats in the Rotax 177s. The grid almost set for our finals. We've got the junior and senior repêchages coming up in just a moment, and a last chance qualifier for some of these drivers who might have their weekend cut short.
Yeah, they might do. Not everyone will make it through to a super final. So if you do, congratulations and well done to you. As Harrison Crook just 4:02 rolls his kart there. He's in first, but he's rolled it onto the second place board. Might have to adjust where we have those boards perhaps to make it easier for them for the finals. Is it easiest for the first place man to go in the middle and second off to the side and third the other way? Might be, I think. I think we'll do that. But yeah, exciting stuff. I was so preoccupied, Zach, I must say, with like watching the screen and getting sucked into the racing. I hadn't noticed the little checkered flag icon pop up on our timing tower to indicate that Harrison had already crossed the line and the race was all but over. But brilliant to see, isn't it? In the closing stages, getting the overtake done. Reg Hayward of Coles Racing, that's why he's got the smile on his face as the overalls come off right now. Going right down to the wire, going absolutely down to the wire. How many times have we seen it going into the boot section at the end that a race can be won or lost in that moment with sort of the final seconds of the race to go. So it can all happen on the boot, and it did just then, which was brilliant to watch and see.
Yeah, quite intense stuff, as you'd expect. You can see just, it's not going to be a case that, Reg Hayward is unfit. It's just that it's very, very intense in the Rotax 177 Superheat. That's going to rack it up, of course, in terms of the pre-finals. We've got our last chance qualifying Junior Max coming up next. The repêchage is the final opportunity for 4 of our drivers to work their way onto the grid for this afternoon's final, and that uphill battle that it'll be later on this afternoon. Junior Max up first, of course, to decide who's going to be making up the final 4 spaces on the grid. And again, for these drivers, they are scraping, right? They're flying by the seam of their hands by any definition, really. And it is just that's much more difficult because, they've first of all got to, race hard in this race, hope they don't get any damage or anything like that to make it into the final. Then they've got to use a scrub set of tyres that have already done, of course, all of the heats, the pre-final, now the extra race distance of the repêchage into the final, and then somehow make their way through the final grid as well. But at the very least, they'd be in the battle. It is just very, very tough being in this repêchage.
Yep, it really is, Zach. We're going to see. This is go big or go home, isn't it? Because you're either going to get yourself, in the what?
Literally
go big or go home. Because you're either going to get yourself at the front end of this race and cross the line, cross the checkered flag, and book your spot in the super final this afternoon, or you're not, and you're packing up your awning and going home and getting a burger and fries and watching it from the sidelines. Here's what they're lining up like then, Zach, at the front end of it. Here's the ones that we're going to see fighting.
Indeed, so Ian Campbell alongside Luca Holmes-Ballock. A surprise to see Luca Holmes-Ballock in the repechage, it must be said. Blair Smith from Joseph Berkery, row number 2. Then comes Riley Morgan. Peter Lee, row 3. Samuel Aston from Longman Wilcox in 8th position, with Leo Basterfield and JJ Lowe rounding up the top 10. Luan Cedar from Molly Meisen in P12. Then comes Louis Bishop from Eskild Hewitt, Max Colbert and Jake Graffiti, who we saw had a bit of a spin earlier on in the day. Raima Kamastu from Austin Mayhew. Then comes Joshua Jestin, Konstantin Krastev in P20. Jensen Walker, Samir Paul, Lucy Lovell and Harry Watson, the front 12 rows of the grid, with Clark Naylor and Miles Burton, the 25th and 26th drivers to take to the start of this one. Now, you're starting probably in the top 10. You're looking at this, maybe you've got a chance. If you're starting anywhere outside of that, it's going to be an incredibly difficult race mentally to go through, probably not knowing, because anything can happen, but with a good chance that this is your final race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does lend itself, doesn't it, to these drivers putting in some pretty crazy moves, maybe up the inside of corners where you wouldn't expect overtakes to be possible, because they're going to scrap it out to fight for a place in the super final. This then, the repechage, the last chance qualifier, you either do the business here and you're in the final, or you don't. So we're going to see what happens with this one. Will they get off and away on a clean start? Maybe, maybe not, and we'll find out. So just rolling down the grid. They're trying to make it up for 34 spots as well, so that's all there is in the final. And there's how many of them lining up in this one? Haven't got the actual grid in front of us.
26.
26. So yeah, out of these 26, there's only going to be the top 4 of them going to make it?
Yes.
The top 4 of them going to make it into the final. But we'll see what happens. So yeah, out in front, Luca Holmes-Ballock there on the front row of the grid, just getting the last little bit of coaching from his mechanic there in his Strawberry Racing kart. So good luck to you, sir. And then shout out to Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, just there, lined up in 4th. There was a camera shot a moment or two ago. He was out the kart, hopping left to right like a sort of footballer about to come on and start the game, so getting himself mentally and physically motivated for this one.
Yeah, it's important as they roll their way onto circuit. You've got to get sort of everything flowing, right? You've got to warm yourself up. You don't want to go into this race the cold. You warm your kart up on the formation lap. You've got to warm yourself up on the pre-grid. Get yourself ready. Get yourself in that mind space. Get yourself hyped up for the race ahead, because again, your weekend is riding on it. And again, for some of these drivers, you know, the overarching championship, maybe being on that grid in the final gives them an opportunity to go forward, to score some good points, to maybe make something going through the rest of the season. We've got a long way to go, drop scores and everything to still include and everything like that. But you want to start the season strong, and you want to get yourself into the first final of the year, absolutely. For a lot of them, though, we'll be saying goodbye to 22 of them. We'll be saying goodbye after the end of the 8 minutes plus the lap. So again, a shorter race distance for the repechage, which only adds to the intensity that we're going to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be intense. 8 minutes plus a lap. It's a bit of a sprint, isn't it, really? Yep. It's a come out all guns blazing and then just hang on. See how many times you can get around and see if you can hold a position or gain a position. So yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. Getting the heat in the tyres. We've been blessed with a dry race day all day so far, and I think that's going to continue as we look out the windows. Very blue skies and white pillowy clouds here on Easter Sunday at Whilton Mill. A great day to come racing. Will they be celebrating with Easter eggs a little bit later on, or will they commiserating themselves by chowing down on chocolate?
Either way, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. Do you know what? My sister finally bought me an Easter egg this year after a couple of years of not doing it, and she goes, "Are you even here tomorrow?" I was like, "No, I'm away." So I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Nonetheless, we've got our drivers giving themselves up for the repechage. Mine's on chocolate priorities. Of course, for these drivers, a quick sprint to the end, and they've got the lunch break before the final, maybe for the top 4. Foot to the floor in the Junior Max repechage, and we go racing. Ian Campbell, Blair Smith, Luca Holmes-Ballock and Riley Morgan, the top 4 as they chase their way through the opening couple of corners with their weekend riding on their shoulders towards Christmas Corner. And of course, if you're in the top 4, maybe you don't fight too hard knowing your seat is booked. It's a melee down in towards Christmas Corner as they all jostle for position. The 260 running a bit wide. That's JJ Lowe in the background as they send to the inside from the 212. That's Blair Smith trying to hang on to second position because Luca Holmes-Ballock knocking on the door as off there at turn number 4 at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, that was 263. Harry Watson off at Christmas up the top there. So as other karts now all zigzag and find themselves on the grass, there's a Dan Holland racing kart on the grass. couldn't quite see who that was, but out front, our leader then. Are we still in the lead with Craft Motorsports? Ian Campbell, I believe we are. Blair Smith has gone from 4th up to 2nd for Lenny Messenger, so well done to you, sir. Luca Holmes-Ballack, drops down to 3rd. Joseph Berkery then in 4th. This is what we expected. It's all to play for. Top 4 is where we're at.
Into Christmas corner, Ian Campbell doing a great job, exactly what he needs to do. And again, how hard do you battle? Campbell, Smith, Ballack, Berkery, of course, all in that position to go through as a huge snap of oversteer there, sliding on the exit as Ian Campbell tries to put the power down on the exit of Ashby there. How hard do you battle knowing your space is booked? Well, that's going to be a question answered very quickly by Luca Holmes-Ballack to the inside to take 2nd. Now, the only advantage you get by moving forward inside the transfer zone is an extra grid slot higher. So, of course, from grid, I think it's 32 to 36, this is going to be deciding. We'll have, or 30 to 34. If you win, you get P31, 32, 33, 34, etc. And then, of course, moving forward inside those top 4 moves you up a space on the grid. Now, for the sake of a grid position or 2 in the super final when you're already at the back, I wouldn't be going into the repechage all guns blazing knowing that there's a chance that we make contact and our weekend's completely over anyway. But Ballack is just running into this and going, no, I'm just going to win.
Yeah, Holmes-Ballack there just getting another overtake done up the inside. He wants to win this repechage, and I think he may well do that. We'll start to see his class show. Very quick racer, of course, very experienced racer. But like you say, these guys are scrapping to get themselves in the super final this afternoon, but at the back of the grid of that super final. So once you're kind of there or thereabouts in this one, it is about consolidating that position, not being too reckless with what you do if you're up at the front end. But the drivers that are in sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, then they're really coming for you, because for them, there's nothing to lose. There really is nothing to lose, and it's all to gain. So Blair Smith looks over his shoulder, the 2-1-2. He's got Ian Campbell behind him there in the 2-7-3 from Craft Motorsport. And Blair Smith very much kind of under pressure at the moment from that driver in the Craft Motorsport machine just behind him as they all bunch up behind that. Then Joseph Berkery from Dan Holland Racing is next to come, and behind him they all come, as we've got a group of about 6 of them now fighting it out for 2nd place. As out in front, well, actually they're fighting at the front, aren't they, because Holmes-Ballack hasn't really got off and away down the road. They're still all bunched together.
Yeah, the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballack, who, like I say, surprising to see him in the repechage, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles in the world of karting. It's so intense, so ruthless, that you can find yourself scraping through by the skin of your teeth. Luca Holmes-Ballack from Blair Smith. Then comes Ian Campbell, Joseph Berkery, the top 4. Leo Basterfield, Samuel Aston, those just outside of the transfer zone. That's the top 6 battle we're following now. If you're Basterfield, if you're Aston, you're looking at that timer on the gantry go down and down. And you're knowing that opportunities to maybe keep your weekend alive are going with it as well. If I was Berkery, I'd be looking at this going, you know what, I want to find a way through on Ian Campbell. Not because I necessarily want the extra position higher up on the grid for the super final, but because I want that little bit of a reprieve from the pressure of those behind, knowing that I'm safer in 3rd than I am in 4th.
Yeah, that's what I'd be thinking as well. But look, it is all going on at that part of the field there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th cart back. Then Leo Basterfield from Guy Cunnington putting the heat on, trying to go from 5th to 4th. As we cross the start-finish line, we can see it. Holmes-Ballack out in front, Smith, Campbell, Berkery, Basterfield, then that's your front 5. This is where the action is. 2, 4, 6 of them there. Who's in 6th at the moment? Sam Aston. He's fine. Oh, we've got contact up at Christmas.
That's Berkery going off, and he's collected the 219 of Basterfield as well. So 4th and 5th as they were running, collecting each other. That's going to come packaged nicely together for Aston and maybe even Loan Seidel, who can move their way up and into contention. Only now 1 position off. Getting themselves into the transfer zone. Less than half of this race remaining, 3 minutes, 25 seconds plus the lap, with Luca Holmes-Ballack leading Blair Smith, who again isn't putting too much pressure on the 228, knowing just how brutal it is behind, really. With the likes of Campbell, of course, was Berkery and Basterfield. That, of course, is going to refresh the timing screen. Of course, makes its way through. Campbell now in 4th, Aston up into 3rd position. If I was Blair Smith, I'd be going to Luca Holmes-Ballack. Yeah, let's just bump draft each other. Let's get away. Luca Holmes-Ballack has done exactly that. He leads by 0.7 of a second as it's very busy into Christmas corner once again. Loan Seidel trying to find a way through on Ian Campbell.
Yeah, and that's Riley Morgan from Dan Holland Racing coming under pressure there from Peter Lee on the 290, who's behind him. These are the drivers that are scrapping out then in kind of 6th, 7th, 8th positions. Don't forget, we're trying to get themselves up into the top 4 to book their place in that super final. Up the inside goes, what's that? That's the 288. That's Riley Morgan getting an overtake done there, I think past Peter Lee. So the battle between Morgan and Peter Lee, Dan Holland teammates, is very much on and alive. 273 is the kart that we see on your screen there. That's Ian Campbell. Out front, though, our leaders across the start-finish line. Holmes, Paddock, Smith and Aston are your 1, 2, 3 right now. Would be a great drive from Blair Smith if he books his place in this super final. As up the inside goes a KR Sport kart. That's the 258. I didn't see who the 258 is.
Ryan Seidel.
That's Ryan Seidel, isn't it? So good luck to you as he gets an overtake done up at Christmas.
Yeah, nicely done from Luan Seidel up into now 4th position, Ian Campbell and Graffiti. 3 karts, only one of them going through. Sent to the inside from the 297. That's RG Barges. The 273 is going to have absolutely none of that. Ian Campbell says no thank you. Around the outside of that left-hander, very rarely do you see that one get pulled off. And what it's allowed is Luan Seidel to now bridge a bit of a gap to keep 4th position. So with 1.5 minutes plus the lap remaining, about 3 laps I would imagine, this is going to be the, anti-penultimate lap, if you like. Luke Holmes-Ballock from Blair Smith as a look to the inside there. Down the inside goes the 212. The transfer spot guaranteed effectively for these 3. They're fighting aggressively, risking it all for an extra position. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't care if I start P31 or P32, as long as I'm on the grid.
Yeah, but full credit to Blair Smith, feeling confident and thinking, I'm going to have a go. I'm going to have a go at leading this race, and he is. I don't think he'll hang on to that place, but you never know. Holmes-Ballock, well, he'll fight for it back, but at the moment, Lenny Messenger Motorsport of Scotland leading this one. So it's a great situation for Blair to be in. Can he hold on for 2 or 3 laps? And I think if he did, that would be the first time that he's ever won a heat, Blair Smith.
Yeah, indeed. So, well, albeit in the repechage, it's still a victory and
still an important
one.
If he takes that checkered flag, it's the checkered flag feeling that he's never had before, but he's going to have to work for it. Holmes-Ballock says, no, I'm not giving it to you that easily as he gets the lead back.
Nicely done from Luke Holmes-Ballock. Again, these top 3, I'm surprised they're fighting this hard. It's reeling Luan Seidel in. I think their space, as long as they can keep it clean, and that's the thing here, right, is they've got to have this mutual agreement of, yeah, we can battle, we can, decide the respective grid slots. They're fully within their right to, but keep it clean. Give each other an extra, maybe half a kart to it that you wouldn't have done if, you were fighting for something maybe in the final, right?
Yeah,
in the repechage, you want to get yourself into that transfer slot, into the super final in of itself. With 3 seconds left on the clock, we're just going to find a way onto the penultimate lap this time through. Luca Holmes-Ballock from Blair Smith, from, of course, Samuel Aston, the top 3. All of them guaranteed to go through into the super final. Where are they going to start, though, as Luca Holmes-Ballock darts to the inside of Christmas Corner?
Yeah, he does. Like you say, these 4 drivers are all there, so they could box clever and just stay as they are and make their way to the super final. But I tell you what, when you're in the heat of the moment and you're racing and they want to win and they're just doing it for pride, and in the case of Blair Smith, like I say, he wants that checkered flag feeling. He's not going to let up. He's going to do everything he can in the closing stages of this one to get past Holmes-Ballock, but he just takes his hand off the wheel and points forward, trying to indicate to Aston behind him that that's where we should be, up on first. So we'll see what happens as they come through. Last time by then, as we're going to go ourselves onto the final lap this time, Zach. What's going to happen with these 4? Will they stay like this? Will we have a change in the lead? We're going to find out.
Well, speaking of sponsors, it is nice to say that you want to race this weekend. So Blair Smith may be going to the outside of Christmas Corner. That's not going to work. It's going to open the door for Samuel Aston, who goes through, but very boldly, Blair Smith keeping his foot in around the outside. That's going to open the door for Luan Seidel to send one to the inside for 3rd position. So Aston maybe needing to be a bit more punchy in that moment, maybe giving a bit too much as Blair Smith got away with an almighty send around the outside of Christmas Corner. Luke Holmes-Ballock then, as long as he can keep it tidy, it's his victory then as he goes semi-defensive, doesn't need to. Back to the racing line through the boot. In the Junior Max repechage, the top 4 take their ticket to the super final later on this afternoon. The checker flag will fly, and for Luca Holmes-Ballock, for Blair Smith, for Samuel Aston and for Luan Seidel, it's their last chance to maybe do something this weekend. 1, 2, 3 and 4 take their ticket into the super final and, well, keep their weekend alive. Jake Graffiti from Ian Campbell, Jensen Walker, Louis Bishop, Peter Lee and Leo Basterfield. The top 10, of course, will be saying goodbye to the majority of this grid in the Junior Max repechage. 1, 2, 3 and 4, though. Holmes-Ballock, Smith, Seidel and Aston stay in the fight.
Yep, and well done to the rest of them who entertained us. Graffiti, Campbell, Walker, Bishop, Lee and Basterfield. That's your top 10, but then below them, Josh Jestin, Riley Morgan, JJ Lowe, Joseph Berkeley, Max Colbert, Samir Paul, Elskild Hewitt, Konstantin Krastev, Molly Meisen, and Ryuma Komatsu. Well done to all you guys, and Austin Mayhew, Clark Naylor and Harry Watson, all just doing a great job this weekend, fighting to the finish. So you know, this is why we say getting to a super final, it's no mean feat. You may not win the super final, but just getting there is an achievement when you look at some of the other drivers that you've been up against and the number of drivers that you've had to beat just to get there. So well done to all of them. And in the middle there, like I say, Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. Not often you see him on a podium position in a race, so well done to you. Holmes Ballack a little bit more used to the 1, 2, 3 at the sharp end of a race, so he just kind of books his place in the super final, perhaps a little bit more measured than some of the others. There's Blair. He's going to be really, really happy with that one. Yeah, gives Holmes Ballack just a little bit of love as they kind of go off and just have a chat to their mechanics. Blair will look for his dad, and Holmes Ballack will look for, I'm not entirely sure who, but someone from the Strawberry Racing team. Eyes on.
Very aware of the camera there.
They are. We haven't got audio on this camera either, have we? I just realised it's kind of silent. It's our voices and none other. But yeah, the Strawberry Racing contingent just having a chat with Holmes Ballack there, asking how it went and what he felt, and you know what he's going to do for the final and what have you. Kind of the body language of Holmes Ballack for me is like, yeah, you know, I did what I had to do. Yeah, nearly lost it, but got it back. You know, go to the final and see what happens.
Yeah, that's all you can do. It can only really go forwards. I mean, of course, he's got 3 drivers that we're starting behind him, but realistically, you can only go forwards. You've just got to have your head down and see what can happen. I've seen in karting, people come from outside the top 30 to be on the podium. Of course, that's quite extreme circumstances, and it's going to be especially difficult with the good conditions that we've got. If it was maybe a little bit rainy, there could well still be a better chance for Luke Holmes Ballack, but that's not the case. He'll have it all to play for going forwards later on, of course, this afternoon. They can see one of the Sam Pollock drivers.
I think Jensen Walker, I think that one is there, just going through the timing with his team boss there. There's Blair Smith just high-fiving somebody from, what is that, Craft Motorsport? Another young driver there, just congratulating Blair. So, yeah, exciting one. And there's another one still to go, Zach.
Indeed. So before that, though, let's take a word from our sponsors. You join us here at Whilton Mill then ahead of the final grid setting race, if you like. 4 of the 5 have been set, and Senior Max up next, of course, for their last chance qualifying, their repechage, where the top 4 will book their ticket to the Super Finals. Up next, the final grid setting race of the weekend. A mighty battle in the Junior Max repechage sets the stage for a very decent one as well in Senior Max. Of course, Luke Holmes Ballack, Blair Smith, Juan Cedar and Samuel Aston scraping their way through and keeping their weekend alive in Junior Max. Well, who are going to be the top 4 to do so in Senior Max, and the final grid to be set this weekend to, again, like we said all throughout the Junior Max, to keep their weekend alive, to give themselves a fighting chance and to complete all of the sessions this weekend.
Yeah, that's it. It's bragging rights on offer here, isn't it? And the sort of excitement of making your way through to the super final. It's where you want to be. You want to turn up and do all of the races. But you know, it's a tough fight in juniors and seniors when we've got the grids that we've got of sort of 56, 58 drivers, sometimes 60 or more drivers fighting out for just 34 grid positions, and they're all good. The bottom line is they're all good. So there's lots to play for, and this is the point. Zaki Hussein there, Zaki's dad. he finds himself in the last chance qualifier. Good luck to you, Zaki, the repechage. But yeah, so we're kind of like, we're at a point, aren't we, where these drivers want one more race. They want to get themselves in the top 4 of this one and then get into that super final this afternoon. But if they don't, well, it's, you know, don't be too hard on yourselves, because the standard is very, very high, and there's lots who don't do it. So you're amongst good company, and you've got to be kind of realistic sometimes, but also not be too hard on yourself. And then it means it's full credit, as we always say, to the top 34 that do get to that super final. So just pushing the karts in, this is what happens. One mechanic or one team member per driver is allowed onto that pre-grid area. And the moment the kart comes off the trolley and hits the deck, then you can't make any more changes. So if you've got your tyres wrong before this point, then you're a little bit late, I'm afraid. But so far, so good on the tyre front, Zach. We haven't had to worry about thinking whether it's going to be wets or slicks. It's been slicks all the way today, which has been good because it's made for some fast racing. And there's plenty of rubber down on the track.
Yeah, exactly. We saw just the shot through turn 1, the marbles that built up on the outside, which might make it a bit difficult for the drivers starting on the outside front row, those in P2 or the outside second row, P4, etc., because then you're sort of effectively stuck on that outside line and makes it a bit more tricky to keep that position. But we've not seen too much in the way of drama there. We've seen a couple of times where second will drop to third or fourth position. There you can see the marshals, the marbles. The marshals doing a fantastic job, but we can't see them in that shot. They're not that small. But yeah, the marbles there, of course, a lot of rubber laid down, and like we say, completely dry this weekend, so nothing to wash that rubber away. It means the race line is nice and grippy, but off of it, a bit dusty and a bit rubbery to, you know, you're going to be washing out a little bit wide, as we have seen on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, we have done. So Morris then, and Meta's lining up on the front row of the grid by the looks of it. We'll get the full running order in a moment or two, but just a chance for these drivers to just catch their thoughts and just kind of get the heart rate down as much as they can and just be a little bit measured with about what's to go on. Some of them like to sit in the car and just kind of sit, and some like to stand and just step into the car at the last moment. I feel like I'd be a kind of like sit in the seat man myself and just get myself in the zone and close everything else out. But they all have their different way of doing it. Look at this, beautiful skies, great shot. A few people off on their Easter holes. Where would that be from? East Midlands Airport or something? I don't know.
Maybe. Would Ryanair go out of East Midlands?
I don't know.
That's more of a cargo airport, isn't it?
Not sure.
I have no idea. Right next to Donington Park, though, East Midlands. Where else are we close to? Luton, maybe?
Could be Luton. Yeah, Luton, I reckon. Anyway, who have we got at the back here? One of the Origin races there. Couldn't quite see who that was. So many of them as well, and lots of new names this year as well. In seniors, how many turned up this weekend? Almost 60 drivers, I think, 58 or something. So a lot of drivers fighting it out, lots of names to learn, and lots of sort of hopes and dreams to be made from their side.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, also from our side, learning everyone's new number, which is always difficult. You get used to it by the end of the year. There's Jacob Lee for Dan Holland Racing, getting himself prepped and ready. A few rows back off the front, so a lot of hard work to do as we look into one of the Guy Cunnington Racings. Hogan, of course, a bit further forward and getting themselves prepped. Again, a lot of these drivers, they've got to go in with a mentality, right? They can't go in with that defeatist attitude of, oh, this is my last race of the weekend, because the minute you start saying that, it's going to be. The only chance that you've got is to sort of have that mindset of saying, no, I can get a top 4. I can still make my way through into the super final. Because the minute that you start sort of self-deprecating yourself is the minute that you start of manifest this self-fulfilling prophecy as such. No matter where you're starting, if you've got a realistic chance of getting yourself into the top 4, you've got to carry that mentality and that confidence into the race to have any sort of fighting chance.
Yeah, you absolutely have. You absolutely have. So let's see who's got the confidence to do the business. As Meta lines up on the front row of the grid there. Race overalls look really clean.
Yeah.
How has that white stayed that white this weekend?
Must be brand new for this weekend.
Brand new race overalls, looking good in the sunshine. I mean, look how good this is. Kart racing is so professional and so good. The branding and the liveries on karts and everything, the helmets, I just think it looks absolutely class. If you're joining us for the first time, well, enjoy it, because it's top-level motorsport. You're in for a treat. It's a really, really good one.
There's Eva Morris getting herself prepped. A very nice lid, I have to say.
Yeah, good lid on Eva Morris, though.
You know, some of them, I saw the Alpha Life podcast that Henry, Andrew and Piers were doing. They were saying, you know, the helmet designs and everything are too complex. That's a nice balance between the stripes and the complexity, and also just the simplicity of a recognisable helmet. It's quite nice. I do like it. Yeah, really nice livery on the helmet, and also the Chaos Sport livery I quite like. It's simplistic, but does the job, right? It's punchy, it's good. There you can see a nice walk around. I didn't notice the sparkles as well.
Yeah,
that's
sparkles,
nice.
bit of metallic on there, and they're like Eva logo. I would guess that is on the back there. But yeah, it's good. You kind of, certainly from a commentator's point of view, it's really helpful. Look at this. What a good, brilliant camera shot. Look at that. Super slick looking metallic helmet there. Great. I mean, that's all sprayed on, isn't it?
Yeah.
How good is that? So good. But yeah, it certainly helps from a commentator's point of view. If you got a lid that is recognisable, not too much going on with it, enough, but not too much is what is good from a commentator's point of view for sure. And like you said, we mentioned earlier, Macaulay Bishop for a number of years, he just kept the white helmet, didn't he? But didn't seem to have that today, so maybe he's kind of changed that these days. Kian Bernard, I think, also always used to have a white helmet as well, but can't remember whether he's got that or not. 3-4-3, just having a little bit of a stuttery start, getting out of the grid there. Who's that? It's Bayliss by the looks of it. Or Bailey, isn't it? So Craft Motorsport machine there, 3-4-3. Not looking the best of starts getting out of the pre-grid. Reece Bailey from Craft Motorsport.
Yeah, starting this one, P26, we'll run you through the grid. It's Jack Metters and Eva Morris keeping each other company on row 1. Anna Taborim and Reece Bale from 3 and 4, the one that we saw having a couple of issues. Jonas Januskas from Zaki Hussein on row 3. Joshua Smith and Lloyd Palmer keep each other company on row 4, with Charles Green alongside George Holm on row 5. Ely Singh Baden from Ethan Critchley on the 6th row of the grid. Then comes Archie Hogan, Charlie Holm, P14. James Johnson, the top 15 from Sam Kelbrick in P16. Then comes Jacob Lee, Kate Broadbent, Jamie Burt and Connor Tubby in P20. Molly Griffiths, Taylor England, Joseph Mills and Caitlin Seabrook, the top 24, with Marcus King, Ollie Miller and Bella McConville rounding out the 27 carts in the senior Rotax repechage. The top 4 will work their way through into the super final. So all eyes to the likes of Metters, Morris, Saborin, Januskas, and potentially the likes of Joshua Smith, Charles Green and Zaki Hussein, the 3 behind that, who could well have a couple of opportunities. Still going slowly though is Reece Bale. Is he maybe waiting for the grid and doing one less formation up, or is he truly going slowly?
I think probably just waiting for them to catch up, and he'll slot in on the back of the grid. Reece Bailey there just lining up.
Into a slot, P4.
Yeah. Okey-doke.
So he's had one less opportunity to get those tyres up to temperature. You can see frantically trying to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe not full of confidence in that go-kart after the issues.
Yeah.
Was drawing to a stop there.
Yeah, he's not really happy with it, is he? Let's see.
Yeah, he's bouncing up and down. He's got to hope that he's going to have that power delivery on that run to the line. That is the last place you want it, especially starting this far up. And that's going to be something that's going to be playing in the back of his mind for the next 8 minutes plus lap. Foot to the floor for the senior Rotax repechage. Jarek Metters and Eva Morris share the front row, as Eva Morris will try and contest to the outside of the opening couple of corners. In the end, she'll have to drop back as the likes of Saborin and Januskas fight for 3rd and 4th position. Down in towards Christmas Corner, and one of the Chaos Sports goes for 4th position as the rest of the field muscle their way through the pack. The 384 at the back end of the field gets set. Well, barged wide ever so slightly, and again, not the best of opening laps, makes it even more difficult to even have an opportunity or even a chance to find your way through into the super final. So far, so good though for the 353 of Jack Metters, who leads from pole position.
Yeah, so well done to Jarek Metters there, leading from pole, but the kart that we saw having the issues in the pre-grid and the start was 343 of Reece Bailey, and yeah, didn't really get off to a great start, lined up in 4th and now down in about 6th. A little bit of a spluttery start for them, but off and away racing, so probably going to be okay now that we're into it. Down into 7th though, goes 343. Out in front though, Jarek Metters from Eva Morris then, 344. Up the inside is a KR Sport kart of the 354, so that's Arnold Saborin. So Arnold Saborin making up a place there on that one. Up the inside though, look, there is the 392. Who's that? That's Zaki Hussein, just making a little bit of a move in the early stages of this one.
Janusauskas up in 3rd position, chasing after Eva Morris, who's made a good start, and she's playing this race incredibly cleverly. Stay with Jack Metters, not put too much pressure on, and just sit in 2nd. Don't let anyone else even have the opportunity of overtaking you. 6.5 minutes plus lap still to run in this race, so percentage-wise, still quite a lot of it. In terms of pure time, though, not much, as Yanis Auskas drops back to P7 off the back of the end of the second lap and onto the third. Look over the shoulder from the Chaos Sport of Arna Saborin. He's keeping third and holding down the fort from Zaki Hussein in the 392. So that's the top four. That's the transfer slots. And of course, if you're Joshua Smith, you're looking at that going, well, that's my ticket to stay in this weekend.
Yeah, and staying in the weekend is what this race is all about, and Zaki Hussein is doing everything he can to do that right now, running in fourth but trying to get himself up to third. We've got a little bit of bump and hustle there in the midfield, a couple of karts going wheel to wheel, couldn't quite see who that was in the heat at the moment, but here we are then out with the Chaos Sport car of the 354, that's Saborin being chased down by Hussein. Zaki Hussein's been with the UKC, I think, since the start, in and out of it, and certainly got lots of race time, seat time under his belt right now. He's fighting off the battle behind him from the 341 of Joshua Smith, who's just put a fastest lap in, as Zaki Hussein has a look up the inside and gets an overtake done up at Christmas.
Yeah, nicely done there. Keeps himself in the battle. Of course, the top two, Eva Morris and Jack Metters, running away with it. Eva Morris now leads this race, in fact, so Chaos Sport leading. Then comes Metters, then this battle, Saborin, Hussein, then comes Smith, Bale, of course, or Bailey, I should say, the 343, who is suffering with a couple of issues on the pre-grid, and going on to the formation lap again, that knock of confidence. He's doing well considering, only 2 spots off the top 4 that he needs in order to stay in this weekend, and maybe the opportunity to fix whatever issue it is, but until then, well, we'll have to wait and see with the 343. Saborin drops to 5th position, so after sort of maybe the first half of racing, it's Morris from Metters, Hussein and Smith that will be making their way into the final. Look to the inside from the 341. That's Smith up the inside of Hussein and into 3rd position.
Yeah, so Smith takes that place back from Zaki Hussein. Zaki Hussein now finds himself in 4th then, but he's gonna stay with the driver that's got ahead of him there, of course, Joshua Smith, and I think he'll have another little go. We're going to see a few changes in the position between these two drivers, I'm sure, as behind them the Chaos Sport driver, that is Saborin, who was ahead of these two guys just a lap or two ago, is still very much in touch with them, going to be looking to get himself back up ahead of where he was a moment or two ago. And there's Rhys Bailey, the 343, who had that sort of disjointed start coming out of the pre-grid and then into the formation lap. Still, though, in the mix in this one, you would say, and that's what all the parents are doing. They're staring, then watching the live timing on your mobile device in hand around the circuit, because that's how you do it. But yeah, brilliant stuff, great racing, what we would expect, isn't it, from a repechage, a last chance to get yourself into the super final for this afternoon in the sunshine here at Whilton Mill on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, Morris and Metters doing what you would maybe expect as the 380, fuming there. That is Connor Tubby, the 380, down in 18th position, but no longer. And you can see fuming, knowing that your weekend, well, done. At the moment you go off the road, that's the nail in the coffin, really. I mean, the checker flag is the final straw, but from that point on, you know there's not really anything that you can do, and sometimes the weekend not in your hands in the slightest. But like I was saying, Morris and Metters doing the more, what I would say, the traditional approach to the repechage, which is we're leading, we're a quarter of a second apart, we're not going to fight too harsh because they're 3/10 apart. They can easily be swapping positions here, there and everywhere, but they don't want to involve any more people in this battle. They've got a 1 second gap back to Joshua Smith, who's in 3rd. Fair enough, he's rapid, so might reel them in slightly, but what they've done is been able to effectively burn off the entirety of this race and stay under very little pressure. The 326 of Marcus King, well, stationary on the circuit.
Yeah, stationary from Marcus King, 326, just gets it going again there for Guy Cunnington Racing. Not sure what happened there, but doesn't seem, won't have done him any favours at all. He's running right at the back of the pack anyway, but seems to be back up and running. Meanwhile, out in front, look, Chaos Sport driver here coming under pressure. Didn't see who that was, put a move up the inside, so Chaos Sport losing a place. It was Eva Morris, was it? Where are we? Eva Morris then pushing now hard.
2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Eva Morris versus Jarek Metters, though move is coming and there's a send to the inside as well. Eva Morris going to lose the position to Joshua Smith. So for some time they were working together, happy to work together. But then as soon as the pressure started to ramp up from behind, Jarek Metters said, no, I'm going to take control. I'm going to lead this race. I'm going to try and get away. Eva Morris drops to 3rd position, still in the fight. But when you're Zaki Hussein, when you're Rhys Bailey just in behind as well, you're looking at that, eyeing it up very happily and going to start applying that pressure. Of Of course, Eva Morris, the good news is that the efforts between herself and Metters done themselves a lot of favours to burn off a lot of this race. Like I was saying, there's only going to be 2, maybe 3 laps at the line left to run. So she's not got to defend for long, but she has got that pressure. And now the weekend hangs in the balance as Eva Morris and Zaki Hussein run 3 and 4.
Yeah, so Eva Morris then really needs to kind of like keep her head in the closing stages of this one, because Zaki Hussein is under pressure himself. In actual fact, Zaki Hussein loses a place then to Reese Bailey. So Reese Bailey just gets past Hussein, I think is what happened there. But look at this, Eva Morris all over the back of Joshua Smith. They're bumper to bumper coming through the chicane around pit bend. Let's see what it's done to the timing when they cross the beam under the start-finish line then. Metters from Smith, from Morris, Bailey, and then Singh Barden is in 5th, and Saborin down to 6th. And don't forget, he was running, in the top sort of 3 in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, this has been a great drive from Reese Bailey, of course, the 343, from struggling to get onto the circuit, having one less opportunity to warm up the tyres, dropping back to about 6th or 7th at some point in this race, so now climbing up into 4th with a cut that, of course, naturally he's maybe now only getting back confident with, trusting that the power is going to be there. He is under pressure. You saw the likes of Zaki Hussein putting some pressure on Anna Saborin, Eli Singh Baden as well, so Reese Bailey not out of the woods, but slightly feeling a little bit less pressure onto the penultimate lap of the race. It's Metters, Smith, Morris and Bailey the top 4. And what a drive this would be, the 343, and all the work to do between now and the super final to get that kart in a position where maybe it's a bit more consistent in terms of the power delivery. But Bailey has done a brilliant job, all things considered. Eva Morris, a quick wipe of the visor as she focuses in for the final 2 laps of this race.
Yeah, final 2 laps of this race are certainly teeing up to be quite exciting. Out in front, though, Jarek Metters, leading but running wide, under pressure from Joshua Smith. Hand off the steering wheel as if to say, what are you doing? Come on, we're already there. You don't need to overtake me. Don't put me under pressure. But Joshua Smith is having none of it, as we see a Guy Cunnington racing driver just sitting on the tyres there out of this one. Joshua Smith dueling wheel to wheel then with Metters, and it opens the door for Eva Morris. Eva Morris then up to first. Look at this. She's going to be loving it. So KR Sport lead then as they cross the start-finish line.
What a brilliant move from Eva Morris. Oh my word. Opportunistic, fair enough. 2 karts going slowly on the inside, fair enough. And look what it's done. It's bunched up the fight for 4th now. Of course, around the outside, I think that's Eli Singh Baden in the 318 who's going to try and hang on to take the spot from Reese Bailey. Final lap of the race in the repechage, and it's come nicely together. Joshua Smith has to go defensive. It's going to open the door for a switch back here from Reese Bailey, fighting to keep their weekend alive. Eva Morris versus Jarek Metters, this battling effectively inconsequential in terms of the wider narrative of the weekend, has now completely thrown everything up in the air. 2 corners, or well, 3 corners left to go. Eva Morris defending this race lead from Jarek Metters. Joshua Smith has been able to bridge a bit of a gap there, side by side to the chicane. First or second, you still make it to the super final. It doesn't really matter. The checkered flag will fly. Eva Morris will take victory in the repechage from Metters, from Smith, and Eli Singh Baden will get involved right at the death of it to take 4th position. Reese Bailey from Anna Saborin, Zaki Hussein from Green, Hogan and Palmer, the top 10. It was a great battle. It was not really necessary.
It was a great battle, I'd say not really necessary. There was a moment there, Josh Smith was leading the race, and then he dropped back, suddenly found himself fighting to stay in the top 4. And I tell you what, I felt for a moment he was going to go from 1st to sort of 5th and be out of it, but ends up in 3rd. But well done to Eva Morris there, who put herself, first past the post. Well done. Great finish from her.
Yeah, well, I'd say best seat in the house for the super final, but it's the least worst seat in the house, I guess you could put it, in terms of the repechage. But at least she's in it. She's got that fighting chance from Metters, Smith and Bad in the top 4 as they run. Of course, the post-race scrutineering checks and things still to come, drop downs and what have you. But as it stands, that's how they're going to rack up from P32 to 36 for the first super final of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship season in 2026. Of course, we'll be saying goodbye to everyone else you see on these pages all the way down from Reese Bailey, who a valiant effort to maybe stay in touch, all the way down to Connor Tubby in P26 as he was classified. Weekend cut short for these guys, but a very incredible drive there. You can see handshakes going out. Eva Morris, Jarek Metters, a brilliant battle between the two of them. Hopefully teeing ourselves up for what should be a brilliant brawl in the super final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be really, really good. And Eli Singh Baden there, we just saw him in his KMS overalls, just on the scales, taking that 4th spot, kind of not from nowhere, but in the, in the last lap in the closing stages. Eva Morris, though, happily in 1st place there. Look at that. Yeah, happy, pleased. Looks quite chilled, though, to be fair.
Yeah, you know, take a breath and go again for the super final. A bit of a debrief as we saw with the minis and the micros. Ladies and gentlemen, that is of course our super heats. Our repechage is done and dusted. The grids are set for our 5 super finals this afternoon for the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship here at Whilton Mill. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris has been joining me for the morning. He's going to be stepping out of the commentary box this afternoon for some post-race interviews after each of the finals. Enjoy your lunch break, and we'll be back in a few moments' time for the super finals.
You know, yesterday night I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, what would happen today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, you know, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super, super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals.
All the activities that they make, so many things that come, you know, like drift shows, F1 Paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are #1.
Every kid's dream in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long, long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain. Fucking unreal.
one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career. I just went out and done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all.
Time is a strange thing. A quarter of a century gone.
in the blink of an eye.
The heart, the spirit, the soul of this week remains.
A week that is made for us. Time. Treasure it. Embrace it. Celebrate it.
For this week will soon pass. Time, it waits for no one.
But for this week only, time revolves around us.
A grand effort on the grandest stage. Sarno becomes a crackling canopy of colour, noise, passion and pride.
Each driver obsesses over time. What time to make their move, what time to go for broke.
When to be patient, when to pass, to defend, to attack. Choose the wrong time,
and the dream is over. For those who make it, their week boils down to this. One race
where time is critical,
where every minute, second, millisecond counts.
One race to prove your talent to the world. A race more intense,
more exciting, more thrilling than any other. And if you time things to perfection, you become part of 25 years of history. Years of champions.
"25 years of drivers making this week their time. In a week made for us.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.
So, matey, we're walking out here for the umpteenth time, many years of pushing go-karts onto the track. I think we started this, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah, probably something like this, yeah.
Someone put a couple of karts out there and said, that looks really cool. And then we thought, okay, put a couple more out and just built and built and built. It takes a good year of setting up what we have now, from the people behind the scenes back at Rotax and also the Shelley partners working together as one for this event.
Nice thing over here is we work all together.
Yeah, everyone helping one another and pushing each other. You will not believe what they have to do to line the karts up, and now they're using lasers to get everything perfect in place. So it's a huge effort, a monumental effort.
Something we will be proud of.
I mean, it's in the heart, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute pleasure always.
Pleasure for us because you are here.
I mean, from your perspective, this is still impressive, isn't it, every time you see it?
Funny thing for me is, you know, that how many people are commenting, this must be fake.
Yeah.
That's for me the best, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are here, they see that it's real.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Those pictures are going around the globe. I think
immediately.
Everyone is excited, you know. It's hard to keep them off the
track.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's one of the most iconic pictures you're going to get. To see one of these go-karts that is on the grid at a 400, and then you get the raffle and you pull it out, that's your number of the kart. You walk down and select your go-kart. It's just such a spectacular situation. For the people coming here for the first time and seeing this is just out of this world.
So parity is very good with the Rotax engine, and I would say the Rotax engine specifically, you pull them out of the box and they are all pretty much dead even.
Usually as an Australian, when you travel overseas, you're not going to get the same equipment as the Europeans just because they're a bit more known. Whereas Rotax, I don't feel that way. So you know when you arrive, it's just down to the driver and getting the kart set up right. You don't have to worry about if you've got a really good engine or not.
We want to have this competition as fair as possible to all the drivers. We checked top 3 and some random drivers. So everything that it's possible that they change or try to modify it, we will check.
The biggest payoff putting all the efforts to the topic parity is the closest racing you can ever see.
You've got to be pinpoint perfect everywhere. I think that's what's really cool about the event. You've got to be perfect and you've really got to nail it to be good up the front. To me, everyone's wearing the same helmet out there. There's no difference at all.
It really feels like it's just all on the driver for this race, and that's what's so special about it.
They all know that they are at the same level and they all have the same opportunity to win the grand finals.
From the start to the end, the closest grid and it's not decided within the first 1/3 of a race. It will be decided in the last. And this makes us happy as Rotax that we have done our job in terms of parity.
Hello and welcome to round one of the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. I'm Kev Harris and you join me and all of the team for what is a new year and a new start for the UKC, as after 6 seasons we're now racing very proudly under the RMC banner. And in so doing, we're opening the door for each of our 5 class champions to put themselves on the start line at the RMC Grand Finals at the end of the year. So this really does make this the championship that they all want to win. And to get the drivers and teams warmed up, we kicked off the wheel-to-wheel racing with the standalone Rotax Winter Trophy event here at Whilton Mill just last month. So a great way to start the season, and excitingly many of the drivers that made the podium back in February are here racing again this weekend, opening their championship campaign around the circuit and corners that will seem oh so familiar to them. But for some who are relatively new to the sport, every weekend behind the wheel is a learning experience. Like young Kai Suri running in Micromax for Sam Pollitt Racing, who very kindly has lent us one of his practice laps for our Whilton Mill circuit guide. We're on board with Kai then as he crosses the start-finish line at the start of the lap, and then we're into the section that's so famous, the left, the right and the long right-hander that is Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady, taking it all the way up to Christmas, where if you brake late and then get on the accelerator, you will get an overtake done. And Kai had that in mind when I spoke to him a little bit earlier on as well. Then we're into the infield, aren't we? You've made that section there through Inkermans, and then we're coming down into Ashby, which is the hard right-hander, back in on yourself, use plenty of runoff like Kai's doing here. Then you've got the left-hander that is Wilkins, and before you know it, it's another left-hander that is Oziers. And through that left-hander, it's kind of, look, the left-hander and then the right, and you're now on what is we call the back straight, heading almost towards the end of the lap, and we're coming to the famous boot section. How many races have been won and lost here on a final lap? Lots. And then we're through the new chicane, or relatively new, before the final right-hander, where you can run wide if you want to, but Kai doesn't need to, hammer down on the accelerator and cross the start-finish line. Well, thanks to Kai for lending us one of his onboard laps from practice day on Friday there. We wish him well for the weekend, and I certainly know he's excited about it. And he's not alone in that as well, as I found out when I took a tour of the paddock a little bit earlier on and had a chat to some of the teams and drivers. So Jayan, what are you excited about this season?
Well, I want to be leading the championship in the first 2 rounds to get a Le Mans ticket. There's a ticket up for grabs to Le Mans, so I'm really excited for that.
I'm in a new car, new motor, just everything's brand new. I'm just excited to drive a go-kart, hopefully can learn a bit, maybe get a couple of wins in.
It's all about new challenges this year, trying to go against one of the best in the country, so just trying to see how I fare and hopefully come away with a few podiums.
Most excited about making pro train improvement in UKC and also getting drivers to experience a new track throughout the year.
I'm most excited about going to different circuits this season.
I'm mostly excited about becoming a better racer and hopefully getting near the top.
Hopefully winning the championship and getting a ticket to the world final.
New year, new team, new teammates, new different environment, and yeah, the same objective to win the championship.
Hopefully coming back to try and retain last year's championship winning title, and hopefully try and grab a ticket to the grand finals at the end of it all.
Going to new tracks.
Doing my first junior season in UKC and becoming a better kart driver.
Probably trying to fight for a ticket for the World Finals. Obviously it's going to be difficult with how close it is, but I think we can do it.
Just having some fun at the end of the day, because that's what we're here for.
Well, it certainly was great to catch up with a few familiar faces there and meet a few new ones who are all clearly set and ready to go for 2026. So without further ado, let's head up to the commentary box and go and join your race commentator, Zach Sweeney.
The Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. The grids are set for the first set of finals in 2026. Hello and welcome to a very sunny Whilton Mill here in Northamptonshire. Myself, Zach Sweeney in the commentary box. Kev Harris, of course, joined me for this morning's Super Heat, and he'll be down in the Parc Fermé, awaiting the top 3 at the end of this Minimax final. Our first of 5 this afternoon. A pleasure to have your company here on Alpha Live for the first of 6 rounds of the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship in 2026. Of course, final preparations down on the grid as the Mini Inters prep themselves up for, well, what should be a fantastic bout all the way to the checkered flag, the 31st race of the weekend. And it will be Austin Oman who will start on pole position. We're running through the full grid in a moment, but Austin Oman has been a very dominant presence in this championship thus far, coming into 2026 off the back of a very successful campaign in 25. Was able to hold off the likes of Maximilian Eberhardt, Sebastian Behrmann as well, and Logan Rolfe over the course of the Super Heat earlier on today. So he lines up, of course, on pole position. A very clever drive from Austin Oman. Maximilian Eberhardt, of course, who had the spin at the chicane after contact with Logan Rolfe, who was very aggressive around the outside, but Eberhardt equally as aggressive to stick his nose down the inside of that final chicane. Got spun round and would ultimately only finish 5th place in the final, but still good enough to line himself up on the front row for the final. Sebastian Behrmann, look out for him, of course. He was had a front row seat to all of the action, couldn't quite get overly involved in it over the Super Heat, but coming into the Super Final, all opportunities still on offer to get himself, of course, that trophy and the all-important championship points heading into, well, first of all, the first checkpoint of the season, the 3rd waymark at the end of Kimbolton in just a month's time, because the championship leaders of each of our respective categories will get themselves free entry into the Rotax Max International Trophy at Le Mans, where there are tickets to the grand final on offer to each of the respective winners. So the opportunity to go and do that for our championship leaders after round number 2 is there. Each of our categories championship winners will also get themselves a straight ticket booked to Portugal for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals later on this year. Of course, a prestigious event, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in the world of karting, as the drivers will roll their way onto their formation up. 12 minutes plus the lap. And let's run you through the grid. Austin Oman alongside Maximilian Eberhardt share row number 1. Sebastian Behrmann, Eddie Duncan, all Tony Karts on row number 2. Jack Fulbright-Karma and Logan Rolfe. Look out for the KR Sport OTK Cosmic from Jackson Hilton and Chloe McGill on row number 4. Running out the top 10, we've got Charlie Page and Hugo McCluskey from Rowrah, Golkanaf and Dean Singh Bahal, who completes the top 12. Behind that, Lewis Herbertson, Teddy Murphy on P14. Then comes Serene Gallagher and Noah Wilco keeping each other company on the 8th row. Otis Cleary, Hamish Gordon, Rian Townsend and Ryder Ziong on the top 20. Isaac Garth, William Moore, row 11 from Will Eden and Jack Brown on row 12. Behind that, Ralph Martin, Arthur Roberts, Seiki Komatsu from Jack Daniels on row 14. Behind that, Leander Hewitt, who we saw have a bit of an issue late on in the Super Heat. Edison Burrows, Carter Jackson and Hayden Wardale in P31 and P32. Final row of the grid, row 17, Teddy Roberts and Nathan Sadowski ran out in P34. 12 minutes plus the lap here at Whilton Mill. Probably going to translate to around about 14 laps, I would imagine, around the 1.2 kilometre kart centre here in Northamptonshire. A historic circuit back in 1991 was its inception. So, 35 years now of operation here at Whilton Mill. A brilliant circuit that played host to the season opener this time 12 months ago and is, since not disappoints so far today. Exactly what we'd expect from the Ultimate Karting Championship. And, Easter Sunday, the holiday that celebrates new beginnings. A new era begins right here for the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship in 2026. The first final of the season. The drivers roll their way to the line. With Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt, Sebastian Behrmann, Eddie Duncan, the front 2 rows. 12 minutes plus the lap. The Sam Pollock Racing Machine, the right-hand side of your screen, it's the left-hand side of the circuit. They'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing for the first final in 2026. What a launch that was from Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrmann straight to the inside to try and throw one to the inside. Eddie Duncan as well getting there as running wide in the background. The mid-pack very chaotic as they now make their way in towards Christmas Corner. The 113 and Maximilian Eberhardt following Austin Oman to the inside, not taking any chances as there's a spinner. That's the 145 who's gone round. That's Jackson Hilton from 7th place on the grid, now down and dead last after the opening lap. Austin Oman defending as Sebastian Behrmann picks up some airtime off the exit of Ashby through the infield and up over the hill as well, losing tons of places. The 194, that's Jack Fulbright-Karma. So some casualties off the opening lap Still plenty of racing still to come. Austin Oman will lead the opening lap. As down the inside, there's the 132. That's Logan Rolfe quickly making some progress down the inside of, well, that would have been the likes of Charlie Page potentially. He's had a fantastic start up into 6th position. So now we've got Austin Oman, Maximilian Eberhardt, though, applying some of that pressure. The sample at Racing Machine not going defensive to Christmas Corner, and Eberhardt and the entirety of the top 3 following station with that. Eddie Duncan, a good drive from 4th, now into 3rd position. Has eyes on the 2 leaders who follow each other single file. So Maximilian Eberhardt not being overly aggressive in the, well, first part of this race. We'll see how that sort of transpires over the next couple of minutes, because it's not been the best of runs from Austin Oman. He's going to have to go half defensive into the boot, but still playing ball is Maximilian Eberhardt, maybe learning a lesson or so from the superheat to work with the drivers around him to try and get away and minimize the pressure he's being put under, because the top 7 nose to tail. Dian Singh Bahal has had a rocket ship of a start as the reigning British champion in Micromax. He's took the step up into Mini Inter, started this race 12th, up into 7th place already. And you can see the work of the top 2 beginning to come to fruition. Actually, Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt have been able to bridge a few kart lengths back to Eddie Duncan. The last time through, the pair of them about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Eddie Duncan. They've got to be careful not to trip up over each other just yet in what has been a slow burn start to this Mini Inter final. They don't want to throw it away too soon, though. We saw in the superheats that they were, well, going into it swinging basically from the drop of the green flag. Bit more of a, you know, strategic, systematic approach to the opening of this final. Austin Oman not defending too hard from the get-go. Maximilian Eberhardt following suit. Same to Eddie Duncan, Sebastian Behrmann, Logan Rolfe. It's going to be a case of who sort of flinches first in this one, who initiates that battle, because it's a very short fuse. It just needs that spark to ignite it. Radiator cover being adjusted there from Eberhardt. Down the inside goes Sebastian Behrmann on Eddie Duncan, takes 3rd position back. Logan Rolfe now tries to get involved. Talk about a catalyst. This could well be the fuse lit as Logan Rolfe down the inside of the 108 of Eddie Duncan finds his way through. Up in a 4th position now for the KR Sport Machine as it settles down once again. Sebastian Behrmann, a bit of a gap to the top 2, and this is exactly what Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt were banking on. Let them squabble for 3rd, we'll get away. That plan not 100% coming to sort of what they would expect, because Sebastian Behrmann, despite a small battle, straight on the back of them. Able to contest now and on the back of Maximilian Eberhardt, who is, you know, sandwiched between the 2 leaders. He's the meat in the sandwich between Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrmann. He's got to look backwards to defend, forwards to attack. And here comes the move down the inside of Christmas Corner. Austin Oman has been safe for the first half of this race, but that's not going to be the case now. About 4 minutes in, Austin Oman overtaken by Maximilian Eberhardt, who once again straight to the inside to defend. Doesn't trust that Austin Oman isn't going to fire one straight to the inside. There could well be a look into the infield section. You've got Sebastian Behrmann there who's eyeing up a move. Logan Rolfe, who's looking very racy, straight to the inside. Goes to Sam Pollitt Racing of Austin Oman. The move can't come through just yet, but he's applying that pressure early, saying to Maximilian Eberhardt that he isn't going to sit behind him. He doesn't want to play second man for too long. Just under 8 minutes left to go, so already 4 minutes through this race. It was 12 minutes plus the lap, it's now under 8 plus the lap. Eberhardt now from Oman, who gets a good run in the slipstream. There could be a look into Christmas Corner. Is it going to be defended by Maximilian Eberhardt? A send to the inside from both Eberhardt and Logan Rolfe, who gets to the inside of Sebastian Behrmann. The KR Sport incredibly good on the brakes. Same to the SPR of Austin Oman, who has to go defensive. This is going to allow Logan Rolfe to get in. There's a bit of a hip check, and a check up is firing off the circuit there in the background. Was that Dian Singh Bahal potentially? We'll confirm as they all come into shot. The check up that we had at the apex of Ashby there, as Logan Rolfe didn't really know what he wanted to do. Did he go to the inside? Sebastian Behrmann then trying to carry that speed, all trying to make the most of the opportunity of Austin Oman going defensive. You can see some of the drivers watching on through the catch fence as they race their way through the chicane and once again onto the start-finish straight. It was Eddie Duncan who was the one fired off the road. So Dian Singh Bahal promoted to 5th. It's Oman from Eberhardt, from Rolfe, 1, 2 and 3. Look to the inside from Eberhardt. Logan Rolfe going to follow him through. He loves letting other people do the heavy lifting for him. Eberhardt goes through. Rolfe says thank you very much, follows him as well. Eberhardt defensive to Ashby's. The KR Sport Machine of Logan Rolfe quietly, slowly working his way to the foreground of this fight. And now he's at the sharp end. Sebastian Behrmann has an eye in, maybe to go for the move on Austin Oman. This could still go any which way. We've got over half of the race left to run. As down the inside, Austin Oman through into the boot section, takes second position back. So at the front, you've got Abrahart, you've then got Oman in second, Rolf and Behrman 1, 2, 3 and 4. Dean Singh Bahal there for Dan Holland Racing now in 2026. Slightly off the back of the front four, but any more battling and straight back involved. Also don't count out the likes of Charlie Page, privateer entered in the RMC UKC. Over half this race elapsed now, under 6 minutes plus the lap. Logan Rolfe down the inside of Austin Oman, takes second position straight back. Sebastian Behrman gets the drive as well, playing nicely into the hands of Maximilian Abrahart, who, as we've already seen through this weekend, not scared to get his hands dirty, not scared to get his elbows out by any means. But Logan Rolfe wants to be the one leading the charge. He's definitely got the pace to do so, and his racecraft very impressive, choosing the right time to go for the moves. But we saw Logan Rolfe and Abrahart clash in the superheat. Will they clash again in the final? 5 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Abrahart from Rolfe, from Oman, Behrman and Dean Singh Bahal, the top 5 fight that we're following. Otis Cleary, the one with the fastest lap of the race down in P8. A long way off this battle though. In Mini Inter, the Mighty Minis as we're sort of dubbing them, based on the insane action that they always deliver. Abrahart has had a couple of laps to not have to worry too much about defending. Logan Rolfe not close enough to really contest just yet. Got to keep it tidy though. Over half distance, so now looking towards the checker flag. They'll see the countdown on the gantry. The time dwindling towards the end of this race. The Coles Racing of Abrahart has been pretty impressive. Got a decent launch, held second, dropped to third momentarily, climbed his way back into the lead, and the gap opening up slightly. Austin Oman needs to give Logan Rolfe a little bit of a push, not put him under any pressure. And that's, well, he's thrown that straight out the window. Down the inside goes the SPR machine of Austin Oman. Sam Pollock Racing back in a second. Austin Oman at the wheel. Logan Rolfe going to fire one straight back down the inside, and this is the battling that's going to allow Maximilian Abrahart to win this race. Up and over 2 wheels there for Sebastian Behrman. In 4th position, trying to get involved. Logan Rolfe overtaken straight back down the inside again, and they're lucky here that the gap to Maximilian Abrahart hasn't opened up too much. Austin Oman is sort of saying, well, we want to go and catch. I want to be the one leading the charge in order to go and catch. They've both sort of got the mindset of, I'm happy to work together, I just want to be the one in front, which is meaning that they're just not working together in the slightest. Under 4 minutes to go. The gap at the front, 4 attempts as they broke the beam. A good run there from Austin Oman. Good run also from Sebastian Behrman. The uphill climb in towards Christmas Corner means that you absolutely have to be clinical through the opening couple of corners here at Whilton Mill. Through the sweepers and towards Ashby, a golden overtaking opportunity as we've already seen. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, nose to tail. Dean Singh Bahal slowly reeling them in as well. Consistently maybe a 10th or so a lap quicker, and it's slow progress, but progress nonetheless. 3 minutes left to go in this Minimax final. And again, it's been a bit of a slow burner. Again, they've all been so close. But that fire at the front hasn't really been there just yet. Still to come, maybe, if Abrahart makes a small mistake and Logan Rolfe can bridge that gap and start applying some pressure. But right now, it's just not quite enough. Last time through, though, just over a 10th in favour of Logan Rolfe. Into Christmas Corner. And towards Ashby. Abrahart, the 113, you can see leading, as he has done for the last sort of 5 or 6 laps or so. But Logan Rolfe reeling him in after a brief spell with Austin Oman. Gives himself 4 laps maybe to get this move done. 4 cuts involved, maybe. Don't count out Dean Singh Bahal either. We could have 5 cuts involved in this lead fight. But everyone's so close on pace. It's so much harder to then make that extra difference to close the gap or get involved. No one's got a huge pace delta relative to anyone else. It makes it so much harder to make moves through and punishes mistakes that much more. 2 minutes left to go into Christmas Corner. Logan Rolfe there on the bumper, but not close enough to go for the move. We know how good he is on the brakes. We know how fearless he can be. Austin Oman, our pole sitter, playing the patient game here, not getting too involved. He knows there's an opportunity to be had. He knows that he doesn't want to squabble too much with Logan Rolfe because Rolfe clearly isn't too interested in being third. Now in the slipstream, it's been windy all day. It's not going to be too much of a help into the boot, and Maximilian Abrahart keeping that car as wide as possible. They're not overly wide, the Mini Inters. But he's trying to do his best as to deter the move as late as he possibly can. 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. It's going to be close. I think this is going to be the third to final lap. So defensive into Christmas corner for the first time, feeling the pressure, duck to the inside and following him on the inside there, Logan Rolfe, wanting to keep Austin Oman at bay while also trying to apply some pressure to Maximilian Eberhardt, who now feels the need to defend. In towards Ashby. Once more, Austin Oman tries to get the drive, tries to get the switchback, draws alongside the KR Sport Machine. In towards the infield section, can't go the long way round. That could open the door for Sebastian Behrman, but up and underneath, the switchback is there for Austin Oman, who fires one back in a second position. Logan Rolfe on the counter-attack, straight back down the inside into the boot. Down the inside goes Sebastian Behrman. Opportunisticness at its finest. That's not a word, but it is now. Sebastian Behrman up in the third position, firing one down the inside of Austin Oman. Dien Singh Bahal getting involved. This has come packaged nicely for Maximilian Eberhardt. Dien Singh Bahal down the inside. Oh my goodness me, the demise of Austin Oman, who gets the switchback. Bit of contact between himself and Bahal, who now through the sweepers is going to hang on, kicking up some dust. Here comes Charlie Page down the inside. Oh, how the momentum has swung, and not in favour of Austin Oman, who's fighting tooth and nail just to stay inside the top 5, let alone on the podium. 1 lap left to go after this one, and Maximilian Eberhardt leads by about half a second to Logan Rolfe, whose battle with Austin Oman might have cost him the victory, but look at the gap, it's come back down once again. A bit of lap traffic to contest with as well. The 117. That's going to be Nathan Sadakovsky, who's going to get in the way ever so slightly around the outside. It's going to hold up Logan Rolfe. That's going to allow Sebastian Behrman to get in. Final lap of the race lead dwindling for Logan Rolfe. Outside line for Sebastian Behrman into Christmas corner, gets the switch back. Does the Strawberry Racing Machine. Now he's on the tail of the KR Sport. You've also got Dien Singh Bahal. What a drive this could be for the podium. Down the inside goes the Dan Holland Racing. He's going to muscle Behrman out wide. Fighting for the podium is the 1-2-3. Maximilian Eberhardt now surely has just got to hang on for the podium. A bump to pass there. Bahal goes straight into the back of Behrman, who goes off the road, cuts the chicane. Austin Oman goes back through in a 4th. It's all coming undone here in the Mini Inter final. On the final lap, through the final chicane, and Maximilian Eberhardt is going to hang on to take the first final victory of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship in 2026. Logan Rolfe and Dien Singh Bahal will take the podium. I'm sure this is one that's going to be looked at. Austin Oman from Sebastian Behrman, the top 5. What a drive from Eberhardt. Not easy in the slightest. Logan Rolfe takes second. A valiant effort from him. Up 4 positions. And you've got to feel for Austin Oman as well. I mean, a great drive to finish 4th, but all in all, maybe a little bit more in that. The opening round, though, done and dusted for Mini Inter. It's Maximilian Eberhardt that takes victory from Logan Rolfe, Dien Singh Bahal, Austin Oman and Sebastian Behrman, the top 5. Charlie Page, Otis Cleary, Ryan Townsend, Hugo McCluskey from Ralph Martin, completing the top 10. Then comes Noah Wilco, Eddie Duncan, Serene Gallagher, Chloe McGill, Jackson Hilton, the top 15 from Teddy Murphy, Hamish Gordon, Will Eden from Lewis Herbertson, and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer, who we lost on the opening lap, climbs up to 20th. Isaac Garth, Ruja Kolkanaf from Riders Young. Then comes Arthur Roberts, Leander Hewitt in 25th, Jack Brown, Jack Daniels, Edison Burrows, Seiki Komatsu, and Teddy Roberts, the top 30. With Hayden Wardle, Carter Jackson, and the 2 that we lap Sadakovsky and William Moore we lost as well. The lap traffic of the 117 arguably maybe sealed the deal for Maximilian Eberhardt. There you can see the drop downs being inspected as Sebastian Behrman nervously looks on. Same to the 120 KR Sport of Ryan Townsend, a bit further back in the pack as they roll their way into scrutineering. Hopefully it won't be too much longer till we can head down to Kevin, have a word with our race winners, or race winner of Eberhardt, our podium finishers of Rolfe and Dien Singh Bahal, all of whom drove valiantly in their own ways. And the opportunities through that race, well, were plentiful. It was a slow, maybe first 9 minutes or so of that race, and then the final 3 laps really started to ignite and gave us some brilliant action to round off the first final of the 2026 season here at Whilton Mill. Of course, round number 2 will take us to Kimbolton. The championship leaders after round number 2 at Kimbolton will get themselves free entry into the Rotax Max International Trophy at Le Mans, where there are some grand final tickets to be won. We handed out the first set of tickets to the Minimax drivers at Cremona for the first round of the Rotax Max Italian Cup as part of the Euro Trophy a few weekends ago. So some of the Minimax drivers already getting their tickets to Portimao later on this year. A couple more on offer over the course of the season with the UKC. Crucially as well with the International Trophy at Le Mans. So plenty of chances for these drivers to race their way and earn their spot on the grid in Portimao. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's head down to Kev for the first set of interviews in 2026.
Well, Max Abraham, how about that one then? First round of 2026, and you take the win. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I am. It was an amazing race. We just luckily got ahead and won the race.
Yeah, talk me through it. What happened to Austin? There was a bit of a melee and a few places got swapped in that one, but you've come out on top.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Austin. I'm really happy that I came out on top.
Who's made it all possible? Who's been with you this weekend? Because you've obviously had the pace. I mean, you put it on the front row of the grid for the final.
Yeah, my dad, Coles, my mum, my sister, Harrison Crowther, he was coaching us this weekend. Yeah, I'm just very happy.
Happy all weekend long then? A dry weekend, the kart was running well, you're just finding the right corners. Was it a business as usual weekend?
No, there was ups and downs. Obviously, the crash in Heat 2, but it was an amazing race in the final, which is always good.
Well done to you. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your teammates, and well done. First win of the year.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and try and find the second place man then, Logan Rolfe. Where's Logan? Where's my man, Logan Rolfe? Coming up onto the spot, Logan, from KR Sport. Well done, buddy. How about that then? First weekend of the season, and you're on the podium. You look pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I'm very happy. And my mum over there, I don't know where she's gone, my sister over there, she's really happy, and I'm really happy with her as well.
You should be really happy. Talk us through the race there, Logan. Obviously, you've been quick all weekend. Started on row 3 back in 6th, but you've pulled it up to 2nd.
Second heat didn't go our way. We spun, but yeah, we managed to get some good points together, and hopefully we can get to Le Mans at the end of round 2.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? If you're leading the championship at the end of round 2, you get that ticket to Le Mans. But the final wasn't without incident. There was a little bit of scrapping going on there, wasn't it? A few back and forths, but how did that race play out for you? Obviously on the podium, but what did you make of that race?
I was like, just need to listen to my dad. If I go for a risky move, then I have a better chance of it all being over for me, like it was at the Winter Cup here.
Listen, well done. You've name-checked a few people, but who would you like to thank?
KR Sport, Connor, Ash, Martin, Danny for my data, and thanks for my dad who's making me go round quick and being on the tools for me.
He really is. Right, well done to you. Go and high-five your team. We'll try and get a quick word with Dean Singh Pahal, who came home in 3rd. He's gone. Where's he gone? Not sure where he's gone. He's gone. All right, he's not happy. He's off. Right, okie doke. Well, that's it from us down here for our first set of winner interviews. Right after this, then, we're back with Micromax.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good to chat with P1 and P2 there. Maximilian Abraham and Logan Rolfe. Big congratulations to you guys for the first Minimax final of the RMC UKC era. 2026 kicks off in great fashion, and next up we'll head to the Micromax. Of course, it'll be Jem Prakash and Sebastian Crawford that keep each other company on the front row of the grid. A tie for 2nd place, by the way, and this is how close it was. So for those that are unaware, through the heats, the super heats, sort of the qualifying races, if you like, they still get championship points based on their finishing positions in the heats and the super heats, but also they get qualifying points. So 0 for a race win, 1 for 2nd, 2 for 3rd, and add basically a penalty point each position you get over the weekend. Basically, the grid is then set for the super heat and the super final based on who has the fewest penalty points, if you like. Jem Prakash had 5. Sebastian Crawford and Arthur Bowers both had 6. It had to be settled on a tiebreaker based on, I believe, lap time between the two of them. I think maybe their qualifying time being the tiebreaker, 52.73 to a 52.78 between Sebastian Crawford and Arthur Bowers. That's how close it has been in the Micromax field, and of course off the back of a very successful year for Micromax last year. One of our closest championships of the bunch, in fact. Only 15 points separating P1 and P2. Alfie Garrett only a further 4 behind that. So, 19 between P1 and P3. remarkably close. We had Benedictus Masiokis on the O-plate take a swarm of victories. Won the opening 2 rounds, of course, last year. We then saw him take victory at round number 4. I believe that was at Rowrah. Round number 5 as well, he took 2nd. And at PF International, he took 3rd in the final. Dean Singh Bahal, a late charge for the Micromax reigning British champion. Saw him narrowly miss out on the championship as well. A P11 in the final, pushing in what was I remember to be quite an intense Micromax final. We had to red flag it and give the teams 15 minutes to get their karts back ready for the grid. Only P11 for Singh Bahal would cost him the UKC championship, but still British champion and vice UKC champion, not bad at all. Of course, we just saw him there provisionally take P3 in the mini inters on that step up, and Alfie Garrett as well has been remarkable. So Micromax always is the battleground for some of the youngest racers to show their talent, even at such an early stage in their career. And we've seen that in, well, troves so far on Easter Sunday. Big hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us and keeping us company here at Whilton Mill on Alpha Live. It's a pleasure to have you on what is a very nice day. It's been a little bit chillier through the day, now into the afternoon, but it was quite toasty this morning. Perfect conditions to be going racing, though, here at a sunny-ish blue skies here at Whilton Mill. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris, who joined me in the commentary box this morning and is down in Parc Fermé to do the winners' interviews. It's been amazing to provide the coverage, of course, Alpha Live. Responsible for all the camera work and production. Let's run you through the grid. Jane Prakash, Sebastian Crawford, row 1 from Arthur Bowers, and Lenny Barton, 3 and 4. Arlo Gamble from Freddie Walker on row 3. Then comes Caden Hanley and Benjamin Silva on P8. Kai Suri, Ashi Gupta, she'll start inside the top 10 from Milo Taylor, and Bobby Slater in P12. Behind that comes Anson Gao and Ruda Raptap, Singh Shekhawat in 14th. Then comes Rio Pocock and Ralph Ewer in P16. Jensen Kelly, Hugo Senna, and Oliver Daniels, the 19th and final driver to take to the start of this one for Red Speed. It will once again, I believe, be 12 minutes plus the lap for the Micromax drivers. Looking forward to this one. As I say, we dubbed them the Mighty Minis, so we've got to give the micros maybe magnificent micros. That's, I don't know. We'll confirm it over the season, I guess. We just got 2 categories that start with M, so we got to, mix it up a little bit, whip out the thesaurus, if I can get my words out. The monstrous micros, maybe, I've just been told by Kieran Mogg in my ear. Maybe, to be fair, I do quite like monstrous, actually. He's onto something there. He's probably got a thesaurus out on his phone, I'd imagine. If only. 12 minutes plus the lap for the monstrous micros. Let's go for that. I actually like that one. That sounds meaner. Jane Prakash from Sebastian Crawford, as we said, will start this one on the front row. And Sebastian Crawford, who fell back in the super heat earlier on today, the pre-final, if you like, fell back as low as 8th position, almost got caught up in that train, and then slowly but surely worked his way forwards to be in contention, I think inside the top 4. Jane Prakash, another one of them who dropped back late on. Got a good start, but dropped back late on. Look out for the likes of Arthur Bowers. The Cow Sport Machine took victory in the super heat. Starting the inside second row of the grid, has got a good opportunity to get a launch and get straight up the inside of Sebastian Crawford into turn 1 and hold that through turn number 2. So plenty of opportunity in Micromax. They'll get themselves, of course, the 2 sighting laps, the 2 formation laps, before they grid themselves up into what will be 10 rows of 2. 19 karts taken to the start of this one. And all to play for. Again, the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship here at Whilton Mill. Nice to see a huge turnout, of course, of team members, family members, mechanics, drivers, the lot, filling up, of course, the space around the circuit, all viewing some brilliant racing out on circuit. Whilton Mill, a fantastic venue to kickstart the season. Of course, before we go through the likes of Kimbolton for round number 2. Then to Warden Law, Rowrah, Three Sisters, Dunkeswell, and of course the Rotax National Trophy at the newly homologated Silverstone Kart Circuit. Still in Northamptonshire or Towcester, still however you want to define it. Close to Whilton Mill, at least, at the end of the year. Plenty of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final tickets to be handed out. Of course, we crowned our first winner of the year just a moment ago in the form of Maximilian Eberhardt, who's going to be the second in the monstrous micros. Jane Prakash, Sebastian Crawford, the 44, alongside the 8 on the front row. Behind that, look for Arthur Bowers. Look for Lenny Barton, the 47 Peppermint Liveried Strawberry Racing OTK. Was pretty good in the super heat. And again, starting this one alongside, just in behind the 8, alongside the 99. Look out for both of those. Anyone inside the top 10 could come out on top. Foot to the floor for the second time today. And the Micromax final is go. 12 minutes plus the lap. Sebastian Crawford straight into the race lead and following there Lenny Barton. So not the best of starts by any stretch of the imagination for our pole sitter of Jayan Prakash, who's immediately dropped to 4th. They all go defensive and up onto 2 wheels there, sandwiched over 2 karts in the background as they make their way into Christmas Corner for the opening time. Sebastian Crawford now into Ashby. You can look out for the 13. That's a Freddie Walker up in a 3rd position. Down the inside goes the 47 as Sebastian Crawford drops not to 3rd, but potentially even to 4th. Around the outside goes the 44, but has to back out in the end through the infield section. It's not been the start that Prakash would have wanted. Started ever so slightly off the back, didn't get the power down at all, and now under a lot of pressure from the 72 of Arlo Gamble for Sam Pollock Racing. Into the boot section and towards the chicane. It's looking good so far for Lenny Barton, the 47. I said to look out for him, and he's very much impressed on this opening lap. A minute down and 11 left to go plus the lap. It's Barton from Walker, then comes Crawford. Arlo Gamble, Benjamin Silva up 3 places from 8th now into the top 5. Prakash from Hanley. Bowers down 3 into 8th. And here comes the fight for the lead. They fly in formation towards Christmas Corner. Sebastian Crawford tries to follow the 13 through on the inside, but it's the outside line that sees Lenny Barton retain the lead from Freddie Walker. Here comes, of course, the 72 of Arlo Gamble straight to the inside, trying to pick this one apart. 3 wide on the exit of Ashby as Sebastian Crawford sandwiched in the middle. Inside line getting taken by the 13 of Freddie Walker, who's going to walk his way through to retain second. Sebastian Crawford back down the inside. There's contact. The 78 of Benjamin Silva trying to get involved here, and has caused a bit of a check-up. All the rest of the Micromax field bunching up into the boot section. This is playing nicely into the hands of Lenny Barton as here comes the 69 machine of Caden Hanley trying to get involved. Cuts here, there and everywhere into places you wouldn't necessarily expect it. 10 minutes left to go. It's Barton from Crawford, 0.6 of a second separate them. Crawford and Barton, a lucky escape here and a point forward from Gamble to say, what are we doing? Let's go and catch for the lead. You can see behind the fight for 5th is down the inside goes Arthur Bowers, chucks one to the inside of Christmas Corner. The 44 of Jayan Prakash trying to follow him through. 2 race winning contenders, by the way, maybe some of the favourites to go for the whole thing, dropping back in the pack towards the lower end of the top 10, and now having to decide amongst themselves who wants to be the one leading the charge to get themselves back into this race. They've got to momentarily put their differences aside, because the top 6 have separated themselves into 3 groups of 2. Clever driving there from Arlo Gamble. Could have gone for a send to the inside of the boot, but opts not to. Start to push maybe Freddie Walker onto the back of Sebastian Crawford, especially if Barton has to defend over the next couple of minutes. We've still got 9 minutes plus the lap to go. And a good run there from Crawford. Sees him in the slipstream. Defensive goes Barton. Brings it back to the race line. That opens the door to the inside. Sebastian Crawford gets it stopped, nicely done. Takes the lead of the race with minimal loss in terms of lap time. It was nice and tidy between the 2. So if they can sort of swap positions like that, they're not going to be under too much pressure. The minute they start battling quite hard and tripping up over each other is then when they're going to have the headache of Freddie Walker, of Arlo Gamble, all getting involved. Right now, you know, is there too big of a difference between them that one of them is going to substantially pull away over the next couple of laps? Probably not. Burn off quite a lot of this race. Give yourself 2 laps at the end to squabble when you're under little to no pressure from those behind. The earlier you start battling, the more these guys behind you are going to reel themselves in. But side by side, as they can't decide who wants to be the one leading the charge in 3rd position, maybe now starting to settle that this is a race for 3rd. Arlo Gamble up through a fantastic drive into the chicane on Freddie Walker. Now he's got Arthur Bowers and Jayan Prakash for company. Jayan Prakash looks to go to the inside, but has to follow through in the Sam Pollock Racing machine. Also, the 99 of Bowers trying to set up a move, of course, on his teammate, the 2KR Sports, in towards Ashby. That train led by Arlo Gamble as they fly through the camera shot and towards the infield. Look over the shoulder from Gamble, who's keeping this 3rd position. They've got just shy of 2 seconds to the race leaders. Crawford from Barton now, as the 47 is losing touch a little bit from Crawford, who definitely has got a bit of a pace measure relative to the 47. Just over half of this race left to go. 7 minutes, 35 seconds plus the lap. Over the chicane, launching it. You want to make that as straight as possible without damaging the kart too much. Those curbs are quite high up. You've got to be careful not to put too much abuse into those flip-flops. We saw that last year for the opening round of the UKC. A point forward from Arlo Gamble, but Jayan Prakash doesn't get the memo. Down the inside of Arthur Bowers. That's going to open the door for the 69 of Hanley. There's contact between the 2 of them. That's going to slow the pair of them up. That's going to open the door for Silva to go to the outside. Up on the 2 wheels goes Caden Hanley. Drops to 8th position in that squabble. And the gap to the front opening up. So Barton only a quarter of a second off the back of Crawford. So the two of them last time through, 52.73 for both of them. So the slipstream keeping Barton in tow. And this fight for third, I mean, they're just not doing themselves any favours in catching those in front. They see this podium, they want that trophy, they want the championship points for it. Maybe starting to see the top two get away. Of course, the youngest drivers on the field, they've not got the years of experience to tell them what to do from the very get-go. And ultimately, you know, if you're 10 years old and you're in a position to win a trophy, you're probably going to try and win the trophy. Not think too much of maybe getting a slightly bigger one. Down the inside goes Freddie Walker. Into Christmas corner, gets it stopped, and pretty textbook, if you like, not really much of a contest that Arlo Gamble could have given there. He settles into fourth position, a point forward though, clearly saying that he wants to give it a go and catch, but now he's on the back foot. And under a bit of pressure from Jen Prakash, who hopefully is going to get the memo for him. If they work together and the top two begin to battle, there might still be a chance, but Sebastian Crawford set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. Last time through was about a tenth and a half quicker than Lenny Barton, so the gap has opened up as he's made a bit of a mess of that. Has Freddie Walker, a little bit of a snap of oversteer through the boot section on the exit. Didn't set himself up overly well. The gap at the front grows to 3/4 of a second. Last time through, nearly 3/10 in favour of Sebastian Crawford into the second half of this race. So it's Crawford from Barton, then this battle from Walker, Gamble, then comes Jen Prakash, who's going to move to the inside and try and send one down into Christmas corner. The space is going to open up though. Arlo Gamble turns defence into offence. Up the inside into third. The move comes back down the inside though, Freddie Walker. This is brilliant stuff as Jen Prakash will capitalise. Into this left, a vital corner, a long left-hander. Tightens up the apex, you want to hit a nice late one. Side by side into the boot, Jen Prakash will take third position. Squeezes his way down the inside. Bit of contact. You can see the nose cone wobbling around there. And Freddie Walker, the top two, the gap bridge now to just over a second. Sebastian Crawford putting the hammer down and putting those lap times in. Matching basically his fastest lap time every single lap. Arlo Gamble on the back of Freddie Walker. Jen Prakash secures that podium position. Now he's going to hope that they fight for fourth to give himself a bit of breathing room. There you can see Benjamin Slivar in the green and black Sana Racing. They're almost, well, they are drawing themselves alongside on that run in towards the left-hander. That's going to open the door for Arthur Bowers, the 99, to go through and pick up a pretty easy spot. But a bit of a tap there could open the door for the 69 of Caden Hanley to find a way back through. To start another lap, let's see what the gap is between Crawford and Barton. It's grown to now just 1.5 seconds between the two. In terms of raw pace, it is there, but Crawford has been ruthless in that consistency. Lap after lap after lap has been able to bridge the gap back to Lenny Barton, who's now best hope is to stay in second. Last time through though, 3/10 in favour of Jen Prakash, who's matching or about a tenth of a lap slower than our race leader Sebastian Crawford. With what, 2 seconds to the back of Lenny Barton. He's not got enough time to close that gap unless there's a mistake or Prakash can find a bit more speed. Remember, they've been on these tyres for, well, the entirety of the official time sessions this weekend. All of the heats and super heats and now into the final. So they are feeling a little bit maybe worse for wear, these tyres, relative to when they were brand spanking new. But of course the track conditions changed and maybe a little bit cooler, so maybe the lap time is coming there. Next across the line, another lap, 3 minutes left to go. New fastest lap of the race come in from Caden Hanley, so 52.52. The pace still absolutely there in this Micromax field. There's a 52.82 and a 52.84 for Crawford and Prakash. Only a 53.1 for Lenny Barton. Down the inside goes the 69 RCE of Caden Hanley. Takes 6th position away from Slivar. I have to say that, I mean, even though Barton hasn't got that pace relative to Crawford and Prakash, he is running remarkably consistent, as are the two around him, to be fair. Barton, basically every lap of 53.1. Crawford and Prakash, basically every lap of 52.8 for the last sort of 5 that I've seen. So, very impressive at, you know, such a young age. They've got this raw speed and the consistency to go with it. It's one thing to put, you know, 1 lap together. It's another thing to put 12 minutes worth of laps together, back to back, whilst fighting. Jen Prakash under a bit of pressure from Freddie Walker. maybe eyeing up the opportunity to get after Lenny Barton. I mean, the pace has been consistent. Freddie Walker last time through as well, with 52.6, was able to chip away a huge gap to the podium sitters, but with such little time left to go in the race, they might start settling for third being their best option, drawing alongside Arlo Gamble, trying to get involved in the 72. That's going to open the door for Caden Hanley in the RCE. So Jayan Prakash now having to start to defend because Freddie Walker found a little bit of a nose to the inside of Ashby. And all of that progress, the opportunity maybe to go forwards and get second, coming undone. Only one of these guys is going to stand on the podium. Right now it's Jayan Prakash with 1 minute and 20 plus the lap. So what, 3 laps left to go, including this one. 3.6 kilometers. Look over the shoulder from Prakash. And a defensive move there from Freddie Walker. He's going to squeeze the 72 and the 69 all the way to the inside, but Hanley is going to be the beneficiary. Finds the speed on the exit. Finds the space, more crucially as well. Gamble under a bit of pressure. Straight down the inside, not waiting around. The 69 using that momentum from Christmas Corner to fire one into fourth. Running wide there goes the 13 of Freddie Walker. That's going to open the door. Straight back down the inside goes Gamble, following him through as well. Silva. The green and black at Sana Racing. Down the inside goes, of course, that's Arthur Bowers, the 99. From 8th now into 7th with just 2 laps left to go. Penultimate lap of the race this time by in the Micromax final. It's Crawford from Barton, now 2.26 seconds between them. Jayan Prakash has been able to bridge himself away, so the fight for the podium maybe not on. That being said, the gap, the loss that Hanley had relative to Prakash that last lap wasn't monumental. With a lap and a half left to go, it's still on, but he's going to need to be under no pressure. He can't have to defend for the rest of the race to have any chance, and even then it's a slim one. They're fighting for fourth now, and Prakash has been able to, bridge away. As there goes Arlo Gamble down the inside, was waiting for the gap to open up on the exit, turned in very early, waited for the RCE to wash wide, and now they're pushing each other through into the boot section. Freddie Walker tries to go to the outside. That's going to open the door for his Countersport teammate, Arthur Bowers, to go through, and on the inside, final lap of the race, Sebastian Crawford will lead them over the line. He's comfortable. He's just got to keep it on the tarmac. I think our podium is pretty much set in stone. A parade lap for the top 3, but who's going to finish fourth? Right now it's Caden Hanley from Arlo Gamble. Then comes Freddie Walker, Arthur Bowers, and Benjamin Silva. A brilliant battle that we've seen amongst these guys. But the last lap of the race comes down to this, and Sebastian Crawford has driven brilliantly. Second to victory does not tell the whole story in the slightest. His consistency has been there. His racecraft in the early moments, near perfect in the monstrous micros. The Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, the first round of 6 here at Whilton Mill. And Sebastian Crawford will throw his way over the chicane for the final time. He takes first blood in 2026. The Micromax final goes the way of Sebastian Crawford. From Lenny Barton and Jayan Prakash the podium. What a drive from Crawford. From dropping back in the superheat, fighting his way forwards, and now victory in the final. Brilliant stuff from the number 8. Lenny Barton as well, doing exactly what he needed to do across the line to take second. Jayan Prakash in P3. Behind that, Caden Hanley, Arlo Gamble, the top 5 from Freddie Walker, Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Silva. That battle for fourth and momentarily was for third. Brilliant stuff between them. Kai Suri, Rio Pocock, the top 10. After what was in the end 15 laps of racing. A brilliant battle here in Micromax. And a lot of these drivers, there's a lot to be proud of. Milo Taylor, Anson Gao, Hugo Senna, Rashi Gupta from Bobby Slater. Then comes Jensen Kelly, Ralph Ewer, Rudrapchap Singh from Oliver Daniels, the 19th and final driver to be classified. All of them on the lead lap, which is good to see. And Micromax, once again, delivering. There you can see Sebastian Crawford rolling his way into Parc Fermé. He can be very proud of himself after a drive like that. Same to Lenny Barton. Didn't quite have the pace for victory, but I'm still sure he's going to be chuffed, very much so, with second position. And Kev did swap the boards around, actually. So 1 is now in the middle, 2 is on the left, 3 is on the right. That just makes so much more sense. Good stuff. Nice to see. Crawford from Barton from Prakash, the top 3. Of course, pending scrutineering, but 47 draws his way into P2. Nice stuff. So that's confirmed, P1 and P2. We'll rate the arrival as well of the Sam Pollitt Racing of Jayan Prakash. From pole position, still able to consolidate a nice podium finish as well for our second of our 5 finals this afternoon. Straight over to the timing board to see. I'm sure he's not questioning whether or not he's won, probably just seeing as to where everyone else was. Fastest lap of the race went the way of Caden Hanley of 52.52, matching fastest laps for Crawford and Barton, that early phase where they were nose to tail, and Barton very cleverly using Crawford to get away from the rest of the pack. There you can see the very Toy Story-esque backdrop that we've got here at Whilton Mill. Blue skies and some very nice clouds indeed. No question of rain. There was a little bit this morning, maybe a couple of doubts, but all in all we've been good. The wind blowing, but overall quite a nice day here on Easter Sunday, and a lot of these drivers, the minis and the micros, I'm sure, going to be celebrating with an abundance of chocolate, let's put it that way, after pretty decent victories from Abraham and from Crawford in our first 2 of our 5 finals for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Let's head down to Kev for the second time today to speak to Crawford, Barton and Prakash.
Well, I'm down here now with the man that's brought it home in 3rd place, Jayan Prakash. Jayan, you're on the podium, but you started on pole. So what went on in that race for you? Talk me through it.
I'd have won that race, but basically the whole other side jumped the start, so I dropped back to about 8th, and then I had to come back through.
You made a phenomenal comeback. You drove well to get yourself all the way back up. Like you say, the start was perhaps a little bit too aggressive, but it was a great drive to come back up, and you've been fast all weekend long, haven't you? Not been outside the top 3 in any of your races this weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
Who's made it happen? Who's been in your corner helping you this weekend?
My parents, Sam Pollitt, my mechanic Scott, and all my partners.
All your teams and partners, well done. Well, listen, huge congratulations. Perhaps commiserations for not, rounding out with the victory, but it's another podium, and I'm sure we're going to see you get many, many more this season.
Thanks.
There goes Jayan Prakash. Let's try and find our 2nd place man. Lenny Barton. Let's get Lenny over here. Come on over, Lenny Barton there, cart number 47. We'll have a little chat with him, find out how his weekend went. Lenny, great to see you, my friend. I've not chatted to you yet this weekend, but here you are on the podium. I sense that you're going to be quite happy. You had a 7th, a 4th, a 2nd, and now another 2nd. Has it been a good weekend for you?
Yeah, it's been really good.
Talk me through that final there, because it seemed that once you got yourself in that 2nd place, you had a bit of, breathing space. You weren't under too much pressure, were you?
No, and once I've got that gap, I'm just all calm, and once they're loads behind me, I just settle in the cart, and yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You look very calm, you look very settled. Ahead of you, Sebastian Crawford. The gap was just a little bit too much this time, wasn't it? Up to him?
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, listen, well done. A great weekend. Like I say, you've advanced on every race you've been in. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
My mum, dad, and my mechanic.
Well done. What's your mechanic's name?
Callum.
Shout out to Callum. Well done putting this man on the podium. Go and give Callum a high five as we try and find Seb Crawford, our winner. Where is Seb? Mr. Crawford, come on over. Still got his helmet on. Let's see if we can have a little interview with him. He's going on a wander. He got a penalty. Stand by. We've got a 5-second penalty perhaps for Seb Crawford, so I'm not sure what's going on with him. We might try and have a little chat with him. Obviously this is live. I'm picking up these bits of information as fast as you are, so he might not want to speak to us. We'll give him a moment or two, but fair to say he was kind of leading the whole race and got himself out in front, so we might get a word from him, or we may or may not. I can ask him. We'll see. I'm looking. He's having a chat with his dad. Yeah, I'm not sure. Seb, just come and give us a quick word, mate, because I'm just picking up the information that you've just been given as well. You've been strong all weekend long, and you led that race for so many laps, but I'm hearing you may have got yourself a penalty.
Yeah.
What do you think went down?
Not a clue.
Not sure.
I don't know what I got it for.
Man, it's hard lines. It's the way racing goes sometimes. But if you can take any positives, you have been fast all weekend long, and you were so far down the road in that race.
Yeah, thank you. It was just like trying to keep my focus.
Yeah.
I saw the 5 seconds pop up, and I had to go.
It's all you can do, mate. Listen, well done to you if you're trying to, obviously get yourself that deficit further forward than the 5 seconds. But it has been a strong weekend. Your superheat was brilliant. It was great to commentate you on that. What a battle that was. Who's been looking after you this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my uncle, my engine builder Ayrton, and my mum and my sister, because they were supporting me, and everyone
won at Origin as well.
Brilliant stuff, well done. And I tell you what, that's really good character on your part to step in front of the camera, even though when you don't feel like it. So well done, buddy. Take it on the chin, we go again. We'll see you for round 2.
Thank you.
There he goes. How about that, chat, guys? Winning across the line, but the 5-second penalty has dropped him back, so I'll hand back to Zach, and we'll pick up on what's happened there in Micromax.
Just quickly ahead of the Rotax 177 final, I have just seen on the timing screen a pop-up of Sebastian Crawford, 5-second penalty, it says here, for a jump start. He was under investigation, slightly out of view on the timing screen, so didn't pick that up during the race, but yeah, it could well be a pretty much done deal. We spoke with Prakash about the outside row of the grid, getting a bit of a good start, and we did see that, Crawford straight into the lead. So as it stands, that could well promote Barton up into second. The good news is obviously Crawford ran away with it, so he might well be able to still scrape himself a decent result inside the top 5. Nonetheless, Rotax 177 taking themselves to the grid, jumping themselves in the karts and getting themselves ready. In terms of the grid, we'll run you through that in just a moment, but it will be Taylor Bellini who will start on pole position after a decent showing in the superheat. Of course, Harrison Crook, the one to dominate that really eventually. He'll start on the outside of the front row alongside Bellini, James Lingard and Ryan Taylor-Truman in P4. Scott Smith rounds out the top 5 from David Mitchell, Reg Hayward and Nathan Schaefer, the front 4 with Matthew Lambert and Josh Gollin, the top 10. Rob Simpson alongside Cole Edwards on row 6 with Adriel Ungwa from Jake Davis, Sean Rouge, then comes Braden Donoghue on P16. Rob Ellis, who of course had a very racy time in the superheat earlier on, starts P17 alongside Finney Cross on row 9. Jamie Salter from Lucas Glover in P20. Then comes Samuel Cornwell and Billy Fiveash in P22. Looking forward to getting this one underway. Of course, 14 minutes plus the lap for these drivers. Harrison Crook, James Lingard off the back of podiums, this time 12 months ago, the first round of the UKC at Whilton Mill in 2025. Looking to replicate that and maybe even one better. It's not going to be easy though, as the 427 of Taylor Bellini is going to make it difficult for them. He'll be on the inside going into turn number 1. Of course, a decent start pretty much guarantees you to keep it, but then it's that run through 2 that you need up the hill in towards Christmas Corner that is vital for success to get this race underway well, because if you can lead the opening lap and break away with second like we saw in the micros, it becomes a little bit easier just to keep it a 1v1, to manage that race a bit better. The minute you don't, you're roped into that battle. You can very quickly have 3, 4, 5, 6 karts contesting for the lead, and that's a headache that, well, none of the drivers really want. We want it as fans, we want to watch the racing, but out on circuit, going into that with a game plan and hoping that it executes well on the opening lap is vital to the success. Big hello and welcome if you're now just joining us. Do definitely implore you to go back and watch all of the superheats and the 2 finals that we've just had across Mini Inter and Micromax. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris and Alpha Live bringing you the coverage here at Whilton Mill for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship on Easter Sunday. A new era of the championship, of course, partner now with the RMC. Tickets for the grand final now on offer for our championship winners in each of our 5 categories to take that ticket to Portimao in November later on this year. 12 minutes plus the lap for the Rotax 177 final. And Bellini on pole from Crook. Taylor Truman, James Lingard, the front 2 rows. We'll see them line up in just a moment. You can see getting the tyre temperature and getting themselves psyched up, ready for should be a pretty intense race. The Rotax 177s gave us some good action in the superheat earlier on today. Like I say, Harrison Crook carving his way through the grid to take victory. Wasn't quite enough with Taylor Bellini, still doing enough to take pole position. But there's not really much more that Harrison Crook could have done other than win the superheat. A good chunk of championship points goes his way and nicely into his pocket towards the first checkpoint of the season. The end of round number 2 at Kimbolton, where they get themselves those tickets to the international trophy, each of our championship leaders For the third of our 5 finals today, the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Round number 1, the Rotax 177s put foot to the floor and we go racing. A great start from the pole side of the grid. The 427 of Taylor Bellini gets nudged wide though through the opening couple of corners. That could open the door for James Lingard to immediately fire one for the lead. Defensive though, and the 402 of Harrison Crook tries to go to the outside through Christmas corner. He's managed to make it work. He pulls it off through 3 and now into 4. Now in towards Ashby, of course, this hairpin right-hander where you've got to be late on the brakes and commit. Harrison Crook is able to consolidate that move as James Lingard drops back to 4th after a brilliant initial getaway. Caught napping around the outside by Harrison Crook. James Lingard straight back down the inside of the 465 who puts 2 wheels on the grass, going to run him wide. That's going to cost him 3, 4, 5 positions through the chicane. He's got to hang it on. He's going to muscle it out wide. A great opening lap in the Rotax 177s, and look at the gap that's been built. And that's exactly what I was talking about for Bellini and for Crook. Have a 1v1. Manage the gap back and hope they squabble for second. You can see just in the background of the shot, just at, well, right at the bottom of the shot, Harrison Crook going for the lead. In the background, we saw Lingard versus Scott Smith doing battle for third. Harrison Crook straight into the race lead as they fight for fourth. The 480, that's Matthew Lambert up in a 5th position. No one leaving anything on the table as putting 2 wheels on the grass, and even more there. The 465 has gone off. That's Ryan Taylor-Truman, who's spun round now through the infield and right at the back of the pack. Nice move there from the 437 of Reg Hayward around the outside of the final part of the boot and into the chicane. We've seen a couple of moves like that this weekend. It's been nice to see that the overtaking can be done through at that section, which usually you would expect to be single file. Ten minutes plus the lap still to go. It's Harrison Crook that leads Bellini from James Lingard, Reg Hayward and Matthew Lambert, the top 5. See a move there down the inside. The Chaos Sport able to get the switch back though, needed to retain the position. The 435, that's going to be Adriel Engua for Precision Racing. Fighting into the top 10. Fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, Harrison Crook, who is picking up where he left off in 2025. Narrowly missed out on the championship relative to Ed Matthews. I say narrowly, it was about 50 points between the two of them, but Harrison Crook still a mighty adversary to what was a very dominant Edward Matthews in Rotax 177. Defensive driving there taken from, I believe that's Nathan Schaefer in the 429. That's defending for 9th position, trying to keep track position in this train while also working forwards to gain a couple more spots. So it's Crook from Bellini, Lingard the top 3. The gap between them growing to about half a second. The 435 kicking up some dust there. That's Ingua. Wide through the left-hander. Able to keep it under wraps though and keep that foot in. If in doubt, flat out, even on the grass. Staying on the back. Of, well, it's now David Mitchell in front. 423. Down the inside goes the 437. That's Reg Hayward versus James Lingard. That's the fight for the podium. Reg Hayward versus Lingard. So the Tony Kart drops behind the 403. Now in behind the 437. Coles Racing of Reg Hayward, who have already taken a victory so far today in the form of Maximilian Eberhardt in the Mini Inters. Another podium to add. Another trophy to add to the cabinet for them would be pretty nice, I'd imagine. Still 8 minutes plus the lap to go. It's Crook from Bellini, from Hayward, the top 3. Fastest lap of the race going the way of Reg Hayward, who's got the pace and is only, what, about a second gap off Bellini. So 1, 2 and 3, pretty sort of equidistant amongst each other. Crook to Bellini is the same as Bellini to Hayward, I should say. Obviously, Bellini to Crook is the same as Crook to Bellini. But from first to second and second to third is what I'm trying to say, is the same. So a bit of a stalemate, even though they're all relatively close on pace. Reg Hayward, the quickest of the 3. Last time through, personal best for all of them, apart from Hayward, who's running in the low 46s. 46.35 for Crook, 46.54 for Bellini, 46.24 for Reg Hayward, who's reeling in now the 427. P2 absolutely is on with just over half this race still remaining in the Rotax 177s. Very nice day here at Whilton Mill. Perfect conditions to be going racing now into springtime here in the UK to kickstart the new era, new year of the Rotax Match Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. That partnership now with Rotax, giving the opportunity to these drivers to win those grand final tickets this year at Portimao at the end of the year, and also the opportunity to the top driver in the championship leader after the first 2 rounds. So in a month's time when we take to Kimbolton, the championship leader after that round will get themselves the ticket to the International Trophy at Le Mans, where they have the opportunity to win entry into the grand finals. Look to the inside there, nicely done from the 29. That's Nathan Schaefer on the back of, well, that's Rob Simpson for KR Sport just in front, holding on to 8th position. 3 karts involved in that train, and they've got eyes on Josh Gollin in front, who was pretty decent over last year. Huge send to the inside, picking up the inside rear wheel as well, as he fires one down the inside. What a drive that was from Nathan Schaefer to take 8th position away. Catching, I think, everyone off guard with that one. Down the inside into the boot section. The 480 we follow there, that's Matthew Lambert under pressure from Scott Smith. So Nib Sport versus the Privateer. 5 minutes 20 plus the lap. So probably looking at around about 7 or 8 more laps of this race. So half distance, or just over a lap. We're on lap 9 currently. Harrison Crook under little pressure from Bellini, but the gap between Bellini and Hayward has been chipping away. The 4:37, fastest lap of the race so far, and consistently about half a tenth to a tenth and a half quicker than Bellini. The gap has come down to under 0.6 of a second. So keep a keen eye on the gap between second and third. Bellini versus Hayward. I have to say, incredibly impressed with Crook. I mean, kind of what you would expect. You know, vice champion of last year and podium finisher here at Whilton Mill 12 months ago, and you know, a very experienced kart racer in his own right. But this consistency that he's brought, you know, he didn't start in pole position, but very quickly made some quick work to go forwards, having quite an easy time. Same cannot be said for this train here. Queuing up behind the Potenza there. Well, pretty much most of the grid, it seems. Very close behind now the 423 of David Mitchell from Rob Simpson. Adrian Ngwa from Rob Ellis, Nathan Schaefer, Cole Edwards also involved in this battle. Also Jake Davis and Braden Donoghue involved in this battle. So we've got, what, 7, 8 karts involved down the inside. And up over the grass, goodness me, in the back of this train. Getting some airtime. Was that the 35? Was that Ngwa for Precision Racing? He might well have been. Following them through into the boot section. Less than 3.5 minutes left to go. Crook from Bellini, from Hayward. That gap has come down. It's been slashed. Now under 0.2 of a second. That's the gap that we see now in the slipstream. And not a million miles away either is James Lingard and Matthew Lambert. Is there a move on in the near future? Is it an if? Is it a when? Reg Hayward goes for the move. I mean, his pace the last couple of laps has been remarkable. Quicker even than the race leader. Maybe if he can dispatch of Hayward quick enough, Bellini quick enough, maybe Hayward has a chance of going for the lead. That's a bit far-fetched, considering how close and competitive this field is. I mean, the last time through, there was less than a tenth that separated the lap times of the top 3. Make that even the top 4 potentially. Harrison Crook turning up the wick a little bit. He went to a 46.37 compared to a 46.6 of both Bellini and Hayward. No space to the inside of Christmas corner. Maybe into Ashby is getting 2 wheels over the curb there, kicking up a bit of oversteer. And you can definitely tell, thinking about the move is Reg Hayward. For the Coles Racing, down the inside at the earliest opportunity, throws it to the inside of the left-hander onto the back straight. Nicely done there. A corner where you want to turn quite late to maximise the late apex opens up the inside, and Reg Hayward threw one to the inside, took control of the corner and took second place with it as well. Less than 2 minutes left to go in this race. It's Crook now from Hayward, now from Bellini, our pole sitter dropping back in the pack. Still hanging on for a podium, which definitely worse ways to start the season. James Lingard as well. The battle between the two of them didn't last long enough to really reel in the Tony car into contention. Matthew Lambert all over him as well in the fight for 4th and 5th. Still some good championship points on offer for each of these positions. The final, understandably, the biggest opportunity of the weekend to go and get those points. It's 36 for a win in a heat. It's 40 for a win in the superheat. It's 45 for a win in the final. And Harrison Crook right now is looking pretty decent to take a decent chunk of those points and comfortably be the championship leader at the end of the opening round. Less than a minute on the clock, so next time through will be the penultimate lap of the race. Down the inside goes the 480, that's Matthew Lambert on the inside of James Lingard, who drops to 5th, and up into 4th goes Matthew Lambert. Trying to keep it tidy though. Runs a bit wide off the exit of the left-hander. Another pressure is there. A point forward, a very lethargic point forward there from James Lingard. Didn't want to keep his hand off the steering wheel for too long. Point forward to say, let's try and go and catch. Let's see if there is any opportunity. We're only half a second off the fight for the podium because Hayward is gone. He's dispatched Bellini by about 0.6 of a second now. The slipstream helping definitely on this penultimate lap, but not close enough really to be going for a move. There is an opportunity for Lambert here if he gets on with it. A lap and a half still to go. Could play nicely in favour of Matthew Lambert, and James Lingard wants a bit of that. He doesn't care if he finishes 4th or 5th. He wants the chance of the podium. Even if he's 3rd place in that train, there's a lot that you can do. I just don't think it's going to be quite enough. The final lap of the race now started by Harrison Crook, who leads us on to the 17th and final lap of racing in the Rotax 177s. There he is. Of course, chasing down some back markers, in fact, is the 402. Now we're following the 419 of Five Ash. She, unfortunately, almost about to be a lap down. The leader, the car just behind him of Harrison Crook. The 402, just in behind this shot. I mean, Five Ash, of course, not going to be complaining about the airtime. There you can see blitzing through. That's our race leader. What a drive this weekend has been for Harrison Crook. Vice champion last year. Will lead the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Will take the checkered flag. Will take victory. Will Harrison Crook. From Reg Hayward, from Taylor Bellini, the top three. Three very deserved podium finishers. Matthew Lambert narrowly missing out, just over a second off the back. James Lingard, the top 5. Harrison Crook, a sensational effort here at Whilton Mill. A podium last year, a victory this year. Reg Hayward, a drive of the ages as well to come up 5 positions into second. Chip away at the gap of Taylor Bellini and take that away from him. The 427 though from pole, still consolidating a nice podium finish. From Matthew Lambert, James Lingard, the top 5. Scott Smith, Joshua Gollan, David Mitchell and Rob Simpson from Rob Ellis, the top 10 after 18 laps of racing, or 17 laps of racing I should say. Nathan Schaefer from Cole Edwards, from Jake Davis, Adrian Ungwa from Braden Donoghue. Then comes Finley Cross, Jamie Salter, Ryan Taylor-Truman from Sam Cornwell, and Sean Rudge, the top 20. Billy Five Ash narrowly getting themselves on the lead lap from Lucas Glover, who we lost a few laps in, classified as 22nd position. The drivers will make their way into Parc Ferme. There you can see Crook assuming the race-winning board, straight over to see what the final results and the lap times were. Shake of the head even, maybe not pleased he got the fastest lap as well. A very nice lid. I do like the colour scheme there with the TH Corsa lid of Harrison Crook. Of course, Reg Hayward and Taylor Bellini will pull themselves in as well. You can be very happy with that effort though. You can see very red face and good sportsmanship all around. That's something we see a lot in the Ultimate Karting Championship, is that sportsmanship between drivers. A nice little debrief as well, like we mentioned in the Superheats. Drivers love a little post-race chat. Harrison Crook, not really the most eventful race in all honesty. Bellini straight over to shake the hands. A good battle with Reg Hayward. A nice move from Hayward to get through for Coles Racing and take second position. You can see a very nice day, as we always say, as the preparations already underway for Junior Max to make their way onto the grid. The wind blowing, though. You can see those Rotax and Mojo flags very much flexing actually on the left-hand side of the screen. So the wind is there. That's a nice tailwind going into Christmas corner. So boosts the slipstream factor just ever so slightly. Those behind gets a nice little push going in up the hill. Quite I'd say steep incline, a relatively steep incline into Christmas corner. Definitely aiding the overtaking that we had there. Harrison Crook, Reg Hayward, Taylor Bellini, the top three after 17 laps of the Rotax 177 final. Kev's down to have a chat with them.
Well, Taylor standing here in third place at the end of that one, but I kind of sense maybe you think it could have been second or perhaps even first.
Could have been. First race back in a while, first year back, so our fitness ain't obviously great. Overdrived a little bit, but I think as the season goes on, I think I'll get slightly used to that, a bit more consistent. We'll see how we go on the next one.
Yeah, and I mean, you've obviously been strong all weekend long. Everything you've started, you've either been first, second or third, so the pace is there, right?
Yeah, no, pace was there. It's just the consistency. Maybe overdrive slightly than the one before, and same for this one. The 2 heats, I think I was a bit more chilled, you could say. So I think for the next one, maybe just chill out a little bit, maybe do a few more laps, testing, and just go from there, really.
Well, mate, it's great to have you in the championship. It's going to be a strong championship this year in Rotax 177s, that's for sure. Yeah. Who's made it all possible? Who are you with this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
I'm with DHR this weekend. I usually race for Evolution, but obviously they're not here this weekend, so thankfully DHR's helped me out this weekend. Got to say a massive thanks to my dad, who pays for my racing, and same for the for MPM, who sponsor me as well. So big shout out to them.
Mate, well done. Thanks for racing with us. We'll see you for the podiums later on.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Right, there goes Taylor Bellini bringing it home in third. Going to be strong driving from him all season long, I'm sure. Second place man, let's find him. Where are we? Coles Racing. Second place on that one was, of course, Reg Hayward. Reg, can we grab you over here, mate? Because strong drive for you in the final there. Question to you, Reg. Heat 1, you were 22nd, and then you've had a second, a first, and a second. So what's gone on with you this weekend?
Well, it's been a bit of an eventful day. I think, where did we quali? About, I don't actually know. But, yeah, it's been a very eventful weekend. I want to say a massive thank you to Coles Racing, Tom Adams on the spanners, my granddad, and KH Sheehan and Plumbing, the #1 sponsor.
Yeah, if we got a shonky boiler, give KH Plumbing a call. But listen, well done to you. The longer that race went on, it was like your cart came in, your tyres came in, and you were getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe, I don't know, it's unfortunate for Harrison he did get the penalty, but I guess in the end.
Listen, well done, mate. You've name-checked a few people, but anyone else you'd like to thank has looked after you this weekend?
Just mainly Coles Racing, Tom Adams. Yeah, that's about it. And my granddad and mum for coming down.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Great to have the family support here. Congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on. As we'll try and welcome up Harrison Crook. I'm going to look around. He's just putting his car on the trolley across the way of that. Another dominant drive from him. I'll see if I can catch his eye. Can. He's just going to come on over. He was so good, wasn't he, in the Winter Trophy event here in February. He had a clean sweep there, and this weekend he looks just as quick. I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2026. Harrison, great to see you back. It's another winner's interview for you, mate. I think you're going to take some catching this year, aren't you?
Yeah, it should be quite a decent year for us. We've done quite a lot of testing here, obviously doing the winter trophy here. We've done the club round before, so we were confident coming into this round, so it should be quite good, I think.
But some strong names behind you as well. I mean, you got yourself out in the lead there, but Reg Hayward of Coles Racing was chasing you the longer that race went on, and then Taylor Bellini as well. He's been quick all weekend.
Yeah, the boys have been really quick all weekend. We had a problem yesterday which really hindered our heat results, but luckily still put us at the front for the 2 finals today. But but they have been really quick all weekend. Obviously, Reg got the win in that final just then because of my penalty, so it's annoying, but he drove really well all weekend.
Ah, right, okay, you know more than me. Reg you got a penalty in that one?
3-second penalty, I think.
Oh, man, well, we'll have to double check. I'll throw up to Zach in the comms, who's got the live screens in front of him, but well done to you, mate. Who would you like to thank?
All of the boys at TH Course, Lewis, my dad, my sister, and my sponsors, Easy Up and First.
Harrison, well done to you, mate. We'll see if the podium's a little bit later on. All right, let's head on back up to Zach then. Up next, where are we at? I think it's time for a little bit of junior Rotax.
It is indeed, and yeah, just to confirm that penalty, by the way, it has come up on the timing screen. Harrison Crook, 3 seconds for him. That came through, I believe, about 10 minutes ago, so probably about halfway through that race, unfortunately. And here's the real kicker. 2.8 seconds back to Reg Hayward. He was 1.9 tenths off winning the race despite the penalty. So he'll still settle in nicely into second position, but just a swap between the TH Corset and the Coles Racing of Harrison Crook and Reg Hayward. Nonetheless, Rotax 177 done and dusted. Let's head to penultimate final of the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. It's time for Junior Max. One of the mightiest fields in all of motorsport. The Junior Max field boasts a plethora of talent, both in the past and on this grid right here, right now. Kai Clark, one of the drivers in top form in Junior Max, will start on pole position. He's looking very racy indeed. You can see the number 4 just on the right-hand side of your screen, stood next to his kart, getting some pictures and getting ready to jump in. He has been pretty impressive. Off the back of the grand final last year, was one of the front runners. An unfortunate incident late on saw him sort of out of contention, allowed Maljus Mazanas to take victory in the grand final, followed by Jacob Ashcroft, who of course won this championship this time a year ago in the Junior Rotax field, won the Euro Trophy as well, is now off doing Ginetta Juniors in 2026. That's why we're not seeing the 246 out on circuit. He's off, of course, in car racing and doing a brilliant job. But Kai Clark now assuming that helm as one of the favourites in the Junior Max field. And as I always say, very fast, very, very consistent and ruthless in terms of his racecraft as well. Not scared in any way, shape or form to be defensive, to be racy, to get on the attack. Also look out for Charlie Wolf at the left-hand side of your screen, the number 6 Down Holland Racing car. He has been with the UKC since the very start, since its inception back in 2020, has grown up with the championship, if you like. Had a brilliant battle with Jacob Ashcroft, speaking of him, in Mini Inters a few years ago, and has now got that second wind, finding his footing, I should say, back in the karting world. And as you can see, they're lining up on the front row alongside Kai Clark. We'll run you through the full grid in just a couple of moments' time, but you can see final preparations down on the grid, final pep talks with mechanics and team members, and the drivers getting themselves psyched up for what will be an intense battle all the way to the checkered flag. Pulling the gloves tight, that's probably one of the final checks that you can do. Get yourself ready, read up, and well, good to go for the Junior Max Super Final. Kai Clark, Charlie Wolfit, row 1, from Keen Bernard and Sebastian Clark keeping each other company on row number 2. Then comes Nathaniel Gray, Jensen Chalk on row 3 from Arden Clark, and Ellis Bell on row number 4. Braith Murdoch from Blake Southan, from Thomas Jackson. Then comes Connor Large, who had a spin in the super heat earlier on. Will start 12th from Louis Radcliffe and Adam Jewadatis. Riley Morrow and Finley Smith on row number 8. Ryan White from Barnaby Grubb. Then comes Karthmeet Kumeta and Daniel Visinauskas in P20. Jensen Hookie, Daniel Minto, who took the fastest lap in P7 in the super heat earlier on today. Aidan Hamid in P23, followed by P24 going the way of Josh Cormack. Behind that, you'll have the likes of Jacob Jacks. Then comes Dalth Waite, Cash Harris, Alfred Matthews, Jack Robinson, Cody Lupitrell, Luke Holmes-Ballock, Blair Smith, Samuel Aston and Ian Campbell, the 34th driver to take to the grid. Of course, P31 to 34 decided off the results of the Junior Rotax repechage we had just before the lunch break, where of course Luke Holmes-Ballock took victory in that one and will assume P31 on the grid for a 14-minute plus the lap Junior Max Super Final. Same again for the seniors just after this one. Kai Clark, though, maybe head and shoulders above the rest in terms of his pace, maybe the favourite coming into this one. Charlie Wolford, though, for Down Holland Racing, is not going to waste an opportunity to contend for the lead by any means. Sebastian Clark, look out for him. The inside second row of the grid will give him the advantage going into turn number 1 if Kai Clark can lead them well from the pole side of the field. Ellis Bell, who was quite quick earlier on, Sebastian Clark as well. A plethora of talent, like I said. I mean, you could look all the way down the grid and recognise a name and, you know, name an accolade that one of them has won at some point or other. And the culmination of talent here in the RMC UKC, the attraction and, you know, one of the most competitive fields in the world. And now, of course, with one of the biggest prizes that you can get, that ticket to the grand final, the one that all of them want to win. One of the biggest achievements that you can have in the world of karting is to take that World Championship crown this year in Portimao, spanning over 2 decades, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final, boasting a very impressive alumni over the years as well, and the stars of the past, present, and the future on the grid. Rolling their way up through the final couple of corners now. Kai Clark getting himself psyched up. Charlie Wolfett knows it's going to be difficult from second, but he knows that as long as he can keep it tidy off the opening lap, retain that second, maybe minimising the damage, only drop into third or whatever, there's an opportunity to still go forward and get after Kai Clark. It is going to be difficult though, because one of the best junior Rotax drivers in the world currently lines up on pole position. "34 karts roll their way to the line here at Whilton Mill. Kai Clark keeping them waiting as the marshals there direct them to really slow it down on that roll to the line. 14 minutes plus the lap for the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, round number 1 of the Junior Max Final. It's foot to the floor, and Kai Clark will send them underway racing in towards turn number 1. Charlie Wolfett ducks straight to the rear end of Kai Clark to tuck back into the slipstream, and that run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Kai Clark taking 0 chances as they jostle now in towards Christmas Corner at the back end of the top 10. Bit of contact as they all negotiate their way through. A couple of casualties. The 287 goes spinning backwards. That, of course, Cash Harris started this race P27, and now it's very busy through Ashby. So far, so clean, though, for our race leader of Kai Clark, who had that pressure of Charlie Wolfett behind him, sends to the inside of this left-hander that leads you onto the back straight. Defensive all the way to the white line. There's Charlie Wolfett, though, on the back of the number 4, Kai Clark. A clean getaway to this race. It's Strawberry Racing from Dan Holland, from Sam Pollitt, from KR Sport, the top 4. And then MLC, the top 5. 5 different teams inside the top 5 spots so far in Junior Max. All of the teams, all of the mechanics, doing their best efforts to give the machineries to these young drivers in the best way possible. Defensive goes the 282 from a very bent 211 of Connor Large. So Louis Radcliffe trying to keep Connor Large at bay. Down the inside goes Charlie Wolfett, though. He takes the lead of the race from Kai Clark. Brilliant move there from the Dan Holland Racing Machine. Kai Clark drops to second and now needs to keep that momentum. He needs to regain it and get after the number 6. He can't afford to drop back and get swallowed up by Kean Bernard, who coming into the season, Kev spoke to him, was eager to come into this one swinging, take a couple of victories. He's got an opportunity to do that. There's the 234 of Finley Smith, who's down and out of this race on the opening lap. A shame to see the week-long effort that it is now, or at the very least a few days of effort, all coming to an end on the opening lap. The 218 of Jensen Chalk finds a way through on Clark and up into 4th. The leader now, Charlie Wolfett from Kai Clark, in 2nd position. Then comes Kean Bernard in 3rd. The 240 from the 251. There's Sebastian Clark in 4th. Jensen Chalk, the top 5 in the 218. So we're following this battle very, very closely indeed. There's the 250 of Blake Southern for DHR. He's holding on to 6th position currently. But again, if they play their cards right, the battle in front will only get more intense as the race wears on, and they don't want to leave themselves out of contention. The top 3 bridging a bit of a gap, though. The gap between Kean Bernard and Souther now 7/10 of a second. And with little battling, that's, well, only stands to grow. Down the inside goes the 214. Braith Murdoch finds the gap. Waited for it to open back up as Jensen Chalk, well, went defensive, then brought it to the race line. Thought he was safe, he was not. Back down the inside into Ashby, though. There's contact as the 282 gets a bit of a check up from the 264. Ellis Bell, very aggressive down the inside there. As now into the infield section, onto the back straight, the 218 of Jensen Chalk. Runs a little bit wide, doesn't carry the most amount of speed, but should still be able to hang on to that position by the time they reach the boot. Over the chicane. And to start another lap, 10 minutes and 42 seconds left on the clock. 4/10 separate Charlie Wolfert and Kai Clark, who has come into this swinging. Personal best for the entirety of the top 4. Fastest lap goes the way of Blake Southan, who's now trying to get onto the back of Kean Bernard, bridging a gap back to Nathaniel Gray, who's beginning to defend for 5th. So no focus forwards for these guys. You can see the 235 actually bridging a bit of a gap. So the train begins at Jensen Chalk, who's trying to keep Braith Murdoch at bay. Charlie Wolfert wasn't necessarily expecting to have the pace measure over Kai Clark, as down the inside goes Braith Murdoch into the boot section, gets it stopped, gets the position, finds his way through, and up in a 6th. I mean, Kai Clark keeping him honest, they're matched in terms of lap times. 46.9, 46.9, 46.9 for the top 3, a 46.8 for Blake Southan. The gap about 4/10, so the top 4 all involved in this train. There's a huge lock of the rear there, sent wide, goes Jensen Chalk, and Ellis Bell nips one to the inside of Christmas Corner. Was there contact, or was it just way too hard on the brakes for Jensen Chalk there, losing him that position? Now into Ashby, the fight far from over. Even if you make one mistake, the consequence is going to haunt you for the corners to come. Luca Holmes-Ballock up in a 14th. Where has he come from? He's on the back now, Sebastian Clark, potentially knocking on the door of a top 10, and that is why the repechage is a thing. Because Luca Holmes-Ballock scraped into the final by the skin of his teeth, and now, through sheer determination and racecraft, is in an opportunity to maybe find a way into the top 10. He's in 13th as they cross the line, still with 9 minutes to go, mind you. He's up 18 places from 31st into 13th, the biggest gainer of anyone in the field. Duck to the inside from the 282, gets it stopped. As the battling continues again, they're just swapping places like it's no one else's business there. A point forward to say maybe we should settle down a little bit, but a snap of oversteer from the 251 forces the gap to open up, and Luca Holmes-Ballock going to follow them through in the 228. Playing it patient, not doing anything rash, not anything overly zealous, just picking his moments, keeping that momentum up, not trying to lose too much time, tripping up over each other. A nice move through the boot for the 218 of Jensen Chalk to keep himself in the top 10 in, well, actually no, he's dropped down to 12th now on this lap, but to limit the damage relative to Louis Radcliffe. Luca Holmes-Ballock up to 11th position, 20 places gained for the Strawberry Racing Machine. Charlie Wolfert, the gap back to Kai Clark. They are matching each other's pace. There is the leaders. 6-4, 240, 250, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Less than a second separating them. Half of this race still to go in Junior Max. Charlie Wolfert has burnt up a good portion of this race in the lead. He got in front, he bridged the gap, he kept the gap. Kai Clark has reeled it back in though. The slipstream's still there. Kean Bernard playing ball quite well, working with Kai Clark, not getting roped into a battle too much, but Blake Southan now putting the pressure on. Another new fastest lap of the race. These drivers pushing the boundaries, forcing each other to higher and higher levels. 46.6 for our 2 leaders, 46.5 for 3 and 4. Down the inside goes the 264. That's Ellis Bell on Nathaniel Gray, up in a 6th position from 7th. No matter where you look in this Junior Max field, there are moves being made. There's a fight to be had. As off the road there, that's the 223 of Max Douthwaite, who's out of this race. 7 minutes plus the lap to go, so we're halfway through already. It's flown by. The day in general has flown by. The Ultimate Karting Championship is brilliant in terms of the racing action. You blink and the day's over, really. And yet still provides such memorable racing through the Super Heats into the Super Finals. Such calm, collected, measured driving from a lot of the drivers, and then, the inverse from some others, which either way gives us some good action on circuit and some great drives down the inside through Ashby. I think that was Riley Morrow getting away through on Nathaniel Gray. So Riley Morrow, big gains really for the young Brit, of course. Taking a step up into Junior Max off the back of a very successful campaign in Minis, winning the final round of the Italian Cup last year at Sarno. Took his ticket to Bahrain to go with it. That step up into juniors has been quite successful for him. He climbed up to 6th from 12th earlier in the Super Heat. He's climbed up now from 15th, up 8 into 7th now. Charlie Wolfert not out of the woods just yet, but he's managing that gap superbly well back to Kai Clark. The consistency between them, I mean, Kai Clark has no reason to hold back here, right? It's not like he's on the back of Charlie Wolfett. He's still got a bit of a gap to close. Down the inside, though, goes Blake Southen. That is brilliant stuff from the Dan Holland Racing. As soon as that opportunity opened up, he did not hesitate. He saw the flinch. He saw the mistake from Keane Bernard, and then he pounced. Now he's the one leading the charge to get after the top two. His pace, frightening in the first half. He's got 5 minutes and 18 seconds plus a lap. He's on the podium. Now he's got to prove to Keane Bernard that he's got the pace to go and catch. Otherwise, Bernard is going to go straight back down the inside and take the podium back. They don't want to settle this too early. But they need to get a move on with it. They need to also hope Kai Clark puts some pressure on Charlie Wolfett, but the pace between them has just been matched. The opening couple of laps might well have been the deciding factor for this race. As into the pit lane comes the 2:16 out of this race for Thomas Jackson. So a shame again to see the last few days of efforts come to a close, but still a lot to be proud of, a lot of positives to take away from this round. You can see the flip-flop has just given up on the inside of the chicane there. Four minutes 24 left on the clock. Wolfett from Clark. Then comes this battle. Southen from Bernard. 3 and 4. They have got an opportunity to close. There's about a 1 second gap between Southen and Clark, but maybe using a bit too much of the tyre. I don't know what it is, but the pace starting to trail off a little bit for Blake Southen, who, of course, has worked his way onto the podium brilliantly from 10th on the grid, up 7 now. And definitely has got race-winning pace. It's down on a racing kart, but there's just not much going on at the front to allow him to close back in again. Charlie Wolfett and Kai Clark's the 6 and the 4, P1 and P2. See, jumping their way over the chicane. The final couple of corners. A couple of years ago now that was added. The driver's well accustomed to it. They do plenty of laps around Whilton Mill. There's the 2:64. That's Ellis Bell under pressure from Braith Murdoch, the Ultimate R driver. Both of them actually up 3 places net from where they started. They've got Riley Morrow behind them, who's up 8 from where he started in 15th position, eyeing up a top 5 for the first round of the RMC UKC in 2026. That would be a dream start to this season's campaign in Junior Max for Riley Morrow. Couldn't really ask much more than that. The gap at the front, though, Charlie Wolfett slowly bridging the gap. I mean, it was 3 tenths about 10 laps ago. It's now 4 tenths 10 laps later. 4.2 make that as the fast lap of the race comes in from Blake Southen. 46.45 to a 46.47 for Wolfett to Clark. A 46.35 going the way of Blake Southen, a 10th quicker than those in front. Is it enough? He's within 9 tenths of a second of Kai Clark in front. He needs a bit more than that to get into the slipstream, to apply some of that pressure, to maybe have an opportunity at second, maybe even a victory. I think a victory, a bit of a long shot for Blake Southen. But Charlie Wolfett, I mean, at no point in this race has he been in a position to feel comfortable. At no point. 4 tenths of a second. I mean, he's not been under any pressure in terms of having to defend or look over his shoulder, but he's had to be aware. Oh, that flip, he's just given up now. He is not fussed in the slightest about even trying to stand up. But Charlie Wolfett has been in no position at any point to, to feel comfortable, and yet the consistency has been there. He's been unfazed. It's been a while since he's been at the sharp end of the UKC field. He's been here since its inception. And now this year, coming in, he's got a fighting chance here at Whilton Mill, holding off, one of the world's best in the form of Kai Clark. And so far, the pressure has not got to him. He's probably going to be feeling it, I would imagine. Quick look over the shoulder, quick glance here and there, but he's not had to worry too much about defending. That psychological pressure, though, of knowing that Kai Clark is right behind you. Just looked on the timer screen. No penalties coming in for the top lot, as has been the case for the last couple of races, so all's fair out on circuit. 1 minute and 20 seconds plus the lap still to go. There'll be 2 at the line. And the gap now 4 tenths of a second. I mean, they've just been identical. And when they're identical, it's great because, they're not getting any further apart, but they're also not getting any closer together. Blake Southen, though, has been reeling them in quietly. He got up through on Keane Bernard and is completely dispatched with the Sam Pollock racing kart. He's now, out of contention of the podium. It comes down to the three of Wolfett, Clark and Southam. Which order they're going to finish in, though, we don't know. Clark needs to find something into the final 2 laps. 43 seconds left on the clock. Comes down to 2.6 kilometres. Oh, sorry, 2.4 kilometres here at Whilton Mill to decide the Junior Max final. And Charlie Wolfett, could he hang on for what would be a brilliant victory to open up the season? The new era of the UKC. It's just, I'm just trying to think, they're just so identical. There's not really anything that Kai Clark can do. You'd probably look at this and say, well, just drive quicker, but he already is at the limit. I promise you, he's not holding anything back. This isn't a Fast and Furious situation where he's got an extra gear shift hidden or something. He's going to put his foot down a bit more. They are both already on the absolute limit of what they can do. It's going to come down to a mistake, but one more lap for Charlie Wolfett to hang on to this one. What a drive it would have been. Kai Clark ruining himself on, giving himself that motivation. He is long away from giving up yet. He's going to fight it all the way to the death. A look over the shoulder from Blake Southam, who again has kept it within 0.6 of a second. What a drive it has been for the Dan Holland Racing, who will bring it home 1 and 2 as it stands. The Strawberry Racing sandwich with some good old Dan Holland bread either side of it. It's been a remarkably close race and tees us up for an incredibly competitive season in the Junior Max, in the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. But through the final couple of corners, it's the rise back to the top for Charlie Wolfett through the final chicane for the final time. And in Junior Max, here at Whilton Mill, it's victory for Charlie Wolfett. He returns to the top step once more. Kai Clark and Blake Southam will complete the podium. In a final that kept you on the edge of your seat because you didn't know which way the pace was going to swing, Charlie Wolfett takes victory from Kai Clark. Blake Southam, the top 3, Cian Bernard and Ellis Bell hangs on to 5th with Braith Murdoch, Riley Morrow, P7 in Junior Max from Nathaniel Gray, Sebastian Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballock inside the top 10 from P31. Arden Clark, Louis Ratcliffe, Jensen Chalk, Adam Juadatis from Josh Cormack, the top 15. Barnaby Grubb from Daniel Minto, Aidan Hammer, then comes Jensen Hookey and Alfred Matthews, the top 20 from Karthik Kumeta, Jack Robinson, Blair Smith, Cody Leputrell, Daniel Wisnauskas from Ryan White, Samuel Aston, Ian Campbell, Cash Harris, who we saw have a bit of a spin earlier on in the race, Thomas Jackson out in 30th. And again, the rest of the DNS Max off weight from Connor Large, Finley Smith and Jacob Jack, the 217, who we didn't see complete the opening lap of the race. Junior Max done and dusted. And again, you're probably looking at that saying, well, there wasn't really many overtakes for the race lead in the slightest. And fair enough, but it's one of those where you are still on your edge of your seat because it only takes a small mistake, a small twitch. At no point did any of the top 3 feel comfortable. Kai Clark, all the way to the final lap, was pushing himself, finding more pace, even if it was 0.5 of a second, trying to make the difference. And Charlie Wolfett, I'm sure, a big sigh of relief to see that checkered flag fly, because he takes a remarkable victory, the last of the podium finishes to take to the weighbridge and then back on to his very rightful P1 position. Dan Holland teammates P1 and P3 in the form of Charlie Wolfett and Blake Southam and Kai Clark in the middle of them for Strawberry Racing. Very happy guy, you can imagine, Charlie Wolfett. Again, a driver who's grown up with the UKC back since its inception in 2020 and back to form now. You can see Kev Harris getting them all ready to go. Big nap up there, there's Riley Morrow, and you can see the difference in the drivers that have been in junior for a couple of years and those that have only just come out of minis in the difference in heights. Riley Morrow, brilliant drive for Sam Pollock Racing, finishing in P7. There you can see Charlie Wolfett celebrating some team members there, and very rightfully so. I mean, what a drive that was. He only finished 8 tenths clear of Kai Clark, but that was 8 tenths that he had to work for over 19 laps of racing. Incredible stuff from them. And a lot that Charlie Wolfett can take away from that. Now, of course, the first winner in the full season of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Of course, we had the round at the Winter Trophy here just a few weeks ago. But Charlie Wolfett can hold his head up high and, well, take that momentum into Kimbolton. Before we do that, though, of course, let's head down to Kev for, well, the podium ensues once more.
Blake, here we are then, first round of the season and your third place on the podium. You're pleased with that one?
Yeah, definitely. Considering what happened yesterday, it was a pretty good result.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. Heat 2, you came 24th. What went on there, mate? Because without that result, you'd have been starting much higher up the grid as the weekend went on.
Yeah, just before the green flag went out, coming out the dummy grid, we just realised that the chain guard wasn't actually attached. So we had to start from the back and then had to pull back into the pits to get it repaired. And then, yeah.
But clearly your driving spoke for itself after that, because you've been quick all weekend long and you just made your way up through the field there brilliantly and you know, brought it home in second. So you must be pleased in a way.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of we're in the championship hoping to use that result as a drop score. But anyways, considering we started 10th for this far, I think we'll consider that as a good thing.
I think it's really good. From 10th to podium, third place, well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Dan Holland Racing, Scott and Nathan and my parents for getting me here.
Brilliant, well done. Go and give the team a high five. Congratulations. Like you say, from 10th to a podium. I'll just try and find our second place man. There he is over there. Let's get second place man up first. Seb Clark, where are you? Sorry, rather Kai Clark. Kai, come on up. Kai, so first weekend of the season, you're on the podium in second, but Charlie just a little bit too far down the road in that one.
Yeah, just a little bit. Couldn't really keep up, to be honest. Yeah. But it was good overall. Had a few wins in the heats and done well this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the heats did really well. A second, a first, and obviously you won the pre-final in the super heat this morning. So it was all looking good, but Charlie's brought his A game this weekend.
Yeah, he did. Struggled in the final, but see what brings next round.
Yeah. All right, listen, well done to you, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Strawberry Race and my mechanic, DP.
All right, we'll go and give DP a high five. We'll see you for podiums later on. Let's welcome in Charlie Wolfett. Charlie, I'm going to shake your hand, mate. Well done. It's been a while since I've done a winner's interview with you. This must feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, changed teams, you know, they're absolutely brilliant, you know, and we've gone and won it, so yeah, positive.
Fantastic stuff. This junior Rotax journey for you hasn't been easy, has it? Safe to say. You've been with UKC since the start, been in karting for a long time now, and this could be the start of a good season.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, doing UKC, British next week, so just this is a big positive from that to take to Warden next week, so it's good.
Brilliant, well done. Like you say, change of team, Dan Holland Racing. Who would you like to thank in particular? Who's been with you this weekend?
I'd like to thank Russ, Darryl, everyone at DHR, my dad, Mike Spencer, my family, everyone just for supporting me.
Well done. Best luck for the rest of the season. Go and high five the team. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, Charlie Wolfett, taking the win in Junior Rotax. As I said, it's been a while since I've done a winner's interview with him, and I tell you what, he's going to be really pleased about that. Right, one more to go then. The Senior Rotax shootout still to come.
Just one more winner left to crown then for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship here at Whilton Mill. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris, just down there in Parc Fermé, bringing you the podium interviews. Of course, the coverage here by Alpha Live. And what is a very nice Easter Sunday here at Whilton Mill. Perfect day to be going racing. And one more race to decide the opening round. Matty Hingley will start this one alongside Jack West on the front row. Macaulay Bishop, the reigning world champion from P3, alongside Cian Geraghty in fourth. Now that is a front two rows that's going to bring up a spicy race. Harrison Whitcomb from Jack Lilly on row 3. Then comes Matteo Palazzo and Joshua Graham on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10 is Harry Freeman and Albie Lapper in 10th. Then comes Ryan Gandor and James Kelt in 12th. Jack Thompson, Noah Barham in 14th from Pearson Bullock Carter, and Will Archer rounding up the top 8 rows of the grid from Louis Weaver, Oliver Smith, Deacon Russell and Alexander Cole, the top 20. Kieran Ives, Tees Van Vick joining us from the Netherlands in P22, then comes Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Luke Richards, P23 and P24. Running up the front 12 rows of the grid, Dylan Morton in P25, Louis America in 26th, Nathan Traverse and Charlie King, the 28th driver to join us on this field. A lot of work to do from that far back. Freddie Warlock, Ben Salou and Eva Morris are victor in the Senior Rotax repechage alongside Jack Metters on row 16. They had a pretty fiery battle earlier on today. Let's see if they can do the same, working their way forwards. Joshua Smith, Eli Singh Baden in P33 and P34, the final of those that will be taking to the grid. It's all geared up then for the 5th and final of the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. A new era of the series starts right here at Whilton Mill before we battle our way through the likes of Kimbolton. After that to, of course, Warden Law up north, going to the other end of the country up north in the Lake District to Rowrah. Three Sisters staying north just in Wigan. Dunkeswell straight back down south and back here into the Midlands for the Rotax National Trophy at the Silverstone Kart Centre in October. Our champions to be crowned over the course of this year, the winners of which will be getting themselves that ticket to Portugal for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final. The first checkpoint of the season comes in a month's time at the end of the second round at Kimbolton, where our championship leaders will get free entry into the Rotax Max International Trophy at Le Mans, the prestigious trophy that is, and the opportunities to get the tickets to Portugal there as well. Plenty of tickets to be handed out, some already done so at the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in the form of the Italian Mini Cup. Plenty more over the course of this year. What a season it's tipping itself up to be in the Rotax universe, I guess. Across the world, plenty of national championships, national trophies and tickets, all culminating into that international circus that comes at the Grand Finals. It was Bahrain last year, it's Portugal this year, and more world champions to be crowned. Of course, a long road to do that. It starts right here, though, with round number 1 of the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Matty Hingley has been the one in form. A tie, by the way, in terms of qualification points. So again, I explained earlier, when it comes to through the heat and the super heat, you get yourself penalty points effectively for wherever you finish. And the target is to have as few as possible coming into both the super heat and the final, because that's what dictates your starting position. Matty Hingley and Jack West, 2 apiece, had to come down to the tiebreaker of a 44.690 and a 44.780 between them to decide who gets pole position for the super final. On just 3 points is Macaulay Bishop, the reigning world champion, in 3rd position. Cian Geraghty, who of course is taking that step up into car racing this year, a frequent in the world of iRacing as well as Cian Geraghty. I think he's upwards of 7,000 iRacing, and that's going to be very impressive to a lot of people out there and mean absolutely nothing to the other half. He's very good, is what I'm trying to say. He's taken a step into radicals and will be doing the full season of the UKC as well, which is great to see that passion still for karting, as well as that progression up into car racing. Was tipped for an entry in the GB4 Championship with Scorpion Motorsport, but whether that is still the case or not remains to be seen. Nonetheless, Cian Geraghty, no matter what you put him in, is going to be successful. Let's see what he can do from 4th place on the grid. For the final time today, the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship, the Senior Max Final, the opening round of 6 in 2026. Matty Hingley, Jack West share the front row. They've got the reigning world champion just behind them. Foot to the floor, and we go racing. Great launch there from the number 5 of Matty Hingley as they'll lead towards turn number 1. 14 minutes plus the lap. Well, I don't think we've gone for green flag racing. We haven't. Another false start to go with. There you can see the green and the yellow chevron, so we'll go again. Matty Hingley, though, all he's got to do is exactly what he just did, all over again. Would be ideal. Of course, the pressure on now. You've got that roll up to the line. You've got that spike of adrenaline. And then it's, oh, we've false started. I'm going to have to calm myself back down again. And then get myself fired back up again by the time we get to the a bit of confusion and maybe frustration for Matty Hingley, who's going to feel like, well, now I've got to do the hard work all over again with the false start. Of course, the reigning world champion of Macaulay Bishop, the reigning European champion of Cian Geraghty. Look at that second row of the grid. Remarkable. Matty Hingley and Jack West, though, both brilliant in their own right. Both plenty of accolades under their belt. Jack West eyeing up the pole sitter, who, of course, will put foot to the floor. He'll send us underway for the final of the day here for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. A great launch from Macaulay Bishop straight into 2nd place. Already now contending for the lead. There's Cut spearing off and into the barrier. At the background, the 370, one of the Hunter Motorsports, but Macaulay Bishop straight away was there to contest for the lead. Did not wait around from 3rd place on the grid. Matty Hingley was able to hang on to it. Bishop has to hang on as well, as Jack West is knocking on the door in the number 9. But what a launch it was for Matty Hingley, the number 5, able to thwart the attack from the world champion. We round up the opening lap in just a moment. There you can see Matty Hingley a couple of cut lengths clear as the melee behind a couple of the KL Sports, the likes of Ray Gandor and Harry Freeman, Matteo Palazzo and Joshua Graham at the 4 KL Sports inside the contention of the top 10. 3 of them work their way forward quite nicely. You can see 1, 2 and 3 in that respective train. 13 minutes still to go. And Matty Hingley will lead the opening lap from Macaulay Bishop, from Jack West, just in behind. The 2 Lando Norris chassis, but it's Down Under Racing from LLC Motorsport. Then comes Keane Garrity and Jack Lilly, 4 and 5, both for Strawberry Racing. Now into Ashby. And the chase is on here. Hingley with such a good launch. It's going to be tough now for Bishop to close that gap, but you'd argue if anyone can, he can. Let's see if that gets reeled down over the next couple of laps. The good news, of course, for Bishop, he's got someone to chase. Hingley hasn't. He's all by himself. He's got clear track in front of him, which might be good to some. But you'd imagine that Bishop, because of the fact that he's chasing, might well be able to find an extra 10th or so a lap. 46.1 to a 46.0 in favour of Bishop. The gap, half a second. Jack West with him as well. Jack Lilly in front of Keane Garrity now as well. You can see dropping back behind as Joshua Graham goes to the inside for KR Motorsport. As through goes Graham on Garrity and into 5th. Following there, Bishop and Jack West. 2 drivers who were fighting at the sharp end last year. Bishop missing out 2 rounds of the UKC. Jack West becoming a championship contender all the way to the line. Narrowly missing out, of course, to Keane Garrity, but vice champion for Jack West last year. Would like to do one better this year if he can help it. Right now in 3rd, doing a lot of favours in order to help that mission from the get-go. Fastest lap of the race for the KR Sport of Joshua Graham, 45.59. As he tries to chase after the front 4. Currently Hingley from Bishop, West and Lilly. 11.5 minutes plus the lap still to go. The final of the day in the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Macaulay Bishop has slashed that gap. Matty Hingley under pressure now. Under 3 tenths between the 2 of them. Jack West arriving on the scene. Matty Hingley prioritising a good exit through the chicane there. It did leave a slight bit of a gap open on the inside, but nowhere near Macaulay Bishop sized. Now it all comes down to this exit. Macaulay Bishop keeping it tidy on the exit. Gets into the slipstream. Could there be a move by the time they reach Christmas corner? Matty Hingley not taking any chances and going defensive. Jack West parking it in the middle. Half to try and get a slightly better on than those in front, but also to keep Jack Lilly at bay as well. Into Ashby, straight to the inside as darting to the outside goes Joshua Graham, trying to use that space that he had as the top 4 all darted to the inside. There's a bit of a hip check and Jack West has been sent round. There's contact. Keane Garrity has been collected. Also Joshua Graham getting involved. The top 2 breakaway. Macaulay Bishop looks back in disbelief. 10 minutes left to go. Matty Hingley, Macaulay Bishop released. In fact, Keane Garrity was able to get through. It was Jack Lilly for Strawberry Racing that was involved. So Keane Garrity negotiates the carnage to take 3rd. Jack Lilly, Jack West, both down and out of this race. Here comes the move potentially from Macaulay Bishop, straight to the inside of Christmas corner. Matty Hingley not putting up too much of a battle. Bishop takes the lead of the final then. Is there the space into Ashby? No, there's not. So Macaulay Bishop will stay on the racing line. And through the infield, is there anything that Keane Garrity can do? Of course, Macaulay Bishop, Matty Hingley, they don't want to bring any more drivers into this battle if they can help it. Of course, Hingley ideally wants to stay with Bishop to contest later on in the race, but they don't want to fight too hard now. Into the pit lane comes the 363. That going the way of Harrison Whitcomb, who we lost earlier in the superheat, I believe. And the 352 as well, down and out in pit lane. That James Kelt. So we've lost Jack West, Jack Lilly. They're both still out on circuit. But yeah, we've lost Whitcomb and Kelt from this race thus far. The 6 from the 5. Bishop from Matty Hingley. Hingley keeping him honest. Bishop, I think, with maybe just the slight edge in terms of pace. Keane Garrity lacking slightly. Really found some pace towards the back end of 2025 to Keane Garrity in terms of his qualifying. One thing he's always been very good at is going forwards in a race. His racecraft, his awareness, his knowledge, spot on. Lacked a little bit in qualifying pace throughout the UKC season, and that maybe did come back to bite him slightly in terms of having to then use that knowledge in racecraft through the races. But towards the final couple of rounds of the Euro Trophy at, Trinek and Sarno, he did find that pace in qualifying. Now he's got to try and extract some of that to find his way onto the back of the top two. Macaulay Bishop, Matty Hingley, 1 and 2. 8 minutes plus the lap still to go, and the top two separated by, well, next to nothing really. Hingley keeping Bishop honest. Over the curb there, and you can see now Matty Hingley got his nose cone right underneath the rear bumper of Macaulay Bishop, practically pushing him through turns 1 and 2 and onto this back straight towards Christmas Corner. Look over the shoulder from Macaulay Bishop. Does he feel safe enough to stay on the racing line? He does. The reigning world champion from Matty Hingley, the pole sitter coming into this race, and again starting the season so well. But Macaulay Bishop, one of the best to do it well. Statistically, the best to do it, the reigning world champion. Through the boot section, keeps it in the middle of the circuit to throw it in for the right, the long right. But keeps you pinned all the way to the chicane. Off the road there for the 316. That's going to be Kieran Ives, down in 24th, but probably a little bit lower than that come the end of this lap. Look over the shoulder from Macaulay Bishop. Still 7 minutes to go, but there's the move to the inside from Matty Hingley. Macaulay Bishop tucks in as soon as he can with as little resistance as possible. The pair of them, they know they don't want to trip up over each other too much, because they know they've got Cian Geraghty chasing after them. Harry Freeman there as well. Matteo Palazzo, Chaos Sport have had a very good day. 7 places between the two of them gained, from 9th to 4th for Freeman, from 7th to 5th for Palazzo. Joshua Graham as well in 7th in the Chaos Sport machine. He's up a few places. So it's looking good. As a contingent, Chaos Sport, one of the best in the sport. Now both flip-flops through the chicane have given up. It was just the one a few laps ago. Now both of them have just gone, you know what now? Don't want to do it. Half the race, or wow, now under half the race still to go. 6 minutes plus the lap. Macaulay Bishop now trailing Hingley. Cian Geraghty 1.6 off the back of Bishop, 1.7 off the lead. He's looking at these two and just saying, come on lads, have a battle, let me get involved. Of course, I'm sure he's not going to complain at a podium. It's Cian Geraghty, but you know, always better to climb your way up the steps. Harry Freeman as well, who's closing in. Cian Geraghty might have that trouble over his shoulder, and that's something that these top two are doing very cleverly. Macaulay Bishop very easily could, you know, push the button and start racing Matty Hingley a bit harder, but they know that Harry Freeman, a look over the shoulder will tell you that Harry Freeman, Lapper, Palazzo, all closing in on Cian Geraghty. They don't want those guys to reel them in. They just want a 1v1 for the final few laps. Keep it headache-free. Very clever driving. Down the inside goes one of the Chaos Sports. That's the 360 Matteo Palazzo on Albi Lapper, who's climbed his way up now into 5th position. That's released Harry Freeman to get after Cian Geraghty. Down the inside goes Joshua Graham on his teammate. Spots that gap brilliantly in the bright pink helmet. Now has eyes on Albi Lapper. 5 minutes still to run in this race. Hingley from Bishop, Geraghty, Freeman, then comes Lapper, Graham and Palazzo, the top 7. Some very sad looking flip-flops there. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Defensive goes Albi Lapper to keep 5th position. Going with him is Joshua Graham. Getting the switch back is Matteo Palazzo, who very often took the fight to Jacob Ashcroft last year in the Junior Max field. Think back to Lark Hall, where he narrowly missed out on the victory in the downpour that we had late on in the Junior Max final. He's climbed his way up through on Albi Lapper as Joshua Graham goes through on the move. So it's a 2v1, Chaos Sport versus Strawberry Racing, but the Chaos Sport's not really acting as a 2, more a 1v1v1. Rightfully so. It's all their own championship, which it is good to bring home that result for the team. Matty Hingley versus Macaulay Bishop. 4 minutes left to go. Is there going to be a move to the inside from Bishop? No, there's not. And this, again, this is the racecraft of a world champion, right? If they fought, they've got Cian Geraghty, they've got Harry Freeman knocking at their door, right? They're now involving more variables into this battle that don't need to be. They want a 1v1. They've got that mutual respect for each other right now as Albi Lapper sends one to the inside of Matteo Palazzo to take 6th position back. You can bet your bottom dollar, though, that maybe 2 minutes to go, 2 laps left to go. Hingley and Bishop, they're not going to be friends anymore. It's going to be who's going to win this race. because at that point racecraft doesn't really matter. Kean Geraghty isn't really going to be too much of a threat. He might be if he has a really good couple of laps and they really chip up over each other, but right now they're doing the exact right thing. If they swap positions now, inconsequential, their pace is identical. Kean Geraghty, though, he's got to look over his shoulder. He's got Harry Freeman for company. Now comes the question, does Freeman fight him for the podium, or do they be patient and wait for the top two to begin their battle? Because it's inevitable. Of course they're going to battle. Bishop is not going to sit behind Matty Hingley. And Matty Hingley is not going to let him waltz through either. So the battle, it's going to happen. The question is, does Harry Freeman wait for that to happen with Kean Geraghty, or does he fight for the podium himself? I think we just saw them in the background, a shot maybe go side by side. Harry Freeman driving through. Potentially. Kean Geraghty now you can see behind Harry Freeman, so the 378 goes through on the 301. That'll refresh at the timing line. Harry Freeman now up in a third position. 2.5 minutes left to go. Kean Geraghty trailing him, and now going to sit in the slipstream and hope that Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop begin to battle. Measuring this race so well, and this is the highest level of senior Rotax in the UK. You know, one of the highest in the world. The Euro Trophy, very competitive, and yeah, you've got other drivers that like to throw their hat into the ring, but drivers from the UK make up a significant portion of the front end of the field. Matty Hingley versus Macaulay Bishop back onto that lead fight. With 2 minutes left to go, what will it be, 3 at the line? 45 left on the clock, this time through. Yeah, 3 to go, anti-penultimate lap. Matty Hingley from Macaulay Bishop, Harry Freeman, Kean Geraghty, Joshua Graham, the top 5 with the fastest lap of the race for Chaos Sport. 2 karts inside the top 5 for Chaos Sport as it stands, 3 inside the top 10. Look over the shoulder from Matty Hingley. Again, assessing, because he knows that for the last few laps he's been safe from Macaulay Bishop, but he doesn't know when Bishop is going to, you know, light the fuse and actually start attacking. Because Harry Freeman, his pace has been mighty quick, and now the defense starts. Matty Hingley has lost trust in Macaulay Bishop, who now starts to pile on the attack, bending the nose cone at the front. Now on to what will be actually now the third to final lap. They're going to cross the line with about 7 seconds left to go. So 3 to go, including this one. Matty Hingley, look over the shoulder. Macaulay Bishop now goes to the outside through Christmas Corner. Now we're going to reel in even more drama, because we've got Freeman, we've got Geraghty, all yet to get involved. Defensive into Ashby. Macaulay Bishop has got to get this move done quickly, because he does not want the other drivers of Freeman and Geraghty getting involved around the outside. Oh my word! Macaulay Bishop, move of a world champion. Matty Hingley defending the switchback, and Macaulay Bishop says, no, I'm going to go the outside. They've run each other off the road. Matty Hingley has driven Bishop off. Through goes Harry Freeman. He takes the lead of the race. 2 left to go at the line. Sensational stuff in Senior Max. Ascend to the inside from Matty Hingley. Could not get it stopped. And he's dropped himself to second. Kean Geraghty now gives him the point forward. Bishop under a world of pressure from Joshua Graham, from Albie Lapper. It's all come undone. The mutual respect blown up with 3 to go. They worked together so brilliantly for 12 minutes. And as soon as the gloves come off, it's played nicely into the hands of Harry Freeman. Matty Hingley keeps second. I'm sure that's going to be looked at, though. I can almost guarantee that's going to be looked at. On to the final lap of the race. Kean Geraghty firing it over the chicane. He's got 1.2 kilometers left to maybe climb himself up an extra position on this podium. But Harry Freeman, what a drive it could well be for Chaos Sport, for the 378, quietly moving his way through the field. And what a way to end the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. A new era, but the same brilliant racing. Macaulay Bishop trying to keep Joshua Graham at bay, trying to mitigate the damage and stay inside the top 4. But through the final couple of corners, opportunities are going to run out for the chasing pack. Harry Freeman laughing inside of his helmet. He'll come through the final chicane. And after 19 laps of racing, the Senior Max final goes the way of Harry Freeman. What a drive from the Chaos Sport driver. Matty Hingley, Kean Geraghty provisionally the top 3. Race wins like that are never going to come packaged as nicely for Harry Freeman. The two leaders driving themselves off the road, but he judged the gap brilliantly. He slot his way through to take the lead. Did not look back onto the final lap. Matty Hingley, Cian Geraghty, the top 3 provisionally. Macaulay Bishop from Joshua Graham, the top 5. Then comes Albi Lapper, Matteo Palazzo, Alexander Cole, Noah Barham and Louis Weaver, the top 10. Will Archer from Pearson Bullock Carter, Deacon Russell, Oliver Smith, Tees Van Vick moves his way up 7 positions into 15th. Luke Richards, Jack Thompson, Joshua Smith, Jack West after a spin early doors finishes 19th from Jack Metters, climbing his way up from 32nd to 20th. Behind that, Eva Morris, again a great drive for the repechage winner to P21. Charlie King, Ben Ballou, Louis Merica from Dylan Morton, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Kieran Ives, Jack Lilly after a spin with Jack West earlier on, finishes 28th. Ryan Gandor, when is he going to get some luck? Finishing 29th. Then Traverse in 30th. Then comes the DNFs of Eli Singh Bannon, Harrison Whitcomb, Freddie Worlock and James Kell, the 34th and final driver to be classified, but did not finish this race. Pulling his way into Parc Fermé, and a very deserved P1 slot for Harry Freeman from 9th to victory. Never say it's impossible to climb your way through the field. There's Cian Geraghty, a very sweaty Cian Geraghty after a very intense race. Pulling his way into the 3rd position slot. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards are going to make of that race. I'm sure it's going to be one that's discussed for quite some time. What everyone at home makes of it. Did Bishop give him too big of a squeeze? Did Hingley go for a gap that wasn't there? I mean, before that, the move from Bishop was incredible to go around the outside. But there's our race winner, Albi Lapis, straight over there to congratulate Harry Freeman, who has got to be elated that the two leaders, I mean, they just made it easy for him. But before that, the ascension, the racecraft, the consistency, the pace for Harry Freeman. Not everyone in his shoes would have been able to complete that job and win that race, but he made the difference, and he did exactly that for KL Sport. What a great day of racing it's been for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Ultimate Karting Championship. Our first round of 6 plus the Rotax National Trophy, of course, at the Silverstone Kart Centre. It's been a pleasure once again to be back. I mean, we'll head down to Kevin in a few moments' time for the interviews, but just from my side, just how good it has been to be back. I've been buzzing for this round since the start of the year, really. And it delivered. I cannot wait to be back at Kimbolton. It's one of those series that, again, the racing, the level of competition, that some of the best drivers in the world, all proving their worth. And now, of course, with the partnership with RMC, we've got those grand final tickets on offer. For the final time today, let's head down to Kev Harris and for our podium interviews.
Well, after an eventful race, I've got the man with me now who brought it home in 3rd. Cian, it was, well, I mean, it's been tight all weekend with you senior Rotax drivers, but that one, about as tight as we're ever going to see it. It was a pretty robust end in the top 4.
I mean, yeah, we had no pace really all weekend, especially then. It was so slow, really. Like, just managed to sort of keep out of trouble, race smartly, and sort of take advantage of things when I could, and managed to bring it home in 3rd. I mean, I don't know how really with our pace, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say you haven't got the pace, but I mean, you've had, all right, not the top 3 pace. You've had a couple of 4ths in the last couple of outings, but you were in the mix, and at this level you've just got to stay in the mix because things can happen, right?
I mean, yeah, exactly that really. Like, I think the kart's not really been where we've wanted it all weekend, so we've just lacked a little bit, but yeah, sort of managed to stay sort of in the right sort of sharp end of the grid and sort of get myself there when I needed to. That's it.
Coming back then as the returning champion on the podium, first time out in 2026. Consistency is key and all that. Who would you like to thank?
Proj from Mechanicum, me, Strawberry Racing, Cream Racing Engines, and then my parents, mum and dad.
Brilliant. Listen, well done. Go and give them all a high five. We'll see if a podium's a bit later on. There goes Cian Geraghty. Not quite sure how he's on the podium, but it was a strong race from him, and that's why I just try and get eyes on Matty Hingley, who is behind me. Matty, we grab you quickly, mate. Come on in. Here we go. Matty, just said to Cian, perhaps one of the most eventful finishes to a senior Rotax race that we've seen in a while. Talk me through it from where you were sat.
Yeah, you know, it was a good race. Had the pace all weekend. And then, yeah, I made a little mistake on the left-hander, and he got around my outside, and then he left the door open into the boot, went up the inside, and then on my side he turned in. We banged wheels. I went in the air a little bit, and then I ended up across the grass, which, you know, I went for the move, and that was that. But the move was on, I thought. But, you know, it's what it is.
Robust racing, I think is what we call that one. Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
All the team at Ultimate are, you know, everyone that's helped me, you know, the last couple of years, especially Ben, my mum, my dad, my girlfriend, my family, everyone. Just yeah, thank you to all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glancing down at your results for the weekend, a second and a first in the heats. You obviously won the super heat this morning, so clearly, you know, you've turned up on the ball and they've put a good kart together for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the package has been mint all weekend. Couldn't fault it. Really fast, you know, pole and qualifying, and then yeah, just you know, wish I could have got the win, but oh well.
Listen, well done to you, Matty. Thanks ever so much. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on. Does mean that Harry Freeman of KR Sport is our winner. I'll try and catch eyes with Harry now. Yeah, just standing by there, the 378 in the KR Sport car. Harry, come on up, mate. So, talk me through that one. Your top step of the podium there, but as that race was going on, at any point did you think that was going to be the result?
Yeah, I mean, I had like an average start. I probably stayed in around P9. I don't know where I was. And then there was obviously the big crash, I think like 5 people. I gained 5 positions there, and I was, I think, P4. But then I thought it was just going to spread out after that, and then the top 2 started battling, and then ended up colliding, and then I was in P1, right?
Phenomenal, yeah. It's what happens. You've got to be in the mix. You've got to be up there when these things happen, take advantage of it. You still had to hold your nerve for the last couple of laps as well. What was going through your mind in the last dying seconds?
Yeah, I was just thinking, just drive normally, don't make any mistakes. I had a big enough gap, and I think Hindley had grass in his tyres anyway, so I don't really need to go full speed. Yeah.
Well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
KR Sport Engines, my mum, my dad, just all my family.
Huge congratulations. Go and enjoy a chocolate Easter egg. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on. There he goes. So there's your winner on the day, and what an end to the senior Rotax super final here at round 1 in the 2026, the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship. That rounds out our coverage on the live stream. So as always, big thanks to James and the crew from Alpha Live who've brought us the live pictures. Big thanks to Zach Sweeney doing a stellar job on commentary this afternoon there for those super finals. And thanks to you for watching wherever you are in the world right now. You can stay up to date with the RMC Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship on Instagram. We're at UKC Official, and you can join us for our next live weekend of action from Kimbolton on the weekend of the 8th through the 10th of May. I've been Kev Harris. Until then at Kimbolton, see ya.